Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs. I am your fatigued but here host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How is it going this morning? I hope you are doing well. I assume Tug will be joining us in just a moment. Oh my! Woo! Here we go. We are on day 3 of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It will be starting up in a little bit here. Let me get the window going, get all this stuff ready. Oh my goodness. Da, da, da. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Okay. Just getting like I said, just getting everything set up here. All right. Okay. Got my video window ready to go. How are you guys doing this morning? How is the chat? I hope you're doing well. These trial days get long, especially if you follow along. Oh, excuse me. Here and if you follow the nighttime show as well. Things get to be pretty crazy. There. I hope that fixed it. Whoo. Woo-hoo-hoo. Okay. By the way, Tug, if you're in the chat, I sent you the link in Twitter DMs. How's the hangover? I do not have anything close to a hangover. I just have some short nights. Oh, I got to switch to live chat here. Oh my goodness, got to get everything ready. Hey there.
Hey there. I love that Amica cream.
So I didn't realize. I thought I was mispronouncing it because people kept saying it's Arnica, not Amica, and then I realized it was actually the lady.
Yeah, she's mispronouncing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That stuff is beautifully memeable. Oh God, like somebody's been making me some memes today. Peter Gilmore. Let me. Oh God, I gotta pull one of these up. They're hilarious. Apparently, it'll cure everything. You know. Apparently.
Yeah, and instantly too.
Yeah, it's
Like, well,
amazing stuff.
she's got a bruise that day. You just
No,
slap it on there, and she acts like it's some sort of cover up.
I hear it's better than that. I mean, hey, burn yourself in a fire. There's a cream for that. Shit.
Oh, nice. Yes.
Mm.
Yeah, arnica cream. So people know, is it's a homeopathic cream that you put on that is intended to reduce swelling and fade bruising, but it fades bruising over time, like a course of days. Not it's not it's not a cover up. It's not a concealer. It is not something that would make a bruise that you just got disappear in any way. This is a substance that, it's like one of those things like scar reduction. Put it on for 8 months and see how your scars fade. It's like, well, I mean,
I don't know
the
what you're talking about.
timeline.
I don't know what you're talking about. I applied it to my channel and bam, 153,000 subs. Psh, just like
Woo.
that. Yep.
Nice. There you go. Boom. Yeah, it's very, very effective. But yeah, so we had yesterday some fantastic testimony from Isaac Baruch is how he kept saying it. It does not look like Baruch is the appropriate
I'd
term.
never heard it
I,
pronounced before. I always just called him Isaac B because I was like, well, I think I know how to pronounce it, but and I didn't. Obviously, I didn't.
right, because I would say Baruch. Like that's how I would naturally say Baruch is Baruch. But he pronounced the ch. He dropped the ch all over it.
There's a potentially one really big witness today. There were four named as potential witnesses. One though, I really want to hear from Kate James. That would be the former a former assistant for Amber Heard. They wouldn't allow her to put in all of her original deposition. Her original deposition is amazing. It is absolutely amazing stuff. She claims like Amber Heard, she's a fame whore basically. She would call up tabloids and tell them, hey, we're going to go shopping at like a grocery store. I hear there's an Amber Heard going to be there, rather. So her sister and her, they would dress up as well as they could. They would go like grocery shopping. Tabloids would be there, and they would buy every tabloid. She would have her assistant go out and fill her garage with tabloids. So
Okay, nice. So that'll be interesting to see her. Johnny
she had
has
some.
just arrived. Not that super matters, but there it is.
I like to see the arrival though, like the differences in because again he at least waves and interacts, and she's been stonewall with her arrivals. She there's nobody there to greet her, so I mean I guess she probably should stay stonewall.
Yep. She has the window blacked out, or the two windows blacked out on the passenger side there. Yeah, if you guys probably heard a second ago. Uh-oh. Hey, there was a guy. One guy there. Amber, good luck.
That's
You can do it.
hilarious. That one voice.
Yeah.
He's big into charity.
Whoa. That wasn't that was the wrong thing, whatever that was.
So the channel Come Geek Some and two other channels got past their law and crime strikes, by the way. So that's good.
Good. They got those resolved rather quickly then.
Yeah. Thank God, man, because like Come Geek Some's been covering, been talking about this forever, been putting videos out, and they struck him over, I think it was 1/15 of what they covered. They actually picked up law and crime for just a tiny bit, and they struck him anyway.
Yeah. Oh, they're piles of garbage. There's nothing redeeming about that website anymore. They've descended into bullshittery, and I'm glad they got past their. Did he get actually a strike? Come Geek Some, or did he just get the takedown?
Copyright. He got a copyright strike, as far as I understood it.
Jeez.
Yeah, so they reversed it though, and they reversed it within 2 days. But still, it cost them any type of day two coverage. So I mean,
Yep.
that's huge. The momentum he had, for time for like a small channel that's trying to grow. Man, this stuff is huge.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's I mean the ability to do this and to do it every day is what helps. It's what launches things, and you have to. The consistency of it is what pushes you up the algorithm. It's what it's where people know they can come back and get the same type of coverage that they like. And if you skip out a day, it's impossible. That's why when people had asked me if I would like bounce between my channel and other channels while streaming, it's like it's not really like the best way to do it.
Right.
It just unfortunately it isn't. If YouTube wasn't stupid and allowed stuff like that within the algorithm, doing that hurts both channels.
Yep.
That's the problem. So really the best way to do it is to just do it all in one spot consistently every day. And then you probably see, no matter where you are, you'll probably see some growth.
Well, that's what we were talking about before with this trial coming up. We were talking about how we were going to stream that, and I didn't
Yeah.
know if I could stream the whole thing. So I thought, man, best way, go here, put up videos and stuff like I regularly do at least once a day, do a recap, and you still maintain growth, and people, you get exposure as well. And honestly, coming on here gets a maximum number of eyes and explains it. Yeah, I think it's a good way of doing it.
Well, and the other thing is if you're doing the update videos every day, that's still the same type of thing. That's the consistent coverage that people know they can go there, they can get the thing. And the algorithm knows that it can direct people to your channel for that content at roughly the same time every day. It's
By the way, sub my channel. I've only been growing 1,000 subs a day, so it's actually been really good. So no complaints there. But if you haven't checked it out, sub for sure.
Speaking of which, I'm putting your channel link in the description right now. And if people want to go ahead and check out your channel, you've been covering this thing from the get-go, from jump, tons of videos on it. Do you have a playlist and stuff for
I have
Depp and
some,
Heard?
but man, it was coming up because I was covering like dailies. I was like, I just forget it. The best way to catch, if you want to catch this from go, and you want it described in say 15 things, there's a podcast, really good podcast. You'll have to look it up, but it's called Movies, Myths, and Monsters, and there's 15 episodes, I think. Oh, it is awesome. Like if you go and check it out, it's free, by the way, but download it because they don't track, the site it's on doesn't track metrics unless you download. So the people there, but they do a fantastic job of explaining everything about this case, like in a way that I'm obsessive compulsive. I mean, very much so. I would be diagnosed if somebody actually ever got me in that chair. I'll never let them do it. But if they did, and these folks are just they're even more detailed than me.
Yeah, so guys, go check that out. I mean, this topic is YouTube's AI has decided this topic is just verboten. Initially,
Oh yeah.
I've already we've already gone into the limited monetization. But my other 2 days did get monetized on appeal. It
You'll
took
win
a while.
Yeah, you'll win the appeals on them. For myself, like if my videos, people listen. I don't use her name. I call her that Aquaman starlet, and I never use. If you look at my titles, I never use her entire name. You can get away with it in keywording for some reason, but if you put her entire name, or for some reason, I was playing with it this morning to see how they're changing stuff. If I put in Depp wins big, it struck it automatically. Bam, can't have that. Limited. And limited isn't just a money thing to explain to people. It limits how much it goes out. So share this, while we're on, make sure to share this too.
Right. That's one thing that's major, guys. If you're out there, and not even here, when you're watching coverage of any major thing, any big thing, all of us independent people who are covering this stuff, the one thing that helps us, I don't know, probably more than anything, is organic growth off of the YouTube platform. Sharing this stuff on Facebook, sharing it on Twitter, the streams that you like to see, the coverage that you like to see, pumping that out there and saying, hey, here's what I'm watching, here's where I'm watching this. Like it may not seem like much when you share it, but when you share that stuff and someone clicks on it, that backlink SEO traffic is like the traditional internet traffic, and backlinks are where trusted sites like Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, things like that, having people clicking on links back to another site, that's like SEO gold. That's the stuff that pushes it up search engines, that pushes you in search on YouTube as well. And that's the stuff that really helps out. So again, if you do it here, I appreciate it. That's great. But really, when you're watching coverage on smaller channels, especially of various topics, it helps tremendously with getting exposure. And that's the one thing that we all like. That's the hardest thing for us to do, is try and get our stuff in front of just a few more eyes each time. So Please remember that when people ask you to like and share or whatever, that sharing, it matters. It's a critical element of it. And if you like independent coverage, that's how we get to get a few more people watching each time. So, but I appreciate that all the sharing that people do here, of course, as well. Thank you so much. Let me hit a couple of the initial super chats. We've got the courtroom scene. I've got the courtroom scene ready to go. The audio is not on yet. Once it is, you'll know. We'll switch back over there. Depp and Hurd are here. Hurd is she's doing the tomboy look all of these times. I'm gonna wear a suit. Like, you're not Hillary Clinton. Knock it off.
She's trying to walk that line, though. You can't be like you were saying yesterday. You can't be really smoking hot, or people look at you and think, oh, "What the hell's going on?" And you can't be so dressed down that. So I guess she's decided tomboy look works.
Right. Well, it's a man's world, Tug, so you got to wear man's clothing. That's the truth.
That's what I try to do. Ezra Miller told me no, but I said yes.
Plus, if we know she's not Hillary Clinton because Johnny wouldn't be alive.
That's very true. It would have never made it to trial.
All right, let me hit a couple. Let's see. Robin Kellum says, more cowbell, more cowbell. I need more voiceover singing from both of you, please. Oh my goodness. The Dragon's Treasure says, Legal Bites is kicking your butt with her coupon code while only being 1/8 the size. Are you going to lose to a girl, chat? Get some tea today from the Dragon's Treasure and fight back. Okay, so guys, this is thedragonstreasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers. And if you use the coupon code Amber Poops in Beds, you will get a little 10% discount knocked off your order, which in these times of troubling inflation is, every little bit counts. And you'll also be helping out an independent business who puts some good tea in the homes across America. So give him a shot. Game Guy 151 says, your tartiness does not comply with the Codex Astartes. Neither does your spelling of tardiness, my friend. Unless you're calling me a tart, which works. Casey Moody says, at least Long Crime is on time. Actually, you know what? Interestingly, my show started up before the trial feed started anywhere. So take that.
And you're on time for the trial. I mean, that's true. We're even here
I tell
early today.
I tell people 8:30 a.m. is an ish. It's an ish because it means typically between 8:30 and 8:45. I want to make sure I'm here for the trial. But oh man, some of these mornings are rough. Rory sent 2 chats. The second one says 12 minutes on the latent gay scale. The first one didn't say anything. Okay, the judge is coming in. There we go.
Good
Wonton
morning.
Samurai says painting Chad from yesterday looks and
I
acts
get
like
call
a
from my
photo
mother
Chad's
last night,
grandpa.
and my mother-in-law saying, "Why did you have your phone on the bench?" So I want
Yeah.
to clear everything up.
Yeah, that's a good
That was
question.
not my phone.
Oh, sure,
That was
Judge.
a call through the computer system, because I guess we have an open line for remote witnesses, so that it came through the computer system. Jamie says it's never happened before, but it came through the computer system, and she hung up on it. So just for the record, that was not my phone.
Uh-huh. That's what
So I don't
everybody
need that
says in
credit.
court.
Hold on.
Oh, that was you.
Thank you.
I was like, the court has a fucking drum track.
That'd be awesome if they did. It would make coverage really fun.
548. Okay. So you had offered it to come into evidence, and I know there was an objection. There's a lot of hearsay on it, and so is there a redacted copy for me, or is that something you haven't worked through? Okay. Okay, that's fine, Mr. Chu. I think it was her witness, but that's fine. Well, I know it's their exhibit, but you're offering it, and so if you're offering it, you have to redact it to basically. I think it's those two. Well, I just wanted to make sure. I know there. Okay, if you could work out the details, so you owe me one exhibit, so we'll get that at some point today, right? Or even if, I guess, tomorrow when I see you guys, that's fine. Okay, perfect. All right. Anything else preliminary before the jury, Mr. Rottenborn?
One brief matter, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes, that's fine.
Tomorrow, when I see you guys, they're not doing trial tomorrow. They're going to do some motion practice, though. I wonder if
Not
that's going to be
I don't-
televised.
I don't know what they're doing because I mean we got the announce, and she said yesterday, Monday through Thursday as well.
Yeah, well, there could be outstanding motions in limine. There could be all sorts of things that the judge hasn't dealt with yet. That
So they couldn't handle the back end of all that BS like tomorrow, all that video garbage we saw yesterday.
yeah. Oh God. May H says, fell asleep halfway through the video deposition. Did I miss anything important? No.
No,
The video deposition was honestly, and this I think was a really bad waste of time, and I think the judge kind of told them that politely, but it was solely for the purpose of authenticating videos from the residential building that Johnny Depp used to live in. And the reason it was a waste of time is because those things could have been stipulated to without having that guy just say, yes, these are authentic for 2 straight hours. He didn't testify to anything that was happening. He didn't testify about anything that wasn't on the videos. It was just all around a complete mess and should have been handled through stipulation and not through a 2-hour video deposition that would be played to the court for the jury to just try and steal enough hair from another juror to weave a noose and hang themselves, because God, it was boring.
Yeah, I talked to a couple of people that were there, and they were like, "Yeah, when you talked about them clearing out, that's what they said. We were falling asleep in the courtroom, and we didn't want to have problems with the judge or anyone, so we left."
Are we ready for the jury?
Yeah.
Okay.
I apparently missed a chat yesterday from Will E. I don't know if I did see this, Willie, but I'll read it now. He says, hi, unrelated to the trial, but wondering if you could cover the officer shooting in Grand Rapids, Michigan of Leoto. People are trying to make it the next George Floyd. Crump is already here, of course, but it's way different, maybe justified. Well, as a preliminary look at it, I think the maybe is a maybe on this one. It's a maybe justified. The cop is struggling with the guy, but the cop is in a dominant rear mounting position, and he shoots the guy in the back of the head. It's a rough video to watch. The cop might be in a general danger, but he does not appear to be in imminent danger at the time he makes the shot. And that's always the question. Is the police officer or someone else in imminent danger of serious death or serious bodily injury?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
And
Your next witness.
but yes, I'll be covering it soon.
Okay, by video. I'm doing that.
Oh, here's
2
Kate
seconds later.
James.
You get the screen up.
There you
to-
go.
Is that who they're bringing? Kate James?
We usually try to get the
Yeah.
screen up before you, because of that. The
By
sound.
video.
We'll get it up for you.
Is this going to be another video deposition? God, those are terrible. Hopefully it's by remote.
Yeah, they have some
Call.
WebEx and they have some video deposition. So
Ortilio says, as Richard,
Judge, Amber was wreaking havoc in the apartment with a friend to make it look like something happened, just like in Kenosha, Your Honor.
so there you go. Tyler M says, hey, Nick and Tug, if you want to drive down a rabbit hole of the greatest living songwriter, Devin Townsend, Kingdom, live on EMG TV is a good start. Enjoy. Thank you, Tyler.
as long as it takes them with technical stuff, my God, we'll probably have 30 minutes waiting for them to set this up.
You know, if they got rid of thick black frame glasses, this movie wouldn't exist.
Neither would most bell tower shooters, but hey.
Oh no. Woo.
I don't know.
Oh, this is a nightmare. Okay, well, we're going to have some riveting time waiting for tech during this trial. It's always good. Low volume on audio. Well, I mean, they're not. The only person who's actually been using a microphone so far is the judge.
Yeah, the rest
I've
of them are
got to-
just walking around.
I'll boost it here, but they have really peaky audio, and I'm not super interested in deafening everyone. Let me see. I had.
You would think with all
Okay.
they've got like 5 tech experts that are called in this trial. You'd think one of them could come in and be like, hey, this is how we use technology.
Court is an absolute disaster. Every time.
I like how the lawyers act like they're busy. Like he pulled out a pen. He was going to write something.
You say your full name.
Oh God.
Come on, put her in front of us.
Oh no. I think this is a video
My name
deposition.
is Catherine Olwyn James.
Yep.
What's your current address?
From
Have you
February
ever
18th.
spoken with Miss Vasquez before today?
Yes,
When?
I don't recall.
What was the substance of that conversation?
I don't recall.
Was it in the past month?
No.
Was it in the past year?
Yes.
Did you talk about this case?
No.
What did you talk about?
I don't recall.
If you don't recall, how can you recall that you didn't discuss this case? Have you discussed this case or the UK litigation with Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I discussed the UK case with Mr. Waldman.
What did you discuss about the UK case with Mr. Waldman?
Your Honor, can we stop this, please?
Okay.
What?
I don't recall.
Could you pause,
details.
please?
No details whatsoever that you recall?
Yeah.
How hard is it to press pause?
You could. There you go. All right, you want to approach? Or
Sure.
I'm not sure.
Kate James alleges that Amber Heard stole her rape story, amongst other things. So that I wonder if that'll come up in this deposition.
How do you cross a recorded video? The video depositions have been, direct examined and cross examined already. Both sides get to ask the questions, and then they edit down, usually through agreement, to the relevant stuff. They take on any objections. And then if those objections go before a judge after the deposition takes place, the person is still required to answer. But the deposition goes to the judge after, or the objections go to the judge after the deposition is done. The judge rules on those objections, and then those are taken out of the video as appropriate. So If the judge sustains the objection, then they take out the answer. And I believe they take out the objection and the question entirely. So, and if the judge,
Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the video
Volume.
deposition, there are some extra statements that this witness made that aren't part of the video, but it is part of her testimony. So Mr. Rottenborn is just going to read those into the record and for you as well. Okay?
okay.
Why is Rottenborn
Question.
leading them in?
Have you spoken with Adam Waldman before? Answer, yes. Question, when was the last time you spoke with him? Answer, I don't recall. Question, how many times have you spoken with him? Answer, I would say somewhere around 10 times total. Question, have you spoken with him in 2022? Answer, yes. Question, what was the substance of that conversation? Answer, friendly banter. Question, about what? Answer, nothing to do with the case at all. Question, what was it about? Answer, we have gotten to know each other. And, you know, I was on vacation, said Happy New Year, that's it. Question, did you call him or did he call you? Answer, I didn't call him. Question, did you text him? Answer, I sent a message saying Happy New Year to a lot of my friends. Question, over text? Answer, yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, you can continue the video.
She's tainted, Tug.
Not 10 times.
No,
Did you exchange drafts of those statements with Mr. Waldman?
no,
Who did you send those drafts to?
shillings.
Is every word in those witness statements words that you drafted?
Yes,
Did anyone provide edits to those witness statements for your consideration?
I'm very good at my own editing, I can assure you.
That didn't answer my question. Did anyone else provide edits to those witness statements for
No.
your? Now, you've spoken with Mr. Depp since he and Amber got divorced, correct?
Correct.
When was the last time you spoke with him? You can answer.
I don't recall.
Was it within the past year?
No,
In any day prior to today, have you exchanged text messages with Mr. Depp?
yes,
When was the last time approximately that you
They
exchanged
should have
text
deposed you,
messages
Tug.
with Mr. Depp?
That would have been awesome. I would have shilled my book like 30 times.
I would say 2016. Oh, yeah, I think 2016, but it's a long time ago.
When was the last time you spoke with Amber Heard?
I don't recall.
Was it shortly after your employment with her ended in 2015?
No,
Graham Perry, you're too loud compared to court.
Was it after that?
no,
We're actually not. It's this particular video that is quiet.
Have you spoken with her to the best of your recollection or communicated with her in any way in the past, say, 5 years?
no.
When were you hired by Ms. Heard?
In 2012,
How did you meet her?
her sister put an ad through, a recruitment system I use in my field.
Take me through the chronology of, well, let me ask you this way. When did would you describe your work for Ms. Heard as a personal assistant? Is that what you would call your job title?
Yes,
When did you first start working as a personal assistant?
in 1999.
For how many people have you served as a personal assistant?
Maybe 6.
Since you left Ms. Heard's employment in 2015, for how many people have you served as a personal assistant?
1. That's the same person I work for to this day. I've been with him for 6.5 years.
Ms. James, have you had any other jobs since, other than this personal assistant job, since you left Ms. Heard's employment?
No,
Now, your work for Ms. Heard was it part-time or full-time?
It started as part-time and became full-time.
When did you change from part-time to full-time?
I don't recall.
What were your job duties?
Too many to mention.
For real.
Give me your best summary of what your job duties were, please.
Is this relevant? Okay, so let's see. I mean, if you're ready for a really, really long time of me explaining all of the details, that's fine. It's everything you could possibly do to run someone's life. Okay, so it is grocery shopping, it is taking care of admin, it is running errands, it is getting the carpets, it is getting the bolsters, it is picking up flowers, it is dealing with the decorator, it is dealing with the housekeeper, it is going on and on and on and on, and it goes on every single day. Arranging travel, dealing with all of the surplus staff around the travel, booking all the greeters, dealing with the changing of travel. Okay, liaising with people that she's working with on films, updating her calendar accordingly, liaising with the people on set every single day to update her calendar to ensure that she knows what scene she's
God, I
doing
need
each
one of
day,
these
what her
so
call
bad.
time is. Or every day.
Me too.
But it's a lot. It's a myriad of things that go across the board daily.
You were paid for that work, correct?
Very poorly.
What were you paid? Was it $1,500 a week to start?
Kidding?
Is that what?
No, I wish. My God. No, it was not. She paid me $25 an hour to start off with. And she finally agreed after screaming abuse at me that she would pay me $50,000 a year once I went to full time. And this was after me working for well over 10 years as a personal assistant. So it was very insulting to me, but I did it anyway because I had grandfathered in the ability to pick up my son from school and bring him to work with me at 3 o'clock.
And you could have left Ms. Heard's employment at any time, correct?
Yes.
Damn.
You were based in Los Angeles when you were providing personal assistant services to Ms. Heard, right?
I have always lived in Los Angeles since 1999.
Truth
So
is
you
paramount
didn't
says
travel with
25 an
Ms.
hour is
Heard
not
when she
bad.
was
It
out
is
of
for a
town,
personal
correct?
assistant
That
in
was another
LA
part
to a
of our
celebrity.
agreement that I wouldn't share.
Yes, that is actually really bad for that job.
And she was out of town quite a bit, right?
Not really.
Not really? How many weeks a year would you estimate Ms. Heard was out of town while you worked for her?
Well, you're talking almost 10 years ago, so I can't tell you quite honestly.
But when she was out of town, you wouldn't see, you never traveled with her, right?
No.
How much did you see Mr. Depp over the course of your employment with Ms. Heard?
Regularly.
How many times? Well, obviously you didn't see him when he was out of town, right?
No.
What's her last name again? This is
When
Kate.
he was in town,
James.
was it,
Kate
would you see him
James.
daily, weekly, monthly? What would you estimate?
There is no rhyme or reason to answer that question.
Now, you never witnessed any violence between Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp, right?
No.
And Ms. Heard never told you that she had been violent to Mr. Depp, correct?
No.
You had knowledge that Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp had arguments, correct?
No.
Ms. Heard never told you that she had and Mr. Depp had arguments?
Occasionally she'd send a text message complaining about her mental state, but it was never clear exactly what was going on.
So you never...
I remember she would text me complaining about her mental state, and that was about it. I don't have any of the text messages, so it's hard to remember.
Do you recall hearing anything about an alleged incident between Amber and Johnny on a flight from Boston to LA around this time frame?
Like I said, I remember that day very well.
And to follow up on that, I'm not asking just about what Amber may have told you. I'm just trying to drill down generally to what you may have heard, whether from Amber or Johnny or anyone about that. Does that make sense? So can you tell us, what do you remember hearing about that flight, or what happened or didn't happen on that flight from Boston to LA?
Don't know.
Sitting here today, you don't remember anything that you heard about that?
I don't know. I wasn't on the plane. I just know what happened afterwards. Okay. When she asked me to come meet her at the shuttle.
Did you think to ask her if she was okay?
You know, I probably did, because that's my role, to play a caregiver. That's all I can imagine.
So what do you remember about this day that you alluded to earlier?
Mostly my surprise that they went to the Chateau Marmont, because Amber had an apartment of her own in West Hollywood that was like completely set up and available to her. So that was my biggest confusion. Like, why did she go to the Chateau? And then she asked me to get her bathing suit. I remember that. So I had to go to her apartment to get her bathing suit, which again seems strange to me. And then what also seemed strange is when I got there, she had a bunch of friends with her. And originally I thought she was alone.
Did, when you refer to Amber's apartment, are you referring to the apartment on Orange Avenue?
Yes, yeah.
And isn't it true that Mr. Depp would spend time in that apartment with Amber time to time, correct?
Well, I don't really know what the question is in relation to that. He wasn't there at that time, if that's what you're referring to. Yeah,
no, that's not my question. My question was just, over the course of your employment, you have knowledge of Mr. Depp spending time at that Orange Avenue apartment,
I spent
right?
time there, and at his residences, I would go around different places. Yeah.
Were you concerned about Miss Heard and her well-being on this day?
No, because it had become a pattern with her, and so I was merely placating her, I would say, and especially when I saw she was there with about 4 or 5 girlfriends and
this is
having fun, enjoying each other.
Her tone and demeanor, I think, might impact her credibility a little bit.
While I sat around
She hates
waiting.
Amber Heard.
Yeah,
With
you
my
can
son,
tell.
Actually, I think it was a Sunday that day, I remember. We had to wait all day, and while they just hung around drinking by the pool. And then finally I went home, and finally she went back to her apartment. And then she wanted me to go back and pack her bag for her at about 10 o'clock at night on Sunday. And I said I couldn't go. By that point, I'd already spent the whole day sitting there. So I said I couldn't go and pack her bag because I'd already put my son to bed, and she was very angry about that. I remember that.
Okay, so when you asked her if she was okay, you didn't actually care if she was okay. You said you were just placating her, right?
It was a standard procedure at this point. She was a very dramatic person.
So you didn't actually think that there was anything that Amber was actually upset, correct?
As I said, it just didn't make sense that she went to the chateau instead of going home. That was the first red flag for me that day. You know? So
you came to the conclusion that day that she actually wasn't upset. Is that what you're saying?
It's too much. I mean, I already answered once.
What I'm asking is, did you
edits
come to
are
the
weird.
conclusion that there was nothing wrong with Miss Heard that day and that she wasn't actually upset?
I don't know how to answer. I mean, it's such a strange question. Like I said, you already asked me and I already answered.
I'm asking to answer it again. I don't think I asked the exact same question, but do your best, please.
Could you ask me the question in a different way or a clearer way that is not exactly the same as the last question you asked me?
Did you reach the conclusion that day that Miss Heard hadn't experienced anything traumatic?
Over the course of the day, I observed Miss Heard enjoying the company of her friends for several hours. That's all I have to say on that matter.
So,
And would it be odd for someone who's experienced trauma to want to be around friends? To you?
Yeah, I don't know.
So in any event, you
so
said
again,
you
it's
sat around
funny,
the
and you can
Chateau
really
Marmont, is that
you
right?
can really f around with people
Yes, well, she
in a
was
deposition,
deciding what to
but
do.
it might not
Now,
come
you were
across
being
well
paid
to the
for that
jury in
time,
the long
correct?
run.
Not overtime. It was a Sunday. I was not being paid. No.
Did you
She wasn't being paid.
avail
she didn't get
yourself of
overtime.
anything at the hotel? Like, did you order any food?
No.
Did you
I might have ordered some food for my son, actually, to be honest. Now I think about it, because he was only little at the time. I think he was, 5 or something. So I might have ordered food for my son. I'm not a big eater. Food is not a big priority for me.
Deb laughs.
would you have put that on Miss Heard's tab that day?
Everything was on Deb's tab that day, so no.
On Johnny's tab?
Yes.
Let's bring up the document entitled, or that ends in 6151, please.
Showing exhibit 3 on the screen.
When she wrote, "I love you," and you wrote, "Love you too, hon, won't be long, X."
That's her job as a personal assistant.
Yep.
Was that just placating Miss Heard?
Standard friendly text exchange in my role of work.
Yeah.
Were you trying to be supportive at all, or just placating her?
A bit of both, I guess.
Did you have any concern whatsoever about Miss Heard's well-being that day?
No.
When was the first time that you remember Miss Heard telling you that all wasn't right in the relationship between her and Mr. Depp?
I don't recall exactly when it started, but it was usually her complaining and crying due to insecurities within the relationship more than anything else. She would be very, very insecure a lot of the time, and she would call me up crying. I remember one time she called me when she was alone in New York City, and she was crying and walking around the street crying. And he wasn't there. She was alone, but I said to her that she needed to go inside because I was worried that the paparazzi might take a photo of her, and she was in a very dysregulated state. And so just out of kindness, I said to her it was better if she went inside rather than walking around crying in public. I remember that, but I don't remember exactly when that was. It might have been 2012 or 2013. As the job went on, we called each other less and less and did mostly text messaging. It was all text messaging we did.
Did you ever believe that Mr. mistreated her?
No,
So, and why not?
just never any evidence of it at all. I was there almost daily. In, both
Dupree, they didn't
Both
stipulate to
and
this
Ben
deposition.
Ventry,
This is actually a good deposition compared to yesterday. I'd like to invite or welcome someone else to the stream. This is the lawyer you know. Welcome, buddy.
What's up, man?
Just
Feels like a
watching-
long time coming. Glad I
Yeah,
can
no
make it
kidding.
on.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you.
Did Miss
Glad
Heard
to
ever
have
tell
you.
you that Johnny had hit her?
We'll do some introductions when there's
Did she
a
ever
decent
did she ever tell you
downtime.
that Johnny had pulled her hair or pushed her?
No,
Let me ask it a little bit differently. You never believed Miss Heard that Mr. Depp had mistreated her. Is that correct?
at the time or after? I never believed it. In what context are you talking about? During my employ or afterward?
During your
No, never. And there was never any damage to the apartment that I witnessed. There was never any aftermath of anything ever that I ever saw.
Now, you, of course, have no personal knowledge one way or the other whether Johnny was abusive to her, correct?
I always love these
I
types
don't
of
know if
questions.
that's necessarily true, because if
You don't know
was
that it
true,
never
I would have
happened.
seen the damage even if I wasn't physically present in the moment of these alleged arguments.
And what's your basis for that statement?
Well, if someone's being beaten, there's generally physical evidence.
So your testimony is that if there was no physical evidence that you observed, then it couldn't have happened. The domestic violence by Johnny toward Amber. Is that your testimony?
No.
Just say yes. Just say
Well,
yes.
I'm trying to understand what your testimony is. Maybe you could clarify for me, Ms. James. Is your testimony that it never
Is your
saw
testimony
firsthand evidence of Johnny being violent to Amber, that it couldn't have happened?
That's not what I said. You're trying to put words into my mouth. I don't appreciate that.
Can you pull up the document that is well, let me see what it ends with here.
Do they think jurors don't understand that concept? Like, nobody says, no, it could have never, ever happened because I was with these people every second of every day, versus I never saw it.
Right. I never saw it. I never saw evidence of it. I never saw anything. Sure, I guess it could have happened.
Depp 11432, please.
Anything could happen.
Yeah, the Pope could be licking Mother
Well, that's
Teresa
I'll
for all
direct
we
your
know.
attention to the
But did you witness it, Nick? Did you ever witness it?
Okay.
Look, I'm under an NDA.
the corresponding trial exhibit. You could just bear with us for 1 minute, and then we'd like to move for admission.
All right. What's the number on it?
That's what we're trying to figure
Okay.
out. Sorry for the delay.
All right, so this is probably a good time. Peter, you are the lawyer you know.
Yes, sir, man. At least to some people, I guess.
Welcome, man. You've got a YouTube channel. It's linked in the description, by the way, if you guys want to check out Peter's content. You've been experiencing some good growth on the channel, steadily rising up the subscriber count, and I'm happy to have you on.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. I'm shocked people care to listen to what we have to say about stuff, to be honest with you. I never expected anybody to care about what we say, but it's been fun. It's been really fun.
Well, to be fair, can you prove at all that anyone cares?
That's
we
true.
say?
Very
Yeah.
true. Very
Is
true.
it
It's
your
a low
testimony
bar.
today?
Oh man, I appreciate it. Yeah.
What kind of law do you practice? Do you talk about? What's
So I practice primarily plaintiff's personal injury work, car accidents, slip and falls, civil trial work. That's what I focus on. I'm a trial lawyer. My dad's a criminal defense lawyer, so we do a lot of criminal defense. I started out doing criminal defense the first couple years of practice. There's a lot of crossover, obviously, with trial work and just being able to get a lot of trials under my belt criminal-wise, and then doing a lot of PI trials over the last 8 or 9 years. So that's mainly what we practice. We talk about everything. I mean, I try to stick to what I know, as for the most part. And any civil trial lawyer knows that the topic of the case doesn't matter as much as
Defendants
the rules. Like when we talked about that Bitcoin trial,
844. Any
it
objection?
doesn't really matter what the facts are of the Bitcoin trial. It's a civil trial. So, we talk about stuff like that as much as we can and try to have fun with it, So that's basically what we try to focus on, is as much trial work and civil or criminal trials that we can.
well, awesome. I'm glad to have you
Right,
here.
if you want to approach
Now,
them,
do you know Legal
somebody
Mindset?
has a copy of 844.
I don't know him personally. I just know him through YouTube. Know him about as
Oh,
well as
okay.
I know you. So, except
We'll-
I've had him
we'll
on a
get
couple
it.
times, and I know he's a Florida lawyer
That's
too.
right.
which is
We'll
cool.
get it.
Well, I mean, Florida's a tiny place. If he's a Florida lawyer, you're a Florida lawyer. You guys probably, I mean,
There's only
There's only,
100,000 of us.
no, there's like 3. Stop it.
I wish.
You can't throw an alligator in Florida without hitting a lawyer and then having another one there to sue him.
Exactly. It's true. It's very true. We just breed billboards here. Up and down every main street. It's one white lawyer after another.
Oh no! You froze out for just a second, but you're back. That's good. No, yeah, it's crazy because when I go down to the Tampa area to visit my parents, it's just like law firm, law firm, law firm, law firm, law firm, Wendy's, law firm, and it's like, oh my gosh, there's how is there this much work? But then I remember that it's Florida, and within the past 35 seconds, someone's face has been eaten by someone else.
Well, everybody's rushing here also from other states. So it's just being packed in with retirees and people fleeing their states.
Yeah. Oh man. So what's your, have you been following along this case?
Yeah, I have followed a lot of it. I kind of have been listening to it in the background. I think we've handled some defamation cases. They're very difficult on the plaintiff's side if you're trying to prove somebody else lied.
Right.
But we also always say that one of the most important things in any case, in any trial, is whether or not the jury likes your client. So I think a lot of people like Johnny Depp, which is going to give him a better shake than most people in a trial like this. I think it's really hard to definitively prove. It feels like a domestic violence trial to me. Like there's a prosecutor, there's a criminal defense lawyer. They're arguing about it. They're trying to prove his background makes him susceptible to this or makes him more of a victim or whatever it may be. We're hearing about his drug use. We're hearing about whether or not he's ever been abusive in the past. And we're just hearing about all these things that feel like a DV case rather than a lying case. Did somebody lie? Are these statements true or false? And another thing that I think is tough, and the strategy I would have taken if I was Amber Heard's lawyer, is all he has to do is push her, is emotionally abuse her, is, have sexual relations with her when she didn't want to, for her to be able to claim it's sexual violence. I mean, we've seen that these days where somebody has left an encounter with someone, they had sex, and the other person was like, I didn't want to have sex, but I didn't say anything to them. That could be considered sexual violence. And in her mind, if that's her opinion that she is a sexual violence abuse victim, then what she said is not a lie under the letter of the law. That's the strategy I would have taken. But it seems like they're instead trying to prove that Johnny Depp is an abuser, a sexual abuser, emotional abuser, physical abuser. And that's a much more difficult case to prove, I think, for Amber Heard's lawyers.
I think it's because they have to salvage her career out of this too, not just win a case after everything that got dumped in the public. It's devastating. You already have smoking wreckage of one career, and her career, this is make or break time.
Yeah, and I find it interesting because on the surface, you've got three statements that are the subject of the defamation claim. In this case, one of them allegedly not written by Amber Heard, right? It's the op-ed title work, which would be done by some poor unpaid intern at the Washington Post. But so you got two statements basically, and they don't really say much, but it's like, and it's weird that, so Johnny Depp's strategy appears to be, we gotta get all the baggage behind these statements that people would have known about. Especially the important people who are in charge of my career would have known exactly who Amber Heard was talking about. These statements are targeted to those people in the know. And we need the jury to understand the full backstory of these statements. And the defense, it seems like their strategy should be kind of what you said. Like just hyper focus on these things and be like, no, these don't say that. Plus, if he ever did anything to her, it's just her opinion, man.
Exactly. And I thought reading her entire piece was a skillful thing that he did in opening to give it context.
August 13th, 2016.
Yes.
And it appears that he's responding to something that you had sent him, correct?
I don't know.
You see where he says, "Thank you, sweetheart"?
Yes.
He's directing that to you, right?
It looks like there's someone else CC'd on this text, so it could be to that person. I honestly don't know. I can't answer your question.
Could we please pause the video?
All right, can we pause for a second? Thank you. He already did. That was good. Thank you.
Nice work. Your Honor, I'd like to.
We'll switch to
our.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, they're going to show the text messages now, I guess, maybe.
Not yet, but not yet. Make sure it's set right.
Because of all the craziness, I do think the videos and the text messages
Your Honor,
are
with
the most important part.
With the stipulation that we'll prepare a redacted version to be entered into evidence that has other personal identifiers redacted, we'd ask for permission to admit this into evidence and publish to the jury.
The objections are noted, and we will get the redacted copy. All right. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yesterday's video deposition made me want to die. This one's actually substantive, so I'm more interested in it. Oh, it says, we'll hit you when we get back. Now we know that Johnny Depp is threatening another woman. Come over for a spot of purple and we'll fix her flabby ass.
Ready to resume with the video.
Not great, Johnny. Not great.
Love it. Love it, Jay.
Do you see where he
I
says,
would touch that
we'll hit you
scum.
when you get back, doll. Come over for a spot of purple and we'll fix her flabby ass nice and good.
Yep.
Come over for a spot of purple means come over for a drink of wine, right?
I don't know.
That's what you understood it to mean, correct?
I don't know.
Lucian, can you pull up the documents?
He's just talking about getting her on a
labeled UK
Stairmaster.
trial, Day 7, James testimony, please. And Miss James, you remember
Gotta get
giving
that flabby
testimony
ass in
the
shape.
trial in the UK, right?
Well, there'd be something wrong with me if I didn't.
And in
I
that,
need order in the
when
court.
you gave that testimony,
you.
you gave it under oath, correct?
Yes.
Lucian, can you please go to page 39 of the PDF? And can you please blow up the page that is labeled 1221? And on line 7, Ms. James, am I reading this right? You were asked a question, and he is inviting you over for a spot of purple. What is that? Yes, is your answer. Question, what did you understand? You answered red wine, I imagine. You see that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Remember giving that testimony?
Yeah.
Is that slang for red wine?
Was it your understanding that Mr. Depp was
That's what
inviting
she
you over
imagines.
for wine at some point after he split up from Miss Heard?
And just speculation.
Did
Yeah,
you?
she said,
go,
"I
did you
imagine."
meet up with Mr. Depp for?
Now she must have a good lawyer because she said that's been asked and answered, and that's speculation in her answers.
August 13th, 2016.
I did meet up with him, but we did not drink red wine. No.
Was anyone else present for that meeting?
No.
When he said, "Come over for a spot of purple and we'll fix her flabby ass," you understood him to be referring to Miss Heard when he said, "We'll fix her flabby ass," correct?
Yeah, it wasn't for me to speculate what he was referring to.
And I'm not asking for you to speculate what he was referring to. I'm asking for your understanding was that he was talking to Miss Heard, correct? You can answer.
There isn't an answer. I mean, this is the way he writes. It's very random and you don't sort of question it. Okay? It's just the way he writes. He writes in a very abstract way.
Okay. Lucian, if you can just pull up the prior testimony that we just
I mean,
looked at.
I'm not so sure that Amber Heard's ass has ever been categorized as flabby before, so maybe he's talking about someone else.
Miss James, isn't it true
Maybe
that,
she just wears good Spanx.
on line 12 of page 1221, you were asked the question, red wine, and not only to come over for a spot of purple, but to fix her flabby ass. That was about Miss Heard, was it not? And on line 14, you answered yes, yes. You see that?
Yes.
So you did understand this to be referring to Miss Heard, correct? I'm sorry,
No.
you said no?
Just trying to be agreeable in the court, having no clue what on earth is going on. So there you go. I have no clue.
Oof. How do you
Was
impeach that?
answer in the court truthful or just agreeable?
Just being agreeable.
So it wasn't truthful? You can answer.
I don't have an answer for you, Mr. Rottenborn.
Okay, so it is
What did Mr.
Rottenborn
Depp
doing
talk
the
about
questioning.
At that meeting.
Yeah.
That you
That's why
recall?
she's so adversarial.
Someone in the
Just
chat
tell
had
me
asked.
generally everything you recall.
It's too long ago, Mr. Rottenborn. I don't recall.
Do you recall anything?
No.
Where was the meeting?
No.
At his residence in West Hollywood.
Is that his residence? What? I'm sorry.
In West Hollywood.
What time of day?
About 3 p.m.
So you recall the time of day, but you don't recall anything you discussed?
No, I'm just saying, I know it was in the afternoon because it was after I picked my son up from school because my son went to swim in the pool with the security guards watching him while I went and had a brief conversation with Mr. Depp. That's the only reason.
So I missed the very beginning of this testimony. Is he asking the questions in the courtroom?
No.
No.
Okay, so it's all on the video.
Yep.
Okay.
What did you discuss about Ms. Heard?
Yeah, they've edited out the objections and
Yeah, I've seen people actually ask questions and then play the video to try to keep the jury's attention, and I didn't know
Oh,
if that's
God.
what they were trying.
Well,
Oh, it's
I'm
brutal.
just a little confused because you just testified you didn't remember anything, but now you remember that you did talk about Ms. Heard. So what I'm trying to get is everything you remember about the conversation.
Well, you've got to understand, Mr. Rottenborn, the mutual connection between Mr. Depp and myself is, in fact, Miss Heard. So inevitably, that is going to be part of the conversation. That's all I remember. Okay.
Do you remember anything else about that conversation with Mr. Depp?
No.
Have you seen Mr. Depp since that conversation?
No.
Now, just describe generally your educational background, please.
I completed high school and then I went straight into becoming a veterinary nurse when I left school, which I did for approximately 3 to 4 years before I left Australia.
Did you have any sort of specialized training in veterinary medicine or nursing?
Only on the ground experience, 4 years in a clinic.
So you don't have any experience with medical training for humans, right?
No.
And you don't have any training in healthcare, correct?
look, if you're not a nurse or a doctor,
Did
you
you
can't
do more
recognize a
specific?
bruise or a cut or a scrape
You don't
or
have
the
any
absence of
training
one.
in healthcare for people.
Why doesn't he ask her about the makeup?
No kidding.
I'm not a human nurse, if that's your question. I don't really understand your question.
Sorry, you don't have any training related to prescription drugs, do you?
No.
She
And
talked about her addiction to different things. That's why this is in there.
Only pertaining to animals. Yes, I would like to add that.
Okay, and that was the training that you received on the job in Australia before you came to the U.S.
Amongst other things, yeah.
You familiar with Ms. Heard taking prescriptions for Accutane and Provigil, among other things, correct?
Yes.
You are not. You never served as a
Some of their
nurse or
edits are not
doctor to
great.
Ms. Heard, right?
Missed that one.
No.
And you have no medical knowledge to testify whether Ms. Heard used Provigil or Accutane in the way her doctors instructed, correct?
No.
Kind of must be
And you're
cool to
not
be
an
a celebrity.
expert on the interaction
Your
of
doctors give you whatever the
prescription
fuck you
drugs
want.
and alcohol or other drugs, correct?
No.
They said that Depp's doctor cost, what, $100,000 a month? That's what they said?
Yep.
Wow, man, that's crazy. That's what I need.
Legal drug dealers, you know?
Hell yeah, that's what I want. I mean, terrible.
Seems like that way in Florida.
Man, sometimes when I had COVID, I would have
Did you,
killed
during
to
the
have
course of
that
your employment,
hookup.
develop any
I couldn't get
technical
shit.
knowledge of
That was me, man. I
Depp's use of
sat at
alcohol?
home and was miserable. I was going to die.
And what do you mean by not firsthand?
Well, I worked with Amber. I didn't work with him.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp using illegal drugs?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp abuse alcohol?
No.
Did you ever speak with Dr. Kipper?
No.
Did you ever speak with Aaron Borum?
Yes.
And Aaron Borum was a nurse who worked for Dr. Kipper, right?
She was assigned to Amber. That's how
sorry.
I spoke to her.
I'm sorry.
She was assigned to Amber. That's how I came to be speaking to her.
And she also provided medical services to Johnny, right?
I don't know.
What do you recall speaking to Aaron Borum about?
Just random chit chat in the course of the day, nothing specific.
Do you recall ever forming any concern in your own mind about any of Mr. Depp's behavior in his relationship with Amber?
Never.
Oh, back to the better mic.
Nothing you heard, nothing you witnessed, nothing you saw during your time with Miss Heard ever gave you an inkling of concern about Mr. Depp's behavior toward Amber?
You already asked me that.
It is pretty powerful coming from her assistant.
Now,
I mean, you'd think she would have seen something, heard something, consoled her one time if
you
she'd
left
been
your
hit.
employment.
And even though each individual person wasn't with her every second of her life, if they could stack enough people that were her neighbors, her friends,
Just
her
after they came back from the
employees, and they
wedding,
never saw it, I think that's powerful.
Did Miss Heard terminate your employment?
When Miss Heard came back from the island, she informed me that she now needed to support her mother because her mother could no longer work at a diagnosis, a medical diagnosis, and she told me she could no longer afford to pay me since she had to support her mother, and therefore she would have to terminate my employment to support her family.
And did you resent Miss Heard for that, for terminating your employment?
I would have been nice to have been given some notice, so I had some time to look around. So I was a little upset for the lack of notice. But apart from that, no, I was not upset.
Miss Heard gave you 6 weeks of severance pay, correct?
I don't recall.
That kind of shoots that answer.
In the job for Miss Heard?
Well, I did ask if I could have a few months heads up so I could seek another job that would suit the terms of my employment, but she did not allow that.
And that made you angry, correct?
No.
Angry enough to lie to the
Did you
jury
ask
under
for
oath.
Mr. Depp's payroll
Angry because she ruined Johnny Depp's life
for Mr. Depp?
with all these lies
Well, when
and
she
phony
said she
pictures.
couldn't afford it, I said, now you're married, couldn't I go on to Depp's payroll? And she said, no, it was part of a legal agreement they had that she was not allowed to do that. I don't know whether that was true or not.
That was not true.
You ever asked
They-
Mr. Depp whether you could go on his payroll?
Didn't have a prenup.
Isn't it true?
And
that
everybody
you
was on his
to,
payroll.
Live in one of Mr.
Yeah,
Depp's
even the
houses
police apparently.
rent-free for a period of time after your employment?
Well, you see, I'm a homeowner, but I want to be clear. I didn't want to miss a mortgage payment due to unemployment. So my idea is perhaps I could find an alternate accommodation in order to rent out my house so I don't lose my entire property. I'm a homeowner. Keeping my home and my payments up to date is the paramount importance to me.
Seems like she argued with her
True
own
that you
lawyer
had
there.
already skipped about 1.5 years of mortgage payments on your home
Oof.
during the time you were employed by Miss Heard.
Oof.
Let's pull up the document ending in ALH 5858, please.
Exhibit.
This is why you don't make these arguments. This argument doesn't
Yeah, I
matter.
think
And now she's getting
read
impeached
everything.
about her mortgage payments.
Yep.
So if you're ready for me to ask,
Yeah, I was mad when she fired me, but I don't want to take her life down over it.
you and Amber relating to the termination of your employment.
Yeah, this is the email I received when she terminated me.
They didn't really go into those
And
mortgage
the
payment
emails
things,
above
though.
in
It got
this
edited out.
document
They shouldn't. I don't know how that's relevant.
are an email exchange.
Just to
That-
impeach
that-
her, I guess.
That question
after
should have
you
been
received the
not
termination.
included if they weren't going to follow
when
up
I
with it,
woke up
though.
that morning, yeah.
Can you go to the first page, please? Top of the document. Isn't it true that Miss Heard did pay you 6 extra weeks of pay after your termination?
She's stating that, but I don't recall if it actually happened or not.
You don't have personal knowledge one way or the other, or a recollection of whether she did.
No.
And isn't it true that you do tell her in this email that you didn't pay your mortgage for the first 1.5 years that you were working for her?
Yes,
Correct.
I had one of those balloon mortgages, so I had to go through a loan modification. And I recall now that that's why I was able to agree to work for her for such a small amount of money than what I normally made. It was
There we
sort of
go.
There it is.
a favor almost.
What was a favor?
To work for her for like half my usual paycheck, basically.
So you were doing Amber a favor?
Yes, because initially it was described as a part-time, 20-hour-a-week thing with flexibility and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, I thought it's not really in my caliber, but my son was only 4 at the time, so it seemed like a good idea, especially because I wasn't paying my mortgage, so I could take the hit by getting less pay than I would normally make.
Not a great little run here for it's all about my mortgage payment's paramount. Actually, I wasn't even paying my mortgage, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
This is no, but I just want to be clear. You're not blaming Amber for you're not paying your mortgage, right?
No, that was my choice. That was the only way I could get a loan modification. Was the way it worked back then. But you know the 2008 crash, that's how it worked back then. If you wanted to save property. Well,
and you started working for Amber.
It's true.
Well, right.
Yeah,
Should have just led with that.
Time, the loan modification process.
And you're not blaming Amber for getting a credit card with 29.
So we do these loan modifications on homes rather than foreclose because the banks couldn't offload the properties.
First page, about 2/3 of the way down, you say, I have borrowed from my mom my tenant security deposit. Now I have used up a credit card I should use as it has 29% interest.
Oh, that's my choice.
Did you have tenants in your property at that time?
She opened up all this questioning by just saying, "Oh, I was mad that she didn't give me a few months."
And that time, yes,
she doesn't even. None of this is relevant to this case. I don't feel like. Just bias, I guess.
The tenant security deposit for personal expenses.
I don't remember.
Do you see where you say I have borrowed from my mom my tenant security deposit? Does
29% interest is a default interest rate on cards, or it used to be. They don't do it as much anymore.
For me to recall if it actually happened.
Would there be a reason that you would have said that if it wasn't true?
No.
And isn't it true that you did ask to live rent-free in Johnny's houses after you were terminated, right?
Lots of people did.
Isn't it true that you did?
Yes.
And did that ever come to pass?
No.
Did it make you angry that that didn't happen?
No.
It's fair to say at the time that your employment was terminated, you were in fairly significant financial trouble, correct?
Yes.
And you were angry with Amber for terminating you at this time when you were in financial trouble, correct?
No.
See at the bottom of your
It's weird that for the deposition evidence, they do cross first.
It is.
Because usually they're the ones taking the depot. So
Yeah.
they notice her depot, they question them first. Then the other lawyer is actually the one we call cross there, you know.
Your son, right?
So that's
Right.
what's just that's how the depot and they would have to cut it and switch and it wouldn't make sense probably there.
You didn't love it.
Yeah.
But usually you'll do a deposition for trial, you know, so then it would have been in the right order because it's presented for trial. So I wonder if she couldn't show up and they just were forced to play her depot.
And at that point in time, you, well, since your termination,
There's going to be a lot of people this way, I have the feeling.
But
That's also why he's not asking her, you know, these closed-ended cross-type leading questions.
Right.
About 3 months after, and she was in her Range Rover, and I saw her sister, and she said, "Come say hi to Amber." And I went back there, and I was going to say hi, but she was on the phone, and she was saying, "Wait." But then I had to go. That's the only time I've ever seen her. But I wanted to go and say hi. I wasn't feeling like I wanted to avoid her or anything. You know, things happen and life goes on, you know.
I understand you're a personal assistant, Ms. James. What
Now
type
we've
of people
switched
do
to the
you work
plaintiff.
for?
High-profile celebrities.
Are they celebrities in the entertainment industry?
Yes.
You previously testified that in March of 2012, you worked as a personal assistant for Ms. Heard, yes?
Yes.
In total, how long did you work for Ms. Heard as her personal assistant?
Almost 3 years.
And at the time you were hired in March of 2012, had you ever heard of Ms. Heard?
No.
You previously testified today that at some point while working for Ms. Heard, you transitioned from working part-time to full-time. Is that right?
Mhm.
When did that transition happen?
I don't recall specifically.
Do you think it happened within the first year of your employment?
I believe it happened within around 6 months into the employment.
So most definitely it happened in the first year of your employment. Is that correct?
Yes.
You previously testified that you stopped working for Ms. Heard as her personal assistant in February of 2015. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also testified that Ms. Heard let you go upon her return from the Bahamas in February of 2015. Yes?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard ever give you any indication or warning that your employment might end upon her marriage to Mr. Depp?
No.
How did it make you feel when Ms. Heard terminated your employment without warning?
Bit of a shock, a bit of a feeling of being blindsided.
When you first began working for Ms. Heard, and when Ms. Heard was in town, in other words, not traveling, how many times per week would you see her?
Almost daily.
And did that change when you became a full-time personal assistant for Ms. Heard?
No.
Would you see Ms. Heard on the weekends as well?
Yes.
And when you would see Ms. Heard in person, did you coordinate with her when you would be seeing her?
No, I would arrive whenever it was necessary to bring stuff that I'd picked up on errands or whatnot. There was no given set schedule.
And when you say you would arrive, where would you arrive to?
It depended where she was at the time. Sometimes she was at Orange, sometimes she was at one of Johnny's houses on Sweeter, and then eventually they all moved down to the lofts downtown.
You previously testified that your work as being Ms. Heard's private assistant was extensive. Would you please tell us everything that you were responsible for?
Everything from handling all of her dry cleaning, picking up packages, mail, liaising with agents, other people in the industry, coordinating travel, making restaurant reservations, dealing with the staff, the vendors on the property, that sort of thing.
Did Ms. Heard ever ask you to monitor press for her?
Yes.
What specifically did she ask you to do?
I had a newsstand guy that was instructed to hold 2 copies of every magazine she appeared in. Was a newsstand on Sherbourne Avenue, just off La Cienega, and he would hold them for me, and I would go there once a week.
Here's where they get into how dramatic she was and like to overblow things in the media and turn the narrative.
He would hold them for me, and I would go approximately once a week to pick up whatever magazines Amber was featured in, 2 copies of each, which I would then store in her garage.
Why would you store them in Ms. Heard's garage?
Because she didn't want Mr. Depp to see them.
Did she tell you why she didn't want Mr. Depp to see them?
No, she just got very angry with me one day because I hadn't quite made it downstairs to put them in the garage when she came home, and she went absolutely ballistic over that.
When you say she went absolutely ballistic over that, can you please describe what you mean?
Screaming, yelling, abuse.
Do you remember what she said to you?
No.
But it was abusive in your opinion?
Blind rage.
Over the 3-year period in which you worked for Ms. Heard, were you ever with Ms. Heard when she was getting dressed or undressing?
All the time.
How often were you present when Ms. Heard was getting dressed?
Every time she was getting dressed for a fitting, I would say 90% of the time I was there.
And just to clarify, was it just when Ms. Heard was in fittings that you would see her in states of undress?
No, it was also in her apartment. She had no issue with walking around naked quite often.
Did you ever observe Miss Heard putting on makeup?
Yeah,
How often did you see Miss Heard doing her makeup?
just when she was getting ready to go out somewhere for a party or something.
And when you interacted with Miss Heard, and I understand it was quite frequent and regular, did it appear to you that she was wearing makeup?
She usually never wore makeup unless she was going to a special event.
Just like our guy Isaac said.
Special events, would you describe her makeup as heavy?
It would depend. It would, a makeup artist would do it, or if she would do it herself. If she did it herself, it would be light and usually adding lashes, and that's about it.
And I believe you previously testified to this, so I'm sorry for asking you again, but while you worked for Miss Heard, did you ever see any types of injuries on her?
No,
Did you ever see any cuts?
no,
Did you see bruises?
no,
I think this is interesting because she
Swelling.
testified that she
no.
frequently saw her naked as well.
Redness in her
So
face.
you don't put makeup on your ribs or whatever if you're getting
No.
beat.
How about Miss Heard?
She's not a doctor,
having
though,
black
remember?
eyes,
That's
Never.
true.
a broken nose,
Not for humans.
missing
It's
hair
true.
clumps?
If she was a puppy.
Sorry,
Mhm.
catch that. Ms. James,
Never.
did you ever see Miss Heard cry?
Yes.
How often did you see her cry?
Hard to put a number on it. Sometimes she would cry on the phone. I think at least once or twice she might have cried on the phone,
She cried when her Pepsi went flat.
you know, and then as far as seeing her personally crying,
To be
you know,
fair, I
she's
do that.
a pretty dramatic person. It's hard to really put a number on it.
I'm focusing on when you saw her in person crying. How many times do you believe that you saw her in person crying?
I would say twice, maybe twice.
Let's take that in bite sizes. The first time you saw Miss Heard cry in person, do you recall what she was crying about? Go ahead, Miss James.
Insecure emotions.
Insecure
The two times that you
emotions.
recall Miss Heard crying in front of you.
They do have to be careful to make it seem like she
about-
hates Amber Heard. Like, be careful with how you handle these
testified
questions.
that
Yeah.
she felt insecure about her relationship. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you expand on that? What do you mean by that?
He didn't like being away from his physical presence.
Did Miss Heard tell you that she felt insecure when Mr. Depp wouldn't be present with her?
Yeah.
Other than telling you she felt insecure about her relationship with Mr. Depp, what else did Miss Heard say about feeling insecure?
She told me she didn't like hanging out in his house with his friends because it was boring and they were all old men playing guitars and it wasn't interesting to her.
You
The
married an
truth
old
comes out.
guy. Jacqueline.
Was Miss Heard dating Mr. Depp when you first started working for her?
Amber Heard sounds like
Yeah.
literally every Sharon Stone character I've ever seen in a movie.
She did.
When did you first learn
Thank God there's no
Heard
ice pick,
was
right?
dating Mr. Depp?
After about a month, I think,
How did you learn that she was dating Mr. Depp?
she told me.
What did she tell you?
She told me she was dating Johnny Depp.
Do you recall the first time you met Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
Yeah, especially
It was in
Casino.
her apartment on Orange, probably shortly after she told me she was dating him. He was standing in the dining room.
And approximately when was that?
I don't remember. I would say April or May of 2012.
What was your impression of Mr. Depp?
He was very peaceful, very calm, almost shy, and very quiet.
Very unabusive.
I remember he was wearing red suede shoes because I didn't know where else to look. I looked at his shoes. It's it's a weird recollection, I know, but I'm just being honest.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp be rude to anyone?
He's such a gentleman. He's like a total Southern gentleman. So no.
He's like the greatest person to ever live.
Literally, it's like just take it down just a half a
Did you ever see him
notch.
scream at anyone?
No.
Did you ever see him break something?
Only in a video.
In your presence,
Video.
did Mr. Depp break something?
In Pirates of the Caribbean, he killed
Never
people.
break anything, never throw anything, always completely passive.
He does have fencing skills.
I believe you testified previously that you have a son, correct?
Yes.
How old was your son when you first started working for Ms. Heard?
4 years old.
And did you ever bring your son to work with you?
Yes.
How often?
Quite often, if I had to keep working, I would bring him back there after school. And if I had to work on the weekends, he would come with me then.
Did Mr. Depp ever interact with your son?
Yes, he was very kind.
How often did Mr. Depp interact with your son?
Whenever they were in each other's presence.
Can you give me an estimate of how often that happened?
Oh, countless times. And he would even teach him how to play guitar. He brought him back from vacations. He showed him his amazing makeup makeover when he was doing Black Mass. He tricked him. He leant over and was saying, "Do you know who I am?" Like the full makeup on his son's jaw almost hit.
And this proves he could have never hit his wife.
He gave my son a little pick as well, a guitar pick, which he cherishes to this day as well.
So what do you think about this, the emoting that Johnny's been
There's
doing
say
this
you were
trial?
around Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard together.
It seems like that's the kind of guy he is, just
Yeah,
in life. So it's probably hard to tone down. I'm sure they've had conversations with him. He's staring at the ground a lot. You're also calling people I think he has pretty serious relationships with. His sister, his best childhood friend, and then seems to like this lady. So, I mean, I think that it's probably good for him to react like everybody else. I mean, everybody in the courtroom was laughing when Isaac was talking and crying when his sister was talking. So I think it's been appropriate at this point. I wouldn't be bothered by it if I was representing him, would you?
Yeah, I think his charisma plays in his favor.
And that's the point. That's what we were saying in the beginning. If you like the client, you got a good chance to win. I think they're going to like him. So that's his best chance because I think it's a tough case to prove.
You think that Mr. Depp was smothering of Ms.
All the
Heard
jurors know him too. And then they say they know him from movies.
Did it
They said that.
appear
So
to you
yeah.
that Mr. Depp was jealous of Ms. Heard?
It's a lot harder for us when we just have regular people we're trying to figure out if the jury's going to like.
Did you ever have interactions with Mr. Depp by yourself?
Sometimes, yeah.
And what were those interactions like?
Just friendly chit chat, which would stop immediately when Amber saw me speaking to him. She'd give me the evil eye, and I'd know to just quickly walk away.
Did Amber ever talk to you about your interactions with Mr. Depp?
No.
In the 3 years that you worked for Ms. Heard, did you ever see Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp argue?
No.
In the 3 years that you worked for Ms. Heard, did you ever see any physical violence between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
Never.
Did you ever see either of them being physically aggressive with one another?
No.
Did you ever see any property damage at Ms. Heard's home?
Never.
Can't wait till recross. But you weren't always with her every second of every day, were you?
Did you ever see any property damage at Mr. Depp's primary residence on Sweetser?
Never.
Did you ever see any property damage at the lofts or the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building?
No, never.
Over the 3-year period in which you worked for Ms. Heard, did you ever hear from anyone that Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard had been in a physical altercation?
No.
Over the 3-year period in which you worked for Ms. Heard, did you ever see Ms. Heard be physically aggressive with anyone?
No.
Let's break that down a bit. When you say she was verbally abusive to you regularly, can you explain to me how she was verbally abusive to you?
Screaming over the phone. She screamed at me once in person, multiple times screaming at me over the phone. Barrages of abusive text messages, day and night, a lot of them in the middle of the night. I think you're aware. I think between 2 and 4 a.m. the barrage would start. That's what I'd wake up to. All incoherent, not really making sense, just basically someone to lash out at, no apparent reason to it.
You testified previously that you observed Ms. Heard be verbally abusive to her sister.
Yes.
What do you recall?
Most people would not like a trial like this or do well in a trial like this when they let all this character evidence in. Most people will look like jerks if you pull your worst moments and your worst text messages.
Her poor sister was treated like the dog that you kick, basically.
You previously testified that you observed Ms. Heard be verbally abusive to her mother.
Mm-hmm.
What specifically did you observe?
Well, there is a video that online where you can see her being abusive first and foremost. So it's not even based on what I'm telling you. It's what I've seen, the interactions between the two of them when her mother was still alive and the fact that her mother was terrified of her.
Did her mother tell you she was terrified of her?
She personally told me she was terrified of her.
Shit.
Did you ever witness Ms. Heard tongue lash her mother?
Here and there, yes. Especially when it was build up to a stressful event or something like that, yeah.
Draw a shade in the damn
Ms. Heard
courtroom.
was verbally abusive to you. Can you provide me with any specific examples of this behavior?
Well, I thought I did earlier, but yeah, it was just so random and ongoing. You would never know when it was going to come left of center. I do remember on one occasion when we were moving from part-time to full-time and the salary negotiations became a real bone of contention. And I specifically remember standing in her office where she leapt up out of her chair, put her face approximately 4 inches from my face. She was spitting in my face and telling me how dare I ask for the salary I was asking for, which was in fact approximately half of my regular annual salary. I was offering her that as a favor, and she felt that gave her the right to spit in my face. And there was a witness in the apartment at that time, by the way.
Who was at the apartment at the time?
The handyman, Hector Galindo.
I'm sorry?
The handyman, Hector Galindo. He was so mortified. He was so embarrassed to hear her speaking to me like that.
No eye contact.
James, while you worked for Ms. Heard, did
Just a
you
little
ever
smirk.
observe her drinking alcohol?
Yes, I did.
How often did you observe Ms. Heard drink alcohol?
Don't recall.
What alcohol did you observe Ms. Heard drink in your presence?
Straight Everclear.
Red wine.
AKA purple drink.
Did Ms. Heard ever appear intoxicated to you?
Yes, she often did.
Lightweight.
While you worked for Miss Heard, were you aware of what, if any, prescription drugs she was taking?
Yes, because I had to pick it up and I often had to deliver it to her to
You
set.
anticipated.
Rory says
Sorry,
for
Ms. James, I interrupted your question or your answer. Excuse me. The last part of your answer was to.
It was my job to pick it up and deliver it to her. Also bring it to her if she was doing a photo shoot or on set or something. If she'd forgotten it.
This is a great witness for Johnny Depp. Great
Do you
witness.
remember picking up from Miss Heard?
Provisional.
Rory says, for the sake of the jury, I think Amber needs to admit her
Any
ass
other
into
prescription
evidence.
drugs that you remember picking up?
Accutane.
Any others?
Not specifically.
To your knowledge, did Miss Heard ever stop taking Provigil or Accutane while you were working for her?
No.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you that she was experiencing any side effects from Provigil?
She didn't say it, but I observed it.
Provigil plus alcohol means you get really, really drunk.
We'll go back to that in a minute.
Trust
but
me.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you that
It's
she
horrifying.
was experiencing any side effects from?
I had a DUI case one time where it was one glass of wine and it was enough.
You
Yep.
previously testified that you observed Miss Heard having certain side effects from Provigil. Yes?
Yes.
What side effects did you observe Miss Heard exhibiting?
Manic episodes.
Can you tell me what you mean by manic episodes?
Similar to if someone was on some sort of amphetamine drug. Moving very fast, not making a lot of sense, hyper organizing, hypertasking, just very, very hyper. Yeah.
As someone with a Provigil prescription, I'll talk about it when we get a little
Besides
downtime.
prescribed medication, did you ever observe Miss Heard ingest any illicit drugs while you worked for her?
No.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you that she had ingested illegal drugs?
Yes.
When did Miss Heard tell you that she had ingested illegal drugs?
Relevance to defamation. Not sure.
Sporadically here and there.
What drugs did Miss Heard tell you she had ingested?
Mushrooms, ecstasy, and cocaine.
She's fondly remembering
If you
cocaine right
remember,
now.
How many times did Miss Heard tell you that she had
Her
ingested
whole
drugs?
domestic abuse, substance abuse equals domestic abuse. That's a problem there.
It's fine. It's a character mudslinging battle.
Did it ever appear to you that Miss Heard was under the influence of illegal drugs?
Yes.
Nobody profits like the lawyers in this situation. A 6-week trial. It's like, oof.
Less than 5?
So long ago, it's hard for me to remember.
Why did it appear to you that Miss Heard was under the influence of illegal drugs?
Disoriented, partying with friends, lots of heavy drinking, laughing, dancing, playing, all the sorts of things that go hand in hand with imbibing in drugs.
Would Miss Heard's treatment of you change when she was intoxicated?
Yes.
How so?
She became more and more belligerent and abusive.
Ms. James, you previously testified that you provided testimony in the matter involving Mr. Depp in the United Kingdom. Do you remember that testimony?
Yep.
And how did you provide testimony in the United Kingdom?
Well, I wrote a witness statement and then I had to do a live video feed.
And did you understand that your witness statement was made under oath?
Yes.
And did you understand that your testimony during the trial live was also under oath? Did anyone help you write your witness statement?
Shillings over in the UK helped me with the first draft, and then I took over and completely edited it to be my own words. That was after a phone conversation we had. They jotted down notes, sent me some basic notes to work with, and then I worked on it from there.
How long did it take you to write your witness statement?
About 3 or 4 days.
Did you feel you had an adequate amount of time to prepare and write your witness statement?
Yes, I was very proud with the outcome of how I wrote it because it was all my words and it was the absolute truth.
And did you have enough time to review your witness statement for accuracy before you signed it?
Yes.
Was everything that was in your witness statement true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And is that still true today? Lucian, may I please have you pull up Depp exhibit number 4, please?
Showing Depp exhibit number 4 on the screen.
I've got to take off, guys. I appreciate it. I'll try to jump back on.
Yeah, anytime, man.
All right.
Later, man.
See you.
Peace.
Ms. James, do you remember receiving an email from Ms. Heard on or about February 12th, 2015?
I don't even believe I was still working for the date.
Do you remember receiving this email in particular from this February 12th, 2015?
Again, I don't, as far as I know, I wasn't even working for her at that time, so I wouldn't even know why she wrote this letter to me, quite honestly.
Do you remember receiving this email then?
No.
Okay. Can we please pull up exhibit number 5?
Stand by.
I love the hyper close-up of somebody's face.
Lucian, may I ask you to, there you go, you read my mind. Lucian, may I either take control or have you scroll down to the bottom? Thank you. James, the way these emails tend to work is they start at the bottom and then go up. And this one is no exception. So I'm going to, for your ease, I'm going to have you read the bottom email first, since it's the first one in the chain, dated February 3rd, 2015.
Yeah, I would have gotten closer, guys, but my nose kept hitting the camera lens.
Looks like she was traveling straight to London after the wedding. That's what I'm reading.
Do you remember, actually, you know what? Why don't you read this entire email chain, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
His lawyer looked like he was praying for a minute. Now he's checking his watch and thinking, when can we eat?
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's
when's
finicky.
morning break?
Do you have control of this? I do have control. Sorry, Miss James.
So the judge apparently ruled that the stealing her rape story obviously would not be admissible. In here, there were some other pretty salacious things that she was not allowed to say. I'm taking it.
Aw.
I know.
Do you remember receiving these emails from Miss Heard?
Not really, no.
I hate that style of glasses. I just hate it.
Do you
Women,
see where Miss
please,
Heard
please
on
don't.
February 4th, 2015, writes in all caps, "Are there no direct flights? Question mark, exclamation." I'm just pointing her to the top email, Mr. Rottenborn. Do you see where Miss Heard writes to you, "Are there no direct flights?" in all caps? You would agree with me that nowhere else in this email chain Miss Heard uses all caps just to write to you, correct?
No, there's not. She seems very confused. That's all I can say. When I'm reading through this, she just seems to be very confused. And the thing is like if that question were to be directed to anyone, it should have been to the travel agent, not me. I mean, I'm not the travel agent. The travel agent was down there in the beginning, Trudy Sullivan.
Directing your attention, Miss James, to May of 2014, when you met Miss Heard at the Chateau Marmont in Los Angeles, California. Do you remember your testimony about that incident? You testified previously that Miss Heard asked you to bring a bathing suit to the hotel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see Miss Heard wearing a bathing suit in May of 2014 at the Chateau Marmont?
I love these questions. Did you see someone wearing a bathing suit 8 years ago?
Based on your recollection, did you see
Ask
any?
Isaac B. He could tell you exactly what color it was. Yeah.
No.
Did you see any red marks on Miss Heard's body?
No.
How would you describe the general atmosphere or mood of Miss Heard and her friends?
Was her
at the
ass
Chateau
flabby?
But to be honest, it seemed a little conspiratorial. Yeah.
Which she actually fit into the back of a Honda Civic.
Like a strategy meeting or something, and combined with a pool party. Hard to describe. It was very confusing. Originally, I thought I was going over for some major emergency, but then something else completely different was going on that day.
What made you think something completely different was going on that day?
Well, because originally it made it seem like she was having this major emergency and she was completely alone and she needed me very badly to come as quickly as possible. But when I got there, she was surrounded by people. Savannah, Io, Tillett Wright, and Rocky specifically, Raquel Pennington.
What was the second name you said? I got Rocky and who?
Io, Tillett Wright. It's the letter I, the letter O. Tillett Wright.
Did you observe Miss Heard showing what appeared to be injuries to any of her friends at the chateau that day?
No.
Did it appear to you that Miss Heard's friends were comforting her? How would you describe Miss Heard's friends' behavior?
Friends hanging out together by the pool, having cocktails and spending the entire afternoon hanging around together.
Did you ever
Back on recross.
did you ever learn information that made you believe that one of the reasons that their relationship between Johnny and Amber wasn't, as you described, perfect was because of Johnny's substance abuse?
I couldn't speculate on the details of their personal relationship.
You did testify earlier.
It's just
that one
Johnny's
of the
substance
reasons
abuse,
you
though,
thought
not
their
hers.
relationship wasn't perfect was
Yep.
security on Amber's part, though, right?
Yes.
I had a couple of mushrooms now and then.
So you developed an opinion that insecurity on Amber's part affected their relationship, but you did not develop an opinion that substance abuse or any actions by Johnny affected their relationship. Is that right?
That statement was based on communications directed to me from Amber, basically.
What communications specifically?
Expressing, exactly what I just stated, that she was sad, she didn't want to be away from him, blah, 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 that sort of thing. It would happen all the time.
And you believe that those statements were the reason that their relationship wasn't perfect?
It's not for me to speculate.
You would agree that just because someone is insecure in a relationship does not mean that she deserves to be abused, correct?
I have no answer for you for that.
Even if someone acts,
I like that deflection.
quote, smothering in a relationship doesn't mean she deserves to be abused, correct?
I don't have an answer for you for that.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. No outside research, do not talk about the case, right? Okay, thank you.
I can't.
All right, let's go ahead and take a break until noon. Is your next witness, we're going to set it up so it's all ready to go in next. Okay, I really appreciate that. Okay, thank you. We'll be in recess till noon.
Okay, we got about a 20-minute break here. Real quick, I want to talk about the prescription drugs. Accutane is an acne drug. I don't know what the side effects are. I don't have any experience with it. I have no idea. The other drug is Provigil, which I do have plenty of experience with as a diagnosed narcoleptic who has a Provigil prescription. What, lady?
Well, I've had to run my kids out twice today.
Yeah, just as. Okay. my other kids are not helping their younger sibling, which is, it's like, guys, help me out here. But Provigil is a stimulant. It is non-narcotic. It is not technically addictive. It does not develop physical dependencies. It's a great stimulant. It is phenomenal. It turns you into a machine. Your brain works like nothing else on the planet. I really like it, which is why I don't take it. Actually, because I noticed how much I enjoyed it, and I was like, yeah, I'm not really comfortable enjoying something like this much. I think that might, though it doesn't have physical abuse symptoms, I didn't want to get into any sort of issues with that. What it does, though, is the process of your body breaking down Provigil involves heavy usage of the liver. And so when you drink while on Provigil, your body is not properly filtering alcohol out of you. And when the alcohol hits you while you're on Provigil, it hits you really, really hard and really, really fast. And you get really drunk from not very much liquor. It's crazy. Do not do it. I learned this by accident, by the way. I did not know that there were serious, that this serious side effect could occur. And I was at a charity event and I had two glasses of whiskey and I was done. I mean, absolutely destroyed for the night. I was with my wife and my parents and I was talking to my dad and I was like, Dad, I don't know what's going on because I've only had 2 drinks, but I gotta go to the hotel. So it was very it's the thing. Provigil on its own is not a big deal. It's actually it turns your brain into this beautiful encyclopedia. You remember everything that you ever could have remembered. It's fantastic if you have like tests or a presentation or something like that. It also makes you it makes me very, very chatty. I will just need to talk to people. But it's on its own, it's just a stimulant, right? But when you combine it with alcohol, it's bad. Don't do it. Don't do it. And so the testimony that she's combining, wine and Provigil there, that could certainly indicate some very dramatic substance issues that wouldn't normally be present.
She was also talking about an acne medication. Apparently, this was in her early claims. She claimed that she would take the acne medication up to 5 times the recommended dose, and she used it. Yeah, so she would use it. I think it was recommended for just a couple of days, and she would never discontinue use. So she was taking insane amounts, and she said that she stopped taking it at one time. She had a skin blemish. I took that as probably a pimple or something, and oh god, it made it worse. So the way I took it, she was using 5 times the recommended dose, and then accelerated after she saw a pimple when she tried to stop.
Wow. So I'm pulling it up right now. Accutane. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's like side effects, skin rash, boner, joint, dry lip, nosebleeds, resonant. These are all bad side effects. What's the good side effects?
I don't know if there's any good ones. I think when you take that amount, though, my God, man, no telling what it'll do to you.
Well, the side effects are psychosis. Like literally, that's one of the listed side effects is psychosis, severe depression, things like that. So the idea is she was just taking so much of it because she was scared of acne. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
She's literally just afraid of zits.
Yeah, she's afraid. Well, she's afraid of not being beautiful in Hollywood. She was afraid Hollywood would set her aside. Depp would set her aside. Like a lot of testimony, even her medical professional records. Like she claims all of this abuse and everything else, but at the end of it, when you look at what they're saying and you cut through the jargon and you also look at her text, she wanted to own him. She had to do anything to keep him around, and she had to stay beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, let me hit some of these chats because a lot of good chats came through during that long. Her video testimony was much better than yesterday's, but it's still video testimony. It's hard to be engaged.
They cut so much of hers out. I mean, I pulled up her witness testimony, and I really wanted to hear the she stole my rape story part.
Yeah, I think that's relevant because these claims are about lies, about abuse. But was the rape story, stole my rape story, did she steal it about Johnny Depp or someone else?
Someone else. Here.
Oh, okay, that's why.
Here's she stole my rape story. It's like she put in 2 witness statements in the UK 2020 trial, and she says, I'm gonna paraphrase a lot. 26, traveling in Japan, unknown guy. He held her at machete point. Yeah, in Brazil. So they were doing on 5 to 6 hours, and she decided in 2013 she told her about that, and Heard's answer, which hey, I agree with this to a portion. I think you need help, how to cope with stuff. But she said she wanted to know how she coped with it on a daily basis, and she suggested she buy a gun. Hell yeah, buy a gun for sure. And she was like, I'm not going to do that. She also said, I see myself as a survivor, And then she said she was surprised years later, to my shock and dismay, when I heard the details of my story being added to Amber Heard's story when she discussed Johnny Depp.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's a powerful statement. And one, it did make the media, but Oh, I mean, when you get into this kind of stuff, when you get into those claims, they're salacious. But beyond that, I mean, if you look at her new claims, like we saw in opening day, it does sound like she is taking claims from movies. Again, Gone Girl, the glass bottle scene. There are other movies, there are other shows, and then there have been other suggestions that she's lifted other people's stories. So, yeah, you get enough of those, maybe you'll turn some activists against your ass.
They may be preserving their right to bring that in if the door gets opened during trial.
See, I don't. I'm going to see if I can find out if it got ruled out or anything. Let me find out.
While you do that, I'm going to read some of these. Eric Yoakum says, during my jury duty, the prosecution almost played an hour-long video of traffic passing by to catch one car during the end. Thankfully, the judge and defense allowed an edited down version to be played instead. Ugh, why? Crafty Huragok says, Rekieta law, we need a poll. Is the dependent a thought or a queen? So the personal assistant, I think, is who you're talking about.
Yeah. From just a note, from what I'm understanding, again from sources, that it wasn't allowed in.
Yeah, it's highly prejudicial, But I would be curious if Amber's team opens the door if they introduce the story or whatever, they'd be allowed to probably impeach that, I would think. Lancelot 652 says, I mean, unless Johnny hits as hard as Will Smith, there would be some sort of mark and a personal assistant would see her near daily. Yeah, I mean, that's a thing. And I'm sad that Peter had to go before this break because I wanted to talk to him a little bit more. But the chat was getting salty about us talking over some of the less interesting parts of testimony. But that being said, you can't account for every second of people's lives. But if no one has actually witnessed any domestic violence, if no one has seen the aftermath of domestic violence, and I mean, I've seen people, I've worked with people who have been victims of domestic violence in my lawyer capacity, and it's not, I mean, it kind of shows.
Yeah.
It's not like someone is pulling punches here or love tapping, right? Like these are one of my clients had broken rib, right, from one instance of domestic violence that was there, broken rib, and it was one hit. It was not like this was a chain beating. It was one strike, busted rib. Another one, a male victim of domestic violence had cuts and scratches all over his face. He was torn up. He looked like the Jigsaw from fucking Punisher. It was not good stuff. Walter Deadman says, part of me is hoping there's a Mel Gibson style audio somewhere next. Yeah, Johnny Depp calling her up. Uh-oh. Mo says, you see, that's the spirit. Like I said yesterday, I don't remember nothing. Tom Grawl says, this woman gives new meaning to bitch face. Jay Darkness, this woman looks like Heard sucked the joy out of her life like Depp. Toxic women will age you. Adam says, wow, super impressive that Johnny Depp is able to be in court and on the law panel at the same time. What an honor to have such an amazing actor lawyer on the Rekieta Law stream. Doug Murray says, Nick, if I send you some of those glasses, how much would it cost me for you to wear them during an entire stream? More is the answer.
More.
JK Win. Most people in LA lifestyle dabble in that white powder. Number 2 reason why it won't be stopped getting in. Number 1 reason is because the big guy needs Hunter awake to get that money. Elites like them hookers and blow parties. Ask Congress. Adam Trapp says, doesn't having kids make you narcoleptic? Kind of.
Yeah, a little bit, for sure.
Yeah, but mine was diagnosed pre-children. Darren Haviland says, you didn't read my chat yesterday, so thanks for that. I didn't? I swear I got every chat yesterday, but I will, let me find it. I gotta. Aaron. Okay, here we go. Are we? Question. I have no idea how I didn't see this. Question, is Amber a cunt? Asked and answered. I think the answer was yes, right? Like,
yeah,
we have multiple sources confirming it.
Yeah. You can see it from the facial reactions in the damn courtroom.
Yeah. Oh, she's pissed. Nicholas Cruiser says the acne medication is by far more destructive than the orexin blocking stimulant. Modafinil is generally a better way to go than other stimulants when not co-administered with addictive chemicals. Oh yeah. Modafinil is great. Like I said, I really, really liked it. It doesn't you don't have the crash. Like I was on Ritalin before modafinil, and Provigil is modafinil. I was on Ritalin before that, and the side effects were my heart racing like crazy, me getting extremely warm, my when I would drive on Ritalin, my hands, I would grip the steering wheel so hard that I would pull muscles in my forearms. I do not like Ritalin at all.
That's because you were misusing it. You weren't applying your Amic cream first.
So. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Now I just don't, I don't take anything really. So that's good. But yeah,
I like living that way. I've been given medication here and there for, anything from, you'll always get it. If you go to the doctor or you go to, a mental health professional, they will find something to give you a medication for.
Yeah. You should have never taken that. Well, unfortunately, Provigil is very, very, very expensive. And for you to get Provigil, you have to have other drugs fail for some insurance companies. So I had to try Ritalin and Adderall. And thank goodness I was not on them for too terribly long. I did not like Ritalin. Adderall actually put me to sleep, like an unarousable sleep. So that was bad. So I do not, I don't like that. But yeah, now that's one of the reasons I love doing this is because I'm on my schedule that works for me. And so I can just moderate my own sleep where I need to sleep. Mullenlab 1371 says, any plans on bringing on the lead attorney and get his perspective since there's some crossover with his practice? Also, didn't hear if Heard was on birth control with the Accutane. It's required by law due to birth defects. I did not hear. And this is Linux Charm says, I took Accutane 10 years ago. I still have side effects from it. The drug is extremely hard on the body. I had to have 2 forms of birth control and take a urine test to get my prescription. It's very serious. Lots of people. Megan B says, Nick, vaccines can cause narcolepsy. Look up H1N1 jab in Europe. Many got narcolepsy from that jab. The truth will come to light one day. Well, I didn't get an H1N1 vaccine, so hopefully not that. Crypt Keeper says Accutane is serious. Side effects: kill yourself. No joke. You need monthly blood tests, and drinking is prohibited. That stuff made me so angry. Clear skin though.
Clear skin though. Yeah, great stuff.
CS says, Nick, your narcolepsy could be related to TMJ. If your tongue fits improperly in your mouth, it's likely blocking your airway, causing apnea during sleep. Well, thankfully, I took a sleep test and was extensively studied by this one. I'm actually a properly diagnosed narcoleptic. They ruled out apnea very, very quickly. I have no apnea problems. I have no problems sleeping or maintaining sleep. I sleep like a dream, and I sleep immediately when I lay down.
I'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes. I got a thing I got to go do real fast.
Right. Sounds good, buddy. All right. Well, Chad, it's just me and you. As far as the lawyer, or not the lawyer, the where was that chat? The lead attorney. I don't have contact with the lead attorney. I do not have him I would be happy to have him on. He's an interesting guy. People really seem to like him, but I do not. I don't have a contact with him. Next sponsor, My Pillow. They're in Minnesota. I can't believe they haven't reached out, honestly. But whew. Okay. All right. So far today we have had the testimony of Amber Heard's former personal assistant, and I think the testimony was all around pretty good for Johnny Depp. Puts Amber Heard in a very bad light. However, the risks of that testimony is she seems so angry at Amber Heard and seems to hate her so much that could have come through to the jury. They could make the determination that she is biased and lying on behalf of Johnny Depp, or at least against Amber Heard. That's certainly a concern I have about her testimony. Is, I mean, she really seems to hate her. And I agree with the lawyer. That bit about the mortgage stuff should never have been brought up. It should never have been expanded upon or answered by the lady. You just really don't want to. She looked bad there. She looked bad because it looked like she was trying to pin her mortgage issues on Amber Heard. Now, in fairness, the way she explained it, let's talk about really quickly. She explained that she did not pay her mortgage for a year and a half in order to get a loan modification around the time of the 2008 crash. Now, the reason you would have to do this is because you basically needed to get a loan, your lender to initiate a foreclosure status, and then you would negotiate out a mortgage modification where they would actually modify the note. They would take that. When they do those mortgage modifications, what they do is they take the amount that you are out of, or that you have not paid, you're in default, and they actually re-amortize it back into the loan. So it's not like you get out of paying or anything like that. They re-lend it to you. You renegotiate the rate. You renegotiate the payment schedule. And if you had a significant amount of equity in your house, by the time this happens, you tend to end up with a lower monthly payment. Plus, the rates absolutely crashed. The mortgage rates absolutely crashed when all of this happened. It was hard to get new loans, but if you could get new loans, you could get them at pretty low, historically low interest rates. And so once you did that, the banks were willing to do this thing because they knew, especially if you had equity in your house, that people would be willing to stay in their house and make payments. But all sorts of stuff happened at that time. And most importantly, the banks were having trouble offloading foreclosed properties. So they would foreclose, they would get a property, or someone would abandon a property and they'd repossess, or they'd recover it. And then they had busted up homes, because when people get foreclosed on, a lot of times some new damage will occur to the property. Pipes will be missing, walls will be shredded, garbage everywhere, and the banks would have to spend a bunch of money to get someone in to clean up, restore these properties, and then they would sit there, and the banks have to pay the taxes on them. They have to pay for everything that's going on. If they can't offload a property, a better option would be to renegotiate the terms of the loan, keep the homeowner in the property, and start collecting payments again that they haven't been collecting in a while. Some people did utilize this as a means to renegotiate the terms of their mortgage, remembering that back in 2008, a big problem were things like adjustable rate mortgages again, which was a problem back in the early 80s. These adjustable rate mortgages would come in, and as the interest rates ticked up, the adjustable rate mortgages interest rates would tick up as well, and people became unable to afford their own homes. They became unable to maintain the payments. An interest rate percentage increase on your mortgage is a significant jump in dollars paid out every month. So as has happened over the course of 2 years or something like that, you get a couple rate increases, and suddenly your previously barely affordable mortgage became unaffordable very quickly. So the lead attorney, oh, hey, he's in here. What's up, man? Did I summon you with with my brain power? What the hell? I'll send you the. Do I have you on Twitter? You've got to be on Twitter, right? Let's see. If you want to pop in, I'm going to try and send you the link here. The lead attorney, there he is. Right there on Twitter. Wait, is this actually you? You tried telling me? Well, I wasn't reading the chat. Just a second.
Laurel Avis Anderson.
Oh, no.
And what is your business address?
It's been a while. 10921 Wilshire Boulevard, Westwood Medical Plaza, Suite 1101, Los Angeles, 90024.
And you're a clinical psychologist, is that correct?
Correct.
And you practice in Los Angeles?
Yes.
For how long have you been practicing?
Almost 40 years.
Have you been practicing in Los Angeles for that entire time?
Yes.
And you provide counseling for couples?
Psychotherapy for individuals and couples.
And what is psychotherapy? Just a brief layman's
The
description.
lead attorney, I dropped
It's
a
an
link in your
evaluation
Twitter
of an
DMs.
individual or a couple's problems, and then it's a conceptualization of what's actually going on and an effort to make intervention that leads to change.
Do you recognize what this document is?
Yes.
What is it?
This is my ledger for tracking sessions that I use for invoice billing.
And did this ledger come out of your files?
Yes,
And you keep this document in the ordinary course of business?
absolutely.
And I just want to, and this particular ledger, who is it for?
It's, well, despite the names that are camouflaged, it's for Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
At the top, what are the two names that it says there?
Anne Henry and Joey Davis.
And Anne Henry is Amber Heard,
Yes,
and Joey Davis is Johnny Depp.
yes,
And then it says age 29 and 52. Is that right?
yes,
And 29 was the age of Amber Heard at the time,
yes,
and 52 was the age of Johnny Depp.
yes,
So as I understand it, on October 1st, 2015, Mr. Depp and Amber Heard came in for couples counseling for 3.5 hours.
yes. Whether they were in for the full 3.5 or not, I don't know. But that was the amount of, that was when the session started, and they came in when they came in and not together. And it took 3.5 hours to actually do that first session.
So as I understand it, for that first session, Mr. Depp and Amber Heard did not come in together.
I don't believe that they did. The next session with Miss Heard alone for background intake, and that was a 2 1/3 hour session.
And that session was on October 6th, 2015.
Yes,
And what's the next row?
the
indicate?
next day,
You saw Amber on October 6th, 2015 for 2 1/3 hours, correct?
yes.
And what is the next row indicating?
The next day, October 7th, Mr. Depp for 3.5. Again, it may not have been face-to-face for the full 3.5, but it was being at the beginning of the session, waiting for him, his coming in with the entourage and our getting to work.
And for the three sessions we just discussed, the October 1st session, the October 6th session, and the October 7th session, those were all in person with you, correct?
The date shows
So, yes, the
February because
first
these are all
3 sessions
pre-recorded.
were all in person.
And then what does it say for the next row, for the 1014 row?
Couple, 3 hours.
I feel like she's glaring at me.
So on October
constantly.
14th, 2015, Amber Heard and Mr. Depp saw you for couple session.
Yes,
There's a couple session on October 14th for 3 hours. Is that right?
10:14, there's a couple session. On 10:21, there's a couple session where someone walked out for 2 hours. On 10:24, Ms. Heard was there, we did a phone session for 1.5.
And how did, and on the 1024 row next to the 2 hours, it says W out, correct?
It's 10:21.
In the 1021 row, what does it say in the fourth column?
Walk, for me, that's walk out.
And do you recall who walked out of that meeting?
I have tried to, and I don't, because each threatened and stood up. And I'm not positive who finally did the walkout.
And then what does it say? What is it indicating on the row for 11/12, 2015?
Couple session showed 1.5 hours.
And then on 12/17, what does that show?
Amber alone showed 2.25 hours.
Based on this ledger, you saw Amber and Mr. Depp for 4 couple sessions?
That's right.
Dr. Anderson, I'm showing you it's been marked as Anderson 3.
And Your Honor, at this time, we're looking to move defense exhibit 397. I understand there's no objections.
All right. 397, no objection. Is that correct?
You have hearsay, relevance objections. They didn't list objections in their exhibit list, and then we actually communicated this morning, and they said they weren't objecting.
All right.
Well, we're objecting
Do you know
now.
who on the team you talked with? I'm sorry. No, that's just who.
I believe it was Jessica Myers.
Okay. All right. So no objection. All right. That's okay. 397 in evidence then. Defense 397.
You feel like she's looking at you through her door peephole. It just goes to show to me the
And I
different
will
sort of
let
character of
you-
LA, right?
Which is
Like,
CC 000172.
everybody's
I'll let you
having
take a
work
look
done.
at it. It's a 1-page email. So let me know when you're finished. Do you recognize this email chain?
Yes,
Do you know who Christian Carino is?
yes, again. Again,
On the page where it says laurel.anderson28@gmail.com, that's
Welcome,
your email
man.
address.
yes.
Hey, thank you for having me on.
The email of
Absolutely.
March 28th, 2015 from Mr. Carino, he wrote, Laurel, my closest friend, Amber, on copy, wants to come see you alone first, and then with her husband, Johnny. We'll leave it to you two to arrange a time. Love you both. You see that email? You received that email from March 18th, 2015?
I did.
And you responded to Mr. Carino's email, correct?
As you can see, yes.
What was your understanding as to why Amber Heard wanted to meet with you?
I took it at face value that Ms. Heard wanted to have a consultation. And if this is not infrequent that I might get an email like this. So, and when I hear that someone may then later want to come in with their husband or spouse, yes, I think it has to do with relationship issue.
On September 9th, 2015, you received an email from Mr. Carino, is that right?
Yes, apparently. He was trying to set it up.
And Mr. Carino was trying to set up a meeting with you and Amber and Mr. Depp, is that right?
Yes, that's what I assumed.
And you responded to Mr. Carino's email, correct?
I did.
And then at the top, you received an email from Amber Heard.
Yes.
And she wrote, "Hi, Laurel. Thank you so much for responding. I really appreciate it. I have to speak to my husband when he's done working today and make sure he's good with that time. I think it sounds perfect. Thank you so much again. I'm really looking forward to meeting you." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And you received that email from Amber Heard?
I did.
On September 27th, 2015, you received an email from Amber Heard, correct?
Yes.
And Amber wrote, "Hi, Laurel. Johnny and I are back in town and would love to know if you have any availability to see us this week. Please let me know. Thanks." You received that email from Amber Heard?
Yes.
And you responded that you were available on Thursday at 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And
I'll do
looking at the top of the email where it says Wednesday, September 30th, would you agree that the next day is Thursday, October 1st, 2015?
We'll do an introduction for the lead attorney in just a second here,
We
hopefully.
need to, we can go back to your billing ledger.
Get a
but
little lull in
the first
the
time you saw Amber Heard
video
and Mr. Depp
deposition
was on
here.
October 1st, 2015. Is that right?
Yes.
But did you see Amber Heard on December 17th, 2015?
Yes. We had established that. Yes.
All right, so it's 7 on screen.
Dr. Anderson, I'm showing you it's been marked as Anderson Exhibit 7, which is depth 3202. Take a chance, read it, and let me know when you're finished.
All right, guys, welcome to the lead attorney. He is a YouTuber, but also a family and divorce lawyer. Is that right?
Yeah, I've been doing family and divorce law for 20 years. So I recently retired last year, so I'm kind of out of the game, but I still keep my my sensibilities and interest in the field. And it's weird. I was watching your stream just to try to catch up on what's going on. I had just finished a mediation this morning, so I was watching in, and you mentioned me. So I was like, oh my goodness, because I'm trying to figure out from you, like what's the deal? Because everyone knows you are the go-to person with these streams.
You see a March 8th,
So I really appreciate you bringing me up.
Carino to you, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, man, I'm glad to have you on. You've got a fantastic YouTube channel that's doing really well. It's great seeing your growth.
Thank you so
I did not know where he lived.
His email says, would you be willing to make a house
Yeah,
call at
give me
Johnny's apartment?
1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Did it say downtown? Yes, it did. Okay.
And then you responded on March 8th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Hey, Christian, have of course avoided this my whole career unless someone was in rehab. Would be willing to try it once, and that there's something I'd like Johnny to understand, and I don't think he does."
So what do you guys think in the chat? How do you think it's going to go for our boy Johnny Depp? You think he's going to win?
Where you wrote,
You think it's not looking good? What do you guys think?
In that there's something I'd like Johnny to understand that I don't think he does.
I think he's got a tough case, but he's very, very likable, and he's got a jury, and that's
can't
magic
say
for defamation.
Exactly what it was I wanted to impart, but I know that I thought that he was having difficulty in the sessions, and I think it was something about the process between the two of them that I was trying to clue him into.
What difficulty was Mr. Depp having in the sessions?
Having a voice.
What do you mean by that?
Ms. Heard had a jackhammer style of talking. She was very amped up. He had trouble talking at a similar pace. Their dialogue, he was cut off a lot. So I'm guessing this is what I'm not sure what it is, but there was something. Anyhow, this is how he didn't have a voice. He couldn't keep up with her rapid fire way of conversation. And
It's
so
that
he
pro
was
vigil talking.
Really overwhelmed.
And maybe the cocaine.
In working with Amber and Mr. Depp, did Amber ever report to you any physical violence on behalf of Mr. Depp toward Amber?
Yes.
What type of physical violence did she report to you? Do you recall seeing photos from Amber Heard?
I have, but I don't remember when I saw them.
What do you recall about the photos?
Her face was bruised.
Do you recall where on her face you on Amber's face you saw bruises?
I think they were around her eyes, but I couldn't be positive.
Did you witness abuse by either?
I didn't witness.
Had you worked with Mr. Depp before working with Amber and Mr. Depp?
No.
Is it your testimony that while Mr. Depp may have said he wasn't violent with any of his other partners, there was violence from Mr. Depp toward Amber, correct?
Yes, you're right. He had been well controlled, I think, for almost, 20, 30 years. And both were victims of abuse in their homes. But I thought he had been well controlled for decades. And then with Ms. Heard, he was triggered, and they engaged in what I saw as mutual abuse. Sometimes I know she led on more than one occasion and started it to keep him with her, because abandonment and having him leave was her worst nightmare. And I think he may have initiated it on occasions too. I'm less sure on.
Why is this a plaintiff's
And
witness?
how did you come to the understanding that on some occasions Ms. Heard physically abused Mr. Depp?
Ms. Heard reported that.
What did Ms. Heard report to you?
That it was a point of pride, two things. It was a point of pride to her if she felt disrespected to initiate a fight, and her father had beaten her. She was not going to. And the second one is what she reported to me, which is if he was going to leave her to de-escalate from the fight, she would strike him to keep him there. She would rather be in a fight than have him leave.
Did you speak to any other doctors or psychologists that worked with either Amber or Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you review any medical documents of Mr. Depp or Amber?
I reviewed a pharmacokinetic that Ms. Heard showed me, which has to do with neurotransmitter function, genetics, and medications.
Just to go back, Doctor, what professional degrees do you hold?
I have a couple of masters, a PhD, and a certified clinical nutrition certification.
Just a couple
Would you
masters.
mind please just
PhD, no big deal.
elaborating on that for the record?
Yes, I have a master's from early in my life in teaching and curriculum. I have a master's in psych. I have a PhD in clinical psychology. I have a CCN, which is a certified clinical nutrition certification.
And do you recall, Doctor, in what year you obtained your PhD?
Yes, I got it in '82.
And if very briefly,
It's a long
if
time
you could
practicing.
just, please, in summary fashion, just describe your employment history from 1982 forward after earning your PhD.
I collected clinical hours in hospitals and in psychiatric medical groups. I was employed to do some nutrition evaluation and intervention as well, but there were MDs behind me. We worked in concert. Then worked in a hospital with, I think that doctor was workers' comp. And then when I was, I have it out of order. Then I was on my own, but I was employed this is when I was employed by a psychiatric medical group to do kind of a combination of psychotherapy and some nutrition. And then since then, I have been a solo practitioner, out of network, word of mouth only, very small footprint, purposely, all of these years.
When did you become a solo practitioner?
Very soon, probably in '86.
So is it fair to say that as of 2015, you were already quite established as a solo practitioner?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what type of services did you provide your patients in 2015?
Adults only, individual or couples work, and with a limited number of people, there would have been neurotransmitter testing and some attention to lifestyle and how nutritional elements affect the brain.
And if you would just please describe for us lay people what a clinical psychologist does.
The first thing is evaluation, intake, gather material. The second thing, and the way I work, is during the intake process, could be one session, could be 4 sessions, depends on if it's an individual or a couple. I'm conceptualizing. I'm looking for the process. The content is something I make notes on, I care about. It leads me from session to session, but I'm really looking at process. What's going on between 2 people, or what's actually going on inside of someone. The third step is I show my hand. I talk about it. I try to get either 3 people in the room all on the same page with me, or one other person. This is what I see. And then the onus is on me to not just be a good friend and hold someone's hand and talk about mom, but to actually make change. And so I lay out, here are the things I think we need to work on. And then there are action steps for all of them, so that someone has a more directed sense of what they're doing in psychotherapy, as opposed to just coming in and talking about how they feel.
Is it your practice when you have a session with a couple that you take notes from the session?
I absolutely take notes from any session.
Do you take, at what time in relation to this session do you take the notes?
I'm taking them during the session, and they know it. Because I don't want hours and hours and hours of homework at the end of a clinical day. So the notes are often, a lot of typos, wrong pronouns here and there, but essentially I'm just trying to gather facts as I go.
Is it fair to say that you take the notes in a somewhat contemporaneous fashion?
Sure.
Do you take those notes in the ordinary course of your practice in your business?
Absolutely.
Do you maintain, or do you keep those notes as part of your treatment and regular course, ordinary course of business?
I do.
Thank you. And what type of information generally do you keep in your notes, other than what you've already testified about?
Whatever I want to. Anything that it could be content that I'm tracking, just so I know in the next session what kind of content we were talking about. And it could be process too.
Stand by, and I'll mark that as plans exhibit number 1. Showing exhibit 1 on the screen.
Just to confirm, have you seen this document before, Dr. Anderson?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's Christian Carino doing the first contact, and the second one is from Ms. Hurd, wanting to know how to get in touch with me.
But accepting what's been thrust upon us, when was your first couples therapy involving Ms. Hurd?
October 1st, 2015.
Was that an in-person session?
Yes.
Where was the session held?
In my office.
And Mr. Depp was also there, correct?
Yes.
How long was that first session?
3.5 hours.
Was that the first time that you had ever met Ms. Hurd in person?
I think so.
And was that the first time you had ever met Mr. Depp in person?
Yes.
Okay, now if you could please turn, and this is a multi-page exhibit Mr. Nadelhoff does not show you. This is going to be Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.
Stand by.
Can I interrupt a second, Ben?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Adam, can you turn up your microphone? Because everyone's a lot louder than you, and when you object, I struggle to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Well,
Why did they leave
the
this
show
in?
is a lot louder than you. So
Right.
talk at the same
To
time.
give you a time to talk.
I can't hear you.
All right, I'll see what I can. Yeah.
3.5 hours is a long session, by the way. Whew.
That's true.
And Dr. Anderson, if you could just take as long as you would like to familiarize yourself with this document, I'll just state for the record, these are documents that you produced that have a Bates designation 1 through 17.
Yes, I'm familiar.
What are these? Oh, well, strike that. Have you ever seen Plaintiff's Exhibit 2 before?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a redacted copy of my personal notes that I provided to you guys.
And are these, I think you testified in response to Mr. Nadelhoff's questioning that the names Ann Henry and Joey Davis are pseudonyms?
Yes,
And would you please just identify for us who Ann Henry is in real life?
Ann Henry is Amber Heard. Joey Davis is Johnny Depp.
And are these your notes that you took contemporaneously of the 4 couples strike that? Are these your contemporaneous notes that you took of the couples therapy sessions?
Yes,
Would these notes include any session that you had for Miss Heard that was not part of the couples therapy?
no,
Did you have any sessions with Mr. Depp individually that weren't part of the couples therapy?
no. During this period of time, it's color coded. Black is couples, red is Ms. Heard, and blue is Mr. Depp. Whether I talked to them or saw them individually or as a couple, it was all in service of couples therapy.
Understood. And so these notes in Plaintiff's Exhibit 2 encompass all of the couples therapies sessions that you had with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, either when they appeared together or when they appeared separately in the context of your couples therapy. Is that correct?
I'm looking at one page. If you're talking about the entire redacted document, yes.
And I've asked you the question generally, but I want to ask you in the context of these 17 pages. Did you prepare these 17 pages of couples therapy notes in the ordinary course of your treatment of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes,
Did you maintain or keep them in the ordinary course of your practice or business?
I did.
So my question was, what is the significance of October 1, 2015?
I'm going to look at what I'm
He's
reading.
so bored. He
Makes
is
sense to you.
bored.
Can't possibly make sense, but it makes sense
Yeah.
to me.
Okay.
They reported what they said to one another. So the first line is Ms. Heard talking, saying that Mr. Depp says to her, "No one likes you. You're getting fame from me. I'm falling out of love with you. You're a whore." She's reporting just in the first session, just how bad the relationship is, just how mean they are to one another. And at that point, because I'm typing quickly as they go along, I'm switching into a different voice, more about the process between them, where she has, I believe, interrupted him. He says no more about what she says about him. And it's just that they're fighting and she has a hard time. She bites the bait. She can't let him talk, is my recollection. And from this, that's kind of what that is. So it gives me a sense of what they're doing at home. They're each reporting. This is what we say to each other.
Okay, I appreciate that, Dr. Anderson. I'm just going to try to break it down into little bits. So October 1, 2015 is the date of the first couple session, correct?
Yes.
And 2.5 means 2.5 hours long from start to finish?
I am guessing they were present for 2.5 hours, but that I waited, whatever the ledger says, but I waited an hour for them to show up.
And Dr.
Wow.
Anderson, in that first bullet
Like, they're
point
very
that we can
important. They don't need to keep
see,
appointments.
you write, Jay says, no one likes you, getting fame from me, falling out of love with you, whore. Jay is Johnny Depp.
Yes, but that was said by Ms. Heard.
So is it fair to say that Ms. Heard was saying that Johnny said to her, no one likes you, you're getting fame from me, I'm falling out of love with you, whore. That would have come from Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Ms. Heard reported that that's what Mr. Depp said to her at their worst. Yeah.
Did Amber, when Mr. Depp told you that Amber had hit him in the jaw, did Amber respond in any way? Did she deny it? Did she admit it?
I don't think she denied it, but what I believe from my notes was that she galloped off in a new direction, and they continued to talk, and there was no more that Johnny Depp was going to say about what he was reporting. It was more that they started into a fight. And I wrote that their process is a back and forth firing at each other. At that point, he had some energy. And they don't communicate. They have terrible skills.
At any point during the first session, did Ms. Heard interrupt Mr. Depp when he was trying to talk?
Yes, she talked over him. She had rapid fire talking.
Did she interrupt him during your other sessions that are reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit 2?
Yes, and I pointed out the process to her at some point, and she got it, that no one could actually have a decent dialogue with her if she was rapid firing and talking over and just barraging. It was a process issue.
You write, doesn't answer directly when he asks her a question. To what were you referring there?
Don't have a clue.
She's a woman.
If I could direct your attention to plan, see the notation to October 6, 2015.
Yes.
Was that the second couples session?
No, it's red. It's Amber alone.
So is it fair to say that you met alone with Amber for 2.5 hours in the context of the couples therapy? Is that correct?
Yes, this was to get her background material.
So tell us what you mean in that one section. He hits her, no closed fist. She hits back and now starts it for pride because
father
hit her. Would you please tell us what you meant by that?
This is her reporting to me. It's the only thing in this clinical session that apparently was about physical abuse, or else it would not have been redacted out. It's so when she said in terms of physical abuse that he hits her, a no closed fist means an open hand slap to me. And she says that she hits back and now she starts it and sometimes hits him first because her history is having been violated by her father physically.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
Out of pride, she, if she's, a lot of things trigger her. And if she's triggered, she would hit him first.
And the he you're referring to is Johnny Depp, correct?
Yes.
When you said that she hits Johnny first because of pride, what did you mean?
She was sensitive to feeling disrespected and a number of other things. But
he knows this isn't the greatest moment for him here.
If she felt disrespected,
at least he's not picking his nose like the witness.
Background history, feeling that her pride needed to dominate, and she needed to stand up for herself.
When Ms. Heard told you that Johnny Depp hits her or slaps her, Johnny Depp was not present, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And it wasn't plural. It was, she referred to, well, I wrote he hits her. Yes. So maybe it was plural.
But he was not present when she made that assertion.
He was not.
Did Ms. Heard tell you that she socked Mr. Depp?
Yes. She was describing kind of the progression of the physical violence.
Did you have any understanding of what she meant when she admitted that she socks Mr. Depp?
Yes, because there were 3 lines above this that explained the progression a bit. And I've already said what it was. She felt she had to hit him back if he hit her. And so she always did. And
again, that entry is from a session where Mr. Depp was not physically present, correct?
that's right.
Okay, let's move to the next session, October 7, 2015. And this is a 3.5-hour session, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that an in-person session?
Yes.
Did both Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard attend?
No, this is blue. This is Mr. Depp's intake.
Understood. And let's move now toward the bottom of the page, and I think I'm finally getting the code right. So the next
You
session
finally figured it
occurred
out,
on
buddy?
October 14th, 2015, and it was the 2 of them for 3 hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was another in-person session, true?
Yes.
And am I right to say that every single piece of your notes as to the October 14th, 2015 session has been redacted? Is that true?
Yes, but to clarify something earlier on the ledger,
Yes.
I wrote 2 hours couple, then Amber. It means he is the one who walked out of that session.
My question was, am I correct that all of your notes for the October 14th, 2015 couple session for 3 hours are completely redacted? Is that true?
Yes.
So, so the next session occurred on October 21, 2015, true?
True.
And it lasted 2 hours. It started as a couple, then Mr. Depp left, and then you spoke only with Amber, but in the context of couples therapy. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and let's go to the next session on page 10. The next session was on October 24th, 2015. And I can't see from the code, was that a couples therapy, or was it just one or the other of them attending?
No. This is a red phone session with Ms. Heard.
Okay, great. And it lasted 1.5 hours?
Yes.
So the next session was, after that, was on October 29th, 2015, is that right?
Yes.
And that just...
That one, no, that one was canceled.
Oh, it was canceled. That's why it's so short. Okay. And then the one after that, still on page 10, was on November 12th, 2015.
There's an appointment on 11/4 that was canceled that I didn't put an entry on.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. What about November 12th? Was
Yes.
that a joint session?
Yes, it was.
And was that in person?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next session on page 11 is that even I can understand. So there was a no-show on December 4th, 2015. Is that right?
Yes, I'd like to clarify the no-shows.
Oh, please do.
I think they both told me, but I think Mr. Depp told me at one point, but I already knew because this happens with couples. When a couple is having a lot of trouble in sessions, but they're doing well at home and they're in a little bit of a honeymoon, period, they cancel instead of coming in because they know coming in will get them into conflict.
Okay. And fair to say that happened again on December 10th, 2015?
I can't tell which sessions they were sick or which sessions they were canceling because of this dynamic, but it was admitted and explained to me and I understood it fully.
Okay. And still on page 11, the next session was on December 15th, 2015, and it was a telephonic session. Is that right?
With Ms. Heard.
That was with Miss Heard. Okay. You write, then last night, Monday, she slapped him as he sat there talking incoherently. Who slapped who?
I actually know what happened.
What happened?
This was, as I said, Ms. Heard talking on the phone to me. Mr. Depp's mother was in ICU. He had been doing he was fucked up, as she would say, on a lot of drugs. And she slapped him because he was being incoherent and talking about being with another woman.
Did she tell you that he had hit her first, or was she the one who initiated the slap?
She initiated that one because I think she felt demeaned and threatened.
And this is what she reported to you, correct?
Yes.
He was not present. He was not on the call when she made these allegations. Was he?
No.
And you didn't see any of this, did you?
No.
And you didn't see her in person?
No.
Okay. Then there is a notation. Should she call police? ?
Where is that?
That's right below what we were just talking about. There, in red, it says, should she call police? What does that refer to? So what did you mean?
That was her asking me.
Did you respond to her?
I believe I did.
Then you write, doesn't want to divorce, wants to want to divorce.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
She loved him. He loved her. She believed that she wasn't stupid. She knew that what they were doing wasn't healthy. And so she wanted to divorce him, but she didn't. And yet it had escalated to this point. So she was trying to figure out what
It's like
to do.
that I want you
And
to
she
want
had
me
an
song.
entourage around her telling her.
Who was her entourage?
She had a routine group of friends that stayed with her, lived in her home, probably as well as paid people, but I don't know.
Do you recall the names of any of her entourage?
One was Rocky.
Directing your attention to the last snippet from that session, will she have advantage if she leaves him but files with police for abuse first?
Oh, here we
Was that
go.
a question that she asked you?
Yes, this was her talking out loud, trying to strategize for herself.
We divorce attorneys hear this all the time.
On screen.
Oh, he looks wrecked
Dr.
right
Anderson,
now.
I think this is the same document that Mr. Nadelhoff showed you as Anderson Exhibit 6. So I'm not going to ask you to identify it again, but I do have a couple of questions about it that Mr. Nadelhoff did not ask. I believe you testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you have never spoken to any of Ms. Heard's other psychologists or therapists. Is that true?
That's true.
How many does she have?
Putting that aside, when she refers to her own therapist in this Exhibit 3, do you know the name of that person, putting aside whether you had ever spoken to him or her?
I do not.
Okay. Did Ms. Heard ever explain to you why the nuances and complexity of her relationship with Mr. Depp would be lost on her own therapist?
I believe that she felt known in a more thorough way in terms of her behavior inside of the relationship.
And let's pick up where we left off on the bottom of page 11 of Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.
Okay.
And specifically the entry that begins on January 13. It's at the very bottom of page 11, literally the last line. Oh, that's it. On January 13, 2016. Was this a joint session with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, or was this just with one of them?
It was only Miss Heard.
Did they say what her hourly rate is?
It was phone.
They haven't asked so far.
I'm sorry, it was in person.
I
No,
imagine it's a fortune.
No, never mind.
Yeah.
113.16.
The Botox
She waits for
tells me it's
hours just for
expensive.
them to show up.
Yeah. Yep.
Was
Yeah, you bill those hours too. Hell yeah.
Miss Heard in person.
Her face is 8,000% more
And do you
smooth
know
than
how
her
long
neck.
this in-person
Very
session was
expensive.
with Ms. Heard on January 13, 2016?
I think it was probably just 1 hour.
Okay. You write, didn't fight on island till last day. On island started to get into something. What were you referring to there?
Well, Christmas had occurred, and the goal was they had a lot of people go into his island, and they were going to be together. And the goal was to try and get through the Christmas holiday without fighting. And so she was reporting on that.
Then you write, he got aggressive, threatening, didn't touch him, hid in bathroom. What were you referring to there?
What she reported to me, which was an improvement that she didn't participate.
So is it fair to say that she told you she did not hit him at that time?
Yes, that's what I believe my notes say, yes.
Then you write, she threw can at him since home fighting, then she better. Who is the she who threw a can at him?
Miss Heard.
And the him whom she threw a can at was Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive that email on or about March 8th in the morning at 6:23 a.m.?
Well,
him whom
apparently
she threw a
because I
can at.
responded in the morning.
Okay, well then we'll skip
There's pictures of the damage that can did. It was a paint can, I think.
So the
A
response
paint can?
page,
Yeah, she hit him in the head too. There's testimony about that.
did you write that email
with a
to
witness?
Mr. Carino
I was
on
thinking
March
like a can of soup. A paint?
No.
Jesus.
A paint can.
I did.
And fair to say that you weren't enthusiastic about the idea of making a house call?
Pretty women, boy. Is it worth it?
And Mr. Nadelhaft asked you about what it was you wanted Johnny to understand about the process.
And I was wrong because I can see now the date of it, looking at it more carefully. This is after the relationship has devolved considerably. So what I think was guessing was earlier in the relationship. I don't know what it was I wanted him to understand.
Let's go back to
A paint can. I can't get over that. Jesus.
And we're not going to repeat. We're just picking up where
That would hurt
we
like
left
hell,
off.
man.
Hell
yeah.
yeah. She's strong.
13 of the
She's strong to throw a paint can.
notes.
She's wiry.
It busted his head open.
No, if we can start out exactly. Do you see where the notes of your session on June 18th, 2016 begin?
Yes.
And was this a solo session, couples session between you and Mr. Depp only?
This is with Mr. Depp. It's blue. It's just the two of us.
Gotcha. And it lasted
Just the two
1
of
1/3 hours?
Yeah.
You write fight on her April 22nd birthday. He late, huge fight. His mother died on the 20th. I think I know what you're referring to, but if you could please describe that for the record.
1 second. This is when I got the Scaramanga productions on my phone. So he found me at home, which was new. Domestic violence charges had already been made. His mother had just died on the 20th.
Well, when he told you that there was a fight on April 22 birthday, was that Ms. Heard's 30th birthday?
I think it was.
And is he telling you that he arrived late for the birthday dinner party and there was a huge fight?
Yes.
Do you know who Tasha Von Rhee is?
Yeah, well, I know her name. I know she was someone that Ms. Heard was in a relationship with.
Then you write, was chaotic violence, but gave as good as she got. What does that mean?
I believe I'm quoting. I think I'm quoting what some of this is just my typing the words he's using while he's talking. He's also very verbal when no one's interrupting him. And I think he talked about how chaotic it was, how violent it was, and she gave as good as she got. That's kind of a direct quote. That's not my language.
Directing your attention further down the page to the entry for July 13th, 2016, 3 hours Amber in person. Was that an in-person meeting you had a couples therapy with only Ms. Heard?
No, this is not couples therapy. This is Ms. Heard by herself. I wrote in person.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear, what follows these are your notes for your individual treatment of Ms. Heard having nothing to do with couples therapy?
Not true. In my mind, the dust had not settled on the couple yet. And this was just kind of aftermath of the kind of falling apart of the marriage. But
okay. I didn't mean to mischaracterize anything. I was just trying to suss out what it was.
No, this is not individual therapy for her. This is about the marriage.
If we could please go to Exhibit 6, Lucian, which is a new document. When I say new, it was produced by Dr. Anderson's office, but new in the sense that Mr. Nadelhoff didn't ask her about it. Dr. Anderson, have you ever seen this document before?
Of course, I created it.
Okay. What is it?
It's a treatment summary. When I was first subpoenaed, or my notes were required years ago, my notes are jumbly. They don't say a lot. They're confusing. They're, as you've seen, or you haven't seen, actually. So I did what psychologists do. You go through all of those notes and your brain, because it's not as if you're not left with a very, I hope, a very clear sense of what went on. So I took everything I thought and believed conceptually about them. I went through all of my notes and I wrote this treatment summary.
And then if you could go up.
Paragraph that's still there.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about that one paragraph.
The chat, your notes are utter shit.
Hey, Nick, how you doing?
Yeah, welcome to the stream, Sean.
I think you've described this in the course of your testimony, but I did want to ask you about your sentence. She reported always hitting him back as a point of pride, but admitted that she eventually initiated the hitting herself. Is the she you're referring to Ms. Heard?
It is.
And is the him you're referring to Johnny Depp?
It is.
Okay, let's move to the next page, please. And I just want to focus on a snippet on Bates, page 3.
Let me get some paper to turn in front of my microphone. Every time.
Sorry.
By the way, chat, make sure you check out the lead attorney's channel. He is in the description.
You're right. She reported
just click on his
trying
name;
to
it'll take you
initiate
right
a fight
to him.
with him one night by slapping him when she
Oh, yeah,
was
lead attorney, how you doing?
what you said.
Don't think I
Is
met
the
you
she
before.
you're referring to there,
Oh
Ms.
my
Heard?
goodness!
Yes, it is.
And is the he you're referring to Johnny Depp?
Yes, it is.
Then in the last sentence, it was also at this time that she showed me photos of her injuries. When did Ms. Heard show you photos of her alleged injuries?
Well, to the best of my pulling together the information I wrote down, I'm saying it was right after that fight. And my recollection is she came in, she talked to me by phone and then came in the next day. Or at least I thought that somewhere around the time she got the injuries, I know she came in person to show me.
Did she show you photos or did she show you?
Both.
You said she showed you photos, and so is it your testimony that she showed you photos of her injuries shortly after the alleged event?
Somewhere in the period while she still had injuries, she showed me photos, but she also came in and showed me in person.
And what did she show you in person?
Bruising on her face.
Other than the bruising on her face, what else? What other injuries did she show you?
I don't remember. There may have been more, but I don't remember.
And you weren't present during the alleged physical injuries, correct?
Correct.
So the only basis you had with respect to the cause of the injuries was what Ms. Heard told you, correct?
Yes.
And you write, the physical violence that occurred between them appeared to me to be mutual. You never actually witnessed any physical violence by Mr. Depp or by Ms. Heard, correct?
Never.
And you said that they were each victims of domestic violence, both in their family. They were each victims of domestic violence in their families. What did you mean by that?
They were each beaten by parents.
Go back very briefly to Exhibit 2. Page 11. And after the part where this refers to a session that was just you and Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
And this call, which was just between you and Ms. Heard and not Mr. Depp involved, that occurred on or about December 15th, 2015?
Yes.
And was it just shortly after that call when Ms. Heard showed you pictures and actually came into your office? Is that right?
She came in on 12/17, so yes.
So Ms. Heard came in on December 17th, and you saw bruises on her face. Is that correct?
I believe that's when.
Was that bruising that you observed similar to the bruising that appeared on the photographs that she showed you?
Yes.
You testified that what you saw in person was similar to what you saw in the photographs Amber gave you, correct?
Yes.
When she came into your office on December 17th, what did her face look like?
What I recall is not purple, green, and blue, but just a darkening, so kind of a darker gray blue sort of thing. But I don't have a photo of it. I don't remember that well.
No one else does
Dr.
either.
Anderson consistent with
Yeah, there you go.
other entries on December 15 or December 17th relating to physical abuse?
You know, there was nothing about physical abuse, nothing in that next session. It was all about Christmas and her therapist telling her one thing. Now,
And what was was the size of the bruise on her face that you observed on December 17th?
Maybe like this, in more than one place, about an inch.
Sure,
You
she
said
didn't
it
just
was
go in
an-
and get fills that day.
So is it fair to say that there's small bruises in more than one place? So there was, how many 1-inch size bruises were on her face that you observed?
I'm not a good person to ask this question to. I don't really remember. I wasn't looking to memorize it. I think there's other data that will support this, not from me.
A few minutes ago, you briefly spoke about seeing bruises about an inch on Amber Heard's face. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you were making motions with your fingers.
But I was saying multiple. I'm not saying one.
Right. You were seeing multiple bruises on Amber's face.
Yes.
Correct. When you were talking about how the size of it, your fingers were under your eyes. Did you remember seeing the bruises under Amber's eyes?
That's what I recall. They may have been in other places throughout her body. I don't remember.
Can she see anything with those eyes?
You can turn to page 13.
I didn't know they even open anymore.
In the blue, where it says was chaotic, violent, do you know what Mr. Depp was referring to there?
What I said previously, and I'll say it again, he's kind of doing a retrospective of trying to understand the relationship, and is characterizing it as chaotic and violent, but she gave as good as she got, and he and she started it, but he's complaining, but he's also just kind of describing what the relationship was. His mother is dead at this point. The relationship is not good. It's over pretty much, and he's trying to come to terms.
Interestingly,
with it,
she has
and
a
he still
darkening on her
loves her.
cheek today.
And
because
his
of how she
morning.
does her makeup.
So he's just he's a very articulate man, and when left alone to speak, he can describe intelligently what's going on. I think while he's talking, and I'm not trying to be obtrusive with my taking notes, I'm listening, I'm talking, but I'm also copying down a word here and there. So my belief is that those are his words.
And Mr. Depp, I think you testified about this, but I just want to make sure it's clear. Mr. Depp told you Amber gave as good as she got, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask what Mr. Depp meant by gave as good as she got?
I was pretty aware of what he meant. I agreed.
What did you understand Mr. Depp to mean?
All right, I have. She initiated fights. She started violence. She rose to the challenge if he started first, and
She rose to the challenge.
in my opinion, that had been established throughout the relationship.
Jesus.
That she fought as hard as he did, and he tried to de-escalate far more than I think she did.
Do you know, did Mr. Depp talk about his fingertip with you before June 18th, 2016?
No, because I would have written it when he first mentioned it to me.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp with an injury to his finger during any of your sessions with Mr. Depp, or counseling, or sessions together with Amber Heard?
During that session, yes, he showed me.
On June 18th, 2016, but before June 18th, 2016, did you ever see an injury to Mr. Depp's finger?
No.
Are
Yes, no, I didn't.
they trying to
When we were
discredit the injury?
going through Amber's, the incidents where Amber described Mr. Depp being violent, Mr. Depp was not present, correct?
That's true.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch for the afternoon now. No outside research, not talk to anybody, and we'll give you till 2:15, okay? So you can be excused with Debbie Lusa now. Thank you.
I'm so excited for this lunch break because I've been waiting to talk to you, man.
This stuff is ridiculous, man. Like, in counseling, you don't assume what another person is talking about. You find out what they're talking about.
Right.
You know, I mean, that is
This afternoon,
your
do you need
job.
this TV anymore for this afternoon? For the first witness or the last witness? So we can put it down during lunch. Okay, perfect. All right, we'll be back at 2:15 then. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Tug. What were you saying there, buddy?
I'm saying, in counseling, like, you don't assume that you know what someone else is talking about. You make concise notes, and you make sure if you start filling in the blanks about something, again, it leads to what I kind of knew. Well, you didn't ask, apparently, because again, she filled in a lot of the blanks herself.
But did you consider this as a Hollywood counselor who's really just lapping up thousands of dollars an hour? I mean, did you think about that one?
Yeah, I mean, that's true too. I work with the poor. How dare me?
Exactly. Okay, lead attorney, man. Welcome properly to the show. Thank you for sitting patiently through the testimony. But can you kind of tell the audience a little bit about who you are, what you do if they don't know? Of course, they can find you on YouTube, and that's linked in the description. They should check you out. But please give us a little intro.
Yeah, thank you so much again for having me on. I am a YouTuber. I was monetized last year. I practice here in Atlanta, practiced for 20 years family law. And so it's kind of interesting to see this case. I don't know very much at all about defamation, which is why I was tuning in to your stream to figure out what the heck was going on. So it was weird that you mentioned me, because I'm just watching like everybody else, trying to enjoy and figure out what the deal is. But
then you got roped in.
Yeah. There is kind of this confluence between this defamation case and, what I used to do all the time in divorce, right? Because you see these couples and they're having problems. Now, when this witness was talking about that she was talking to Amber, and Amber was asking her, hey, if I call the police, can I get an advantage? And the way this is going to go, we deal with this stuff all the time. So it's interesting to see how defamation, which I know almost nothing about, kind of bleeds into what I've been doing. But yeah, I'm just on YouTube. I have a YouTube channel, just the lead attorney, and just trying to get like you guys, and just figuring out how this YouTube stuff works, and just making content out here talking about, what I've gone through in these divorce and child support and alimony, property division, all of these topics. So it's interesting to be invited up here and to listen to what's going on. So it's awesome to meet you guys. I was talking to the people over at Rumble, and they cannot stop singing your praises. They really love you. Yeah.
Very cool.
So, but you're the man over here as well. So I just really appreciate you inviting me up.
Yeah, well, it's great to have you. Defamation in this case is a weird defamation case. I think, because what it comes down to, the alleged defamatory statements are basically two statements that are pulled out of an article, an op-ed that Amber Heard wrote in the Washington Post. And which is why this case is brought in Virginia, because Washington Post is either headquartered in Virginia or organized there. I'm not sure, but that allowed them to bring this here and bring it out of LA, which is a great move for Johnny Depp. You do not want this defamation case in California. But it comes down to these two statements in a greater article. And so what they have, the statements don't directly name Johnny Depp, and they don't really detail much. They say basically that she was the victim of, or that she came out as a victim of domestic violence and then was subjected to an industry that props up men and supports them during these allegations, which I'm not sure what world that is these days. Those allegations seem to get a lot of weight very, very quickly, but that's the op-ed that she wrote. Now with that, I think what they're making this case about, and this is the only way you can make it, is trying to bring all of the baggage associated with that summary statement in. And that baggage is that Amber Heard is signaling to people in Hollywood that Johnny Depp is the abuser. They know They know the allegations that she has made, and they want to, the Johnny Depp's team wants to broaden out these statements to include all of that stuff. Whether that'll work is a different story, but he's got a jury, and that is, in defamation, that is a big part of the battle. Can you get this before people instead of before a judge? Because judges, they're going to apply cold excision of the law. They're going to say, nope, this statement is not defamatory. This is opinion. But we're past that stage now. And now we have an actual jury as a fact finder. So I think that's a big advantage for Johnny Depp in this case.
Let me ask you, it seems to me, I sat through this Cardi B and Tasha K defamation trial that was here in Atlanta, and I reported a little bit on that. And that was, as attorneys, you don't really see, a lot of clear-cut cases, but that case was a slam dunk from beginning to end. From beginning to end, and Cardi B was awarded almost $4 million. But one of the things that came out was that just Tasha K, I don't want to get into that, but let's just say for this case, what I had heard is that the truth is kind of a defense to defamation. And it seems to me that we've heard some testimony from Johnny Depp's witness, right? That at least there was, let's just say, a slap. So let me ask you, if the jury believes that Johnny Depp did slap Amber just one time, does that make Amber a victim of domestic abuse if she got slapped once in the face? And if so, what happens to the claim?
It depends on how the jury defines domestic abuse, I guess. That's or how they're able to have it defined for them and what they'll accept. I mean, I was thinking the same thing you are, by the way, that any mention of abuse from Johnny Depp is damaging and potentially critically fatal to his case, because truth is it's the defense to defamation. So the one mitigating factor is she described it as a mutual abuse. So if the jury takes that as, well, this is just a volatile relationship. They love hard. They fight hard. Is that really abuse? If it's mutual back and forth, they can kind of determine what abuse is for themselves in this. And again, that's the advantage of having the jury, is they can get it quote unquote wrong.
Yeah.
If they believe that ultimately, they're right. If the ultimate aspect is that Amber Heard is exaggerating this stuff and calling it abuse, and they think that she did it for the purpose of harming Johnny Depp, they could go ahead and find in his favor, even if kind of technically that might not be accurate.
Yeah, it's super interesting. What do you guys think in the chat? Like, what is the definition of domestic abuse? Does it rise to the level of one slap? Now, let me say, I do mediations. I have the highest certification of mediators here in the state, and it's a specialized domestic violence mediator. So whenever there is domestic violence in these divorce cases that's significant, they call me in to mediate the case. And, year after year, the definition, of what domestic abuse is, it gets broader and broader and broader. And it seems like now, there's even a push to get, verbal abuse kind of roped into domestic abuse. But I think a lot of people would say, yeah, a slap does constitute domestic abuse, because if not, where do you draw the line? Is it 10 slaps? Is it 8 slaps? Is it 30 slaps? How many slaps before you are a domestic abuse survivor?
Right. And there, conversely, there would be people who suggest, and I don't actually agree with this, but there would be people who suggest that an open hand can't be abusive, which I think that, again, I think that's an improper characterization, but they would say that abuse starts with a closed hand or with an object or something like that.
A paint can.
But slugging someone with a paint can. But that's why this one is interesting to go to jury trial, because you have some gray area. But these are like, okay, taking it out of the context of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, but still in the context of ludicrous Hollywood sort of style. Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly are engaged or whatever. Mm-hmm. And whenever you read anything about their relationship, it sounds like an emo album right? Like he designed her
It
wedding
does.
ring or her engagement ring to have barbs on the back end of it, so you could put it on easy, but when you go to take it off, it actually hurts. It's physically painful.
Oh, are you
So
serious?
and it's like they've drank each other's blood and stuff. Like they're very dramatic, right? But you can imagine if they're that dramatic in their loving hard relationship or whatever, that there might be some slapping going on back and
Mhm.
forth between them. And is that abuse? Is that just the nature of this weird relationship? I don't know. And so
That's
that's
a great point. I've divorced people who have been, in these abusive relationships for like 10 years. And what you'll see is that was just their dispute resolution technique.
right.
They would fight. And you really see this with lesbian couples a lot. I think there's studies that show that homosexual relationships, sometimes the violence between them is even higher than in heterosexual relationships.
Right. If I'm not mistaken, the current statistic is that the highest amount of per capita domestic violence is among lesbian relationships.
Yes,
Specifically.
they go at it. They absolutely go at it. And a lot of times that's how they resolve their disputes. It's like, hey,
Yeah, they
I want chicken. Well, I want fish. Well, put your hands up, right?
pull up those flannel sleeves and get down.
Yeah, that is exactly right. So your point is well taken. If it is agreed upon mutual combat, does that take it out of the domestic abuse arena?
Yeah, and that's a very big question, because here, I mean, it sounds like they, even the counselor saying, they're saying that, or Johnny's saying she gives as good as she got. She even goes harder, stuff like that. So what's the truth here? And that's why we've got a jury. And but I wanted to get your opinion on something else. Just kind of, I know you're not a defamation expert or anything like that, but just from the sort of optics of this, do you find value in these high profile defamation cases, in some cases, at least just getting into trial, getting into the public? Because I feel like with Johnny Depp specifically, his story was not heard. Amber Heard's story got prominence. She got to keep her roles. He lost all of his, and there was just this thing where he wasn't allowed to really, I shouldn't say wasn't allowed, but he wasn't able to really talk about his side of the story. It was her side of the story for the longest time. Then this thing starts to hit the public, and Johnny starts pulling in more and more support. Do you have any comment about sort of the nature of that aspect of this, the public nature of trial in
Yes.
general?
You just enlightened me, because I was actually sitting here wondering why Johnny Depp brought this case. Because if your witness is saying that you participated in domestic abuse, or that you were striking this lady or this or that, and she didn't necessarily say it that directly, but that's
Right.
certainly what she was alluding to, then that really muddies your claim. But I didn't know the backstory that Amber had gotten propped up. She had gotten all of this support, and Johnny Depp was losing roles. So it could be that he is doing this trial not even to win, but just doing this trial so that the public hears his side of the story. That's very interesting. To go back to this Cardi B and Tasha K trial, I'm not saying anything that wasn't proven in court, because this jury awarded Cardi B, the rapper,
Right.
almost $4 million. Tasha K was lying all on YouTube about this lady. In fact, there was a permanent injunction where the judge ordered her to take these videos down. And
I watched your video on it. It's great.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. It was crazy. I was actually in the courtroom watching Tasha K testify, stating that she was making this stuff up, stating that she was lying, in these videos. But it's interesting because she just did this. She just did this interview yesterday with this lady, this well-known lady, and Tasha K. The lady was like, "Hey, you lied about all this stuff. You were just ordered to pay $4 million. How do you feel? And Tasha K was like, hey, this is great. I've arrived, and I think it's like it's in the first 10 of the 48 laws of power, where it's just like, get attention wherever you can. And so there's a lot of reasons to file these cases. You were asking, kind of what might be the motivation to file this case. And, Tasha K, she certainly did not mind defaming this rapper Cardi B because it was giving her more attention. But I think that Johnny Depp, he's filing this case, to get his story, to get his side of the story out. What you said really enlightened me about that. I didn't know that there was this, that he had lost roles or that he had taken some type of hit because of Amber Heard's allegations.
Yeah, it's been the whole story. Like, it's interesting if you go and kind of look into the backstory. I mean, Amber Heard had the ACLU helping her draft stuff. She was,
Oh my God, are you
she was going
serious?
she was invited to speak in front of Congress as an ambassador for domestic abuse and all of this stuff. And it's like,
wow.
Okay, so if we contextualize this, and you ask the important question: is a slap domestic abuse? I say yes. Personally, like for me, I would never slap my wife. I think that would be crossing a line that I will not cross.
Right.
But when you contextualize it as, let's say she did get slapped one time, does that make her the ambassador for domestic abuse? Like, is that who we want? Like, this is the person who's
We
representing.
couldn't find anybody better.
Yeah.
Right. This is the test case, right?
It's like, man, I've seen women who have gone through much more than one slap or even several slaps and do not consider themselves abuse victims, because in a lot of the cases where I've seen this, they're participants in the anger. I mentioned a case earlier today that I had where it was one hit and the wife had a broken rib, right? And but she initiated that. I left out that she initiated that fight. Admittedly initiated that fight. It was a fight over the dog or whatever, and she threw dog shit at the guy, and so he like retaliated, and it was a mutual thing. They did not want, any sort of criminal actions. They had a volatile relationship, but they knew that, and they didn't consider themselves victims either way. So it was, I don't know where they ended up after that, though.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like
yeah.
a long lasting one to me.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I'll have people, on my channel a lot. We'll talk about marriage and divorce, and a lot of people stand up for marriage, and there are a lot of great things about the institution of marriage. And some people in supporting the value of marriage, they'll say, "Oh, well, my parents have been married for 25 years. My parents have been married for 30 years, 40 years." But what I tell them is that, you guys need to stop bragging about, your parents have been married for 40 years, because you don't know what went on in those 40-year marriages. Like divorce attorneys, we find out what happened in those 40 years. Your parents might have been married for 40 years and you came along in year 27 and you think that everything was great. There's a lot of things that go on in a 20-year marriage, 30-year marriage. Sometimes the kids, the adult children, they never find out. Like my paralegals know so much about y'all's parents' marriages that you will never know. And a lot of times it's just like, hey, we're just trying to work through some things. And a lot of that can look very ugly. A lot of that can look violent. It can look mean-spirited, even if, the parties really love each other. There's ups and downs. But you're right, in 2022 to say that a slap is not domestic violence is, you just can't get anywhere with that, because then you start that slippery slope.
Right.
Well, let's start with 1,000 slaps and then work our way down to figure out where the line is, right? So you got to say, I guess it's at least one slap. But I guess technically, from what we've heard so far, two things can be true at the same time. They could have both been engaged in mutual combat. So it was kind of agreed that this is the way they were going to handle their relationship. And at the same time, they both can be victims of domestic violence. And, if they're both victims of domestic violence, if the jury believes that, then I don't know that the jury can come back in favor of Johnny Depp in this defamation case. It's interesting.
Yeah, I agree with you. Welcome to the show, Sean, by the way.
It's interesting that was one of his witnesses.
Yes, you're exactly right.
I was like, man, I don't know if I would want that to be my witness.
Yeah, because if this is the best that you've got, whew. And I'm really interested though, and you guys can tell me because I'm just getting into this case. Has Depp testified yet?
Not yet.
I want to know. That first question, that very first question better be, have you ever hit your wife? That's what I want to know.
He testified in the UK and utterly denied all that, of course.
Really?
Yeah.
So I wonder that is he going to have to treat this this expert? Is he going to treat this witness as kind of like a hostile witness because he has to kind of push back on the fact that he didn't hit her at some point, right?
I'm gonna see what I can find out about this witness because I these are their experts that they brought in, so I'm curious about that.
Experts.
I would imagine they'll be asking him about, did you, your counselor said this, did you ever slap him? No, and the counselor was actually pretty clear though to say that only came up while Johnny wasn't present.
Yes,
he was not there to offer his side of the story. So he can simply say she lied about a lot of things to a lot of people.
Well, they said
That's a great point.
The give as good as you got. She said that came from him, but she also said that I filled in the blanks. What did that mean? Well, this is how I took it. Again, you don't run therapy sessions like that. You're supposed to not fill in the blanks, but they're definitely going to have to counter that.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what's going to make this trial great is having Johnny Depp testify, having Amber Heard testify, they got to bring each of their sides and they've got to bring their personalities because to me, this case is close enough where you've got to win the jury. Like you have to win the jury. The jury has to believe your story. They have to disbelieve the other person. This really is he said, she said. Because as we're finding out, nobody was present for any of the alleged abuse. Nobody's there, despite them being surrounded by people all the time. And that doesn't mean it didn't happen. But none of these other witnesses are super helpful in saying, I definitely saw this. Even her description of the bruise, it's like a little bruise right here. It's like, well, I was half joking, but she does have cheek fills. Like you can see them. And so you go in and get a needle shoved in your face and have some stuff injected into it. You could experience some bruising.
Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true. And it's certainly not unheard of for people to injure themselves and then run to the police and say, oh, well, look what so-and-so did to me. Right. I've seen that from my time, practicing family law, where you're trying to defend these temporary protective order cases, right? Where somebody, usually it's a wife, and she'll go down to the courthouse and say, hey, my husband just slapped me and he slapped me 2 weeks ago. And then the judge, down here in Georgia, these things are, they're giving out like candy. And a woman says, well, he did this and he did this to me, 2 weeks ago with no proof, no photos or anything. And a lot of these times, these judges, they'll just issue an order. It's okay, listen, we're going to have court in 30 days. But, until those 30 days come, you've got to get out of your house, talking to the man. You got to pay child support. You still got to pay the mortgage. You got to do this and you got to do that. And I thought it was very interesting when the witness said, hey, the witness said that Amber told the witness that, if I call the police, can I use this to my advantage? And that's when it starts just getting so ugly, these relationships. And I know, Amber's pretty. We're all looking at her. She's a pretty woman, but dang, Johnny, that's a lot to put up with, paint cans coming out your head.
Her mama was dying like that, that ICU, his mama died during all of that. So
Oh
she,
my
all of
goodness.
this is happening, and your one support system isn't there for you. They're abusing you. So that, I mean, that's fucked up.
Agreed. Totally agree.
You better learn to matrix dodge those paint cans. That's all I'm saying.
That is exactly right.
You cannot be eating a paint can.
There's the estate manager where they were at on his island. She actually put in testimony talking about this, and she was witness to what happened. And she said, again, she's an employee, but she says, I saw what happened, heard. She's the monster. In fact, JD was the one that was hiding there, and he was the one, that suffered a head injury because of this stuff. So
yeah, it's kind of wild. I've got a bunch of super chats that came in. I kind of hate these video depositions because they're edited, so there's not a lot of room for commentary because the stuff is coming so quickly for most of it, but they're also exceedingly boring at times because there's no interactivity in there. You don't get to watch them like squirm in person. Anyway, but I'm going to hit some of these. Rad Bell says, I used to clean out these houses. They were awful. People clean out your fridges. It's not the bank cleaning out the house. Yeah. Talking about those foreclosure properties, especially back in 2008 to 2010. Whoa. Game Guy. Yeah. Could you imagine if Amber Heard had her house foreclosed on? There would have been turds in all of the bed. All of the beds.
It looked like a Hoarders episode.
Oh, wait, you might not know that story, lead attorney. So Johnny Depp was late to Amber Heard's birthday party. Later missed it, Tug.
Late to it. Well,
He
he
was
was at the very back. I mean, it was really late. He had been at a business meeting.
Okay, so he's very late to her birthday party, and so in revenge, she dropped a steamy deuce on his bed.
Wow, I saw that in the chat. I thought they were saying that turd Heard because it rhymed. I didn't know.
Oh, he called her
She
that.
really-
Like, it trended after the UK 2020 thing. He said, my favorite text that he ever sent was somebody was complaining about her, what she was doing. He was like, don't blame Amber. She's down in the dumps. Talking about that.
I don't know. And listen, that's another thing too, because you don't have to do divorces for too long before you start realizing that people are into some kinky things, right? And I don't know, man. I could there's probably a guy or two in the chat that thinks I would like Amber to come to my house and drop a turd on my mattress.
Mattress? Why not my chest?
Oh, now we're talking.
I bet there are guys in this chat that want that.
That is exactly right. And I'm, down here in Atlanta, it's like Sodom and Gomorrah down here. Like anything goes. So yeah, that's interesting. There's a lot of different lifestyles down here.
Hey Nick, am I coming in okay?
Yep, we can hear you
just
now.
wanna make sure.
There
All
was a weird like whine sound in the background before, but it's gone now. So you're good. You're good. Game Guy 151 says speculation time. Breaking: Elon Musk just made an offer to buy Twitter. Could this be a move to control the narrative of his involvement with Amber and theorized hit of her? Seems like a weird time to do all of this. I don't think Elon Musk's offer to purchase Twitter has anything to do with Amber Heard personally. Like I think that's a bit of a stretch.
What's the stock price doing on that news?
Well, he was gonna pay $54 a share. He was gonna pay over stock price.
Which is like 43 billion or something like that. That he's his offer.
He came. Yeah, he had a nice offer in there.
I want him to buy it. I don't care anymore at this point. I hate the people who run Twitter, so I can't imagine hating Elon Musk more than them.
The meltdown will be worth it.
But it seems like I don't know if Twitter monetizes that well, but if I had the money, I guess I would pay to keep me from being banned. That'd be the main thing. Ryan Gordon, doesn't Amber's makeup on her cheeks make it questionable whether her or her artist can make her look bruised with makeup? Seems she's trying to give the jury a sympathetic impression subconsciously, but it may work out negatively. Yeah, I kind of mentioned that during the thing. I mean, if you look at her cheek right now, she's trying to accentuate her cheekbones, She clearly, I say clearly, it looks to me like she's had some fill done on the cheeks, and I think that's public record anyway. But she's got very dark blush underneath and some nice bright stuff on top to draw the contrast. But you look at that, the darkness underneath, and you go, yeah, I could make that into a bruise. I mean,
Yeah, and I didn't even think about the fact
Movie
that like
magic.
she's in Hollywood, right? So she would have access to the A-list makeup artists in the nation. I didn't even think about that. That's a great
I
point.
wonder if that's
the
going to come
person-
out at some point.
Oh, dude, you got to watch the lead attorney. You got to watch the testimony yesterday of Johnny's like longtime friend. It's one of the best. It's one of the most entertaining witness testimonies I've encountered covering trials.
Wow.
He's just a super nice guy with a thick New Jersey accent,
Mhm.
and he remembers everything about everything. And he's talking to her, and he's like denying that he's like, I've seen her with makeup, seen her without makeup, seen her all the time. It's like
Wow.
this was not
Yeah.
makeup. She didn't have bruises anywhere ever. I saw her.
Ever.
She said,
And he
"Look at
knew.
my
He knew everything, though. He would remember like what she was wearing, like her hairstyle. I mean, this guy, it was amazing. They got to the point where when trying to discredit him, they were like, well, what jewelry was she wearing? It was insane. They would go
My
through and he could answer
goodness.
everything.
The best one is, what was she wearing? He's like, I don't really remember. Oh, wait, you know what? I do remember a long beige coat. Kind of this long style beige coat. And the follow-up question, what was she wearing underneath it?
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't remember. Oh, wait, I do. It's Victoria's Secret's 2018 model, bro.
Nick,
Oh, my goodness.
Did they refer to Amber as the C word today, or did that stop?
No, that hasn't happened yet today.
Okay.
Yeah, that was another question that came up yesterday because Johnny's text came out or some of Johnny's texts, and they asked the guy, they said, did Johnny Depp ever refer to Amber Heard as a cunt? And he says, what, like to a face?
And the defense attorney kept on bringing up the word cunt and Amber in the same sentence over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure that stuck with the jury. That burned in their minds.
They're trying to, so that's the big defense strategy that we've seen so far, is try and put Johnny Depp's words and use those words to infer violence. I mean, because he does have some of his texts are very, very spicy about her. I think he told the friend yesterday that he hopes she's rotting, that her corpse is rotting in the back of a Honda Civic. Or something like that.
Her decaying corpse. I hope her decaying corpse is
yes.
found in the back of a Honda Civic. Yeah. Or the trunk of a Honda Civic.
Now that was after, if I remember right, that was after she did the false accusation or the accusations against him that he alleges are false. And, his life was quickly spiraling into the toilet. So there's a little bit of understandable context to it.
So was this during the whole, Me Too movement, believe all women type of thing? Is that why he got penalized so much in the public eye from this?
Yeah, this was what, 2018, Tug?
Yeah. The divorce itself didn't hit that. But yeah, when the articles came out, she started picking up more allegations in 2017 and then 2018 and 2019. That's when you see all of the stuff she does with the UK, with the Sun, and then with this article.
Is she from the UK or like where?
No. But she linked up with the tabloid The Sun. That's why you got the lawsuit in the UK.
Yeah, there was a previous defamation lawsuit Johnny filed against the UK Sun. He lost that defamation lawsuit. There's a whole bunch of issues with it. In fact, this judge has stated that she believes he did not receive a fair trial in the UK.
Really?
And they
Wow.
tried on opening argument. The defense tried to introduce to the jury that UK lawsuit, and it was shut down very, very quickly by the plaintiff's counsel. Objection, and you could see the judge telling the defense attorney, no, you cannot do this.
How did they not even resolve that in pretrial?
I think they did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The lady who there's claims and counterclaims. So the opening statements were split on both sides. Each side had two attorneys deliver split opening statements. It was weird to me,
That is
but
weird.
yeah, the defense counsel lady, when she went, she was eccentric.
She's always been that way too. I mean, for some reason, she's continued to stay on this case, and I would have dumped her ass in a heartbeat because she says some crazy shit all the time.
Yeah, she's a mess. I do
That's
not like her as an attorney.
You know, and you know, attorneys, it's not like these cops with the whole blue line thing, right? But we don't really like to bash on one another. But I did kind of step out of bounds, and I was bashing Tasha K's attorney. If you don't know who Tasha K is, she's a blogger, she's a YouTuber. She has about 1 million subscribers, and she recently lost this. There you go.
Yeah,
That's exactly right.
I went to her channel real quick.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
No, I was like, that's her. She has 1 million subscribers. She's down here in Atlanta too, and she lost the case against the rapper Cardi B. But it was her attorney that was amazing. She was so bad. We've all seen bad attorneys, but this attorney, she was bad in a way that was flagrant and clear. In fact, I was sitting in the courtroom, and this federal judge told the attorney to go back to law school, told her to go back to and not even that. The worst thing is that he specified the year. He said, go back to first year.
Damn.
Told the attorney to go back to the first year of law school. You know, there was a part where they had to argue for damages, and Tasha K was on the hook for millions of dollars, right? It could have been 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. And the judge gave each side 20 minutes to speak. And I was in the courtroom looking at the clock, and the plaintiff started. She bifurcated hers, right? So she's going to start it and end it. And the Tasha K's attorney was going to make her argument in the middle. And the Cardi B's attorney spoke for like 12 minutes, and then she saved herself 8 minutes. Tasha K's attorney got up there, millions of dollars on the line. This is her shot to argue why Tasha K shouldn't have to pay these millions of dollars. She has 20 minutes. She got up there, started talking. She talked for 1 minute and 1 second and sat down.
What?
1 minute and 1 second with millions of dollars on the line, and she sat down. Even the judge was like, that's it? You're going to talk for 61 seconds when I've given you 20 minutes? I mean, the craziness. And the worst thing is that this is to wrap it up. This is why it came to my mind.
And mind you, she's already lost at this time. That now you're just at damages.
Exactly.
Jeez.
The worst part is that so when Tasha K lost, and she got to pay these $4 million, and of course she appeals and everything. The attorney that is doing the appeal is the same attorney. She hired the same attorney to do the appeal that just lost her the $4 billion.
Why would you do that?
It's crazy. No one really knows. I don't know. Oh, and this is just the kicker, right? There's so many kickers to this. On her website, this attorney's website. Now, this is a defamation case, civil case. Millions of dollars on the line. On this attorney's website, she's like, yes, I specialize in criminal law. I only want to do criminal law. My heart is in criminal law. I don't do any other cases besides criminal law. And here she looks up, and she's in a federal defamation case. The judge made it so clear and obvious to everyone that she didn't know what the federal rules were. She's down here in Georgia with me, so she's used to the superior court rules, the state court rules. But we know the state court rules are different than the federal court rules, and she didn't know how to move in federal court. She didn't know some of the procedure. Not that she's a bad attorney, it's just that she's an attorney used to handling, aggravated assaults and batteries, and she's in this case for millions. And so it's like, why did you even hire this lady? Did the attorney offer to do it for free so that the attorney could get clout? The attorney could get well known. Oh, Tasha, you're so big. Let me do your case. Just shout me out on your 1 million subscriber channel, and I'll do your case. But look what has happened. It's just amazing.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. But in federal court particularly, one thing you learn about federal court is they don't play around.
Correct.
You in state court, you're not really going to find a judge going, you have 20 minutes exactly to do this. You're going to get they're going to say, okay, do this. Now, if you're going on too long or whatever, they might tell you to wrap it up or whatever, but they're not super firm on time limits. In federal court, they will put a timer out and say, this is how much time you have. It'll have like the Congress thing, the red, yellow, blue. Sometimes you have to follow that time limit. And if you have 20 minutes, like you said, you may speak for 12 minutes and reserve your 8 minutes. That's on you to keep track of that. You say, hey, this is what I'm going to need just in case for rebuttal. I'm going to reserve it. Here you go. But like, those are the things you have to do. Your motion practice better be on time. It better be formatted correctly. Like this is state court.
There's no
has
mistakes.
A lot more. Yep.
Yes, you're so right. In terms of the time, there are digital clocks on the wall. It looks like, like a high school basketball game where you can see the time. And in terms of motion practice, she made so many mistakes. Messing up the pretrial order. She was trying to introduce evidence that had been specifically excluded in the pretrial. Of course, Cardi B's attorney is losing her mind, and the judge is just like, what are you doing? We already talked about this. You can't, let's say she's trying to introduce 50 things and 47 of the things were excluded in the pretrial. So she says, well, judge, okay, well, here are the 50 things. You tell me which ones I can't include. And the judge was like, that's not my job to tell you which of these 50 things are excluded. And like, you're getting paid. That's your job. I mean, the attorney, I was amazed, absolutely amazed. So, Tug was talking about the attorney in this case, and it just reminded me of, this case that we had earlier in the year down here in Atlanta. It's just amazing to see, how attorneys can make or break a case. Now, I'm not saying that, an excellent attorney would have won that case because Tasha was lying all the way through. But, you can win a win in that case would have been if Tasha K lost, $750,000. That's a win. Because Tasha was saying on the stand all the time about how much she was lying to her subscribers. She was lying to the YouTube viewers. She was putting up, all of these lies and all these videos, and she was doing it for the clicks. She was doing it for the money, for the ratings, all this AdSense that she was getting, she was getting washed in cash every time she would mention Cardi B. Those would be her best performing videos. So she just started making things up about Cardi B, right? So, if your client gets on the stand and starts saying, yeah, I made all this stuff up, good luck not getting, some verdict against you. But there's such a huge difference between a $750,000 verdict and a $4 million verdict, right?
Oh yeah, that's crazy amounts of money. But okay, let's more super chats. Also, someone asked for a recap of this morning, so maybe I could do that real quick. This morning, we have heard from two witnesses. The first witness was Amber Heard's former personal assistant. That testimony was very good in general for Johnny Depp. The main problems with the testimony is how much she clearly hated Amber Heard. She had personal animosity towards her. That came through in her testimony. It was apparent. The jury could find that as a bias, could find that to be less credibility for her. We won't know how that works out, but the substance of what she was saying was very good. She, despite being her personal assistant, never saw anything bad about, or never saw any violence between them, never saw any bruising on Amber, saw her both naked and clothed, saw her with various states of makeup on, and was never aware of any domestic issues going on like that. So that, that's good stuff. She also talked about how abusive Amber Heard was, both to her, to Amber Heard's mother, and to Johnny Depp as far as verbal abuse goes. And so, that's all good for him. Then the next witness was the couples therapy counselor, the psychiatrist or whatever, who they went to for couples therapy to try and salvage their relationship. And her testimony was kind of a mixed bag. I mean, she had some statements that could be very damaging to Johnny, mainly that she believed that they were engaged in mutual abuse, and that she was informed about a slap of Amber Heard, and that she did witness at one point in time one bruise that she described as small, probably about an inch bruise right on Amber Heard's cheekbone. So if the jury believes those things, that could be enough to mitigate any sort of defamation claim by saying, well, she was technically abused, therefore she, her claims to being a domestic abuse survivor are true.
So there have apparently been 2 fans ejected. Here's a statement from Nick Wallace, who's reporting. I witnessed a young woman apparently being ejected from the court by 3 deputy sheriffs. Had a discussion with less than 10 yards away, which became a disagreement. She was then led away. This was apparently happened to a JD fan yesterday, trying to find out more from the court information officer. So they don't know exactly what happened yet, but apparently there have been 2 people kicked out of the thing so far.
There you go.
Interesting. Yeah, behave yourself if you go there, because they will kick your ass out. They'll kick you out for wearing shirts for support, holding up specific signs. There's all types of rules for that.
Yep. And there was someone, the judge reprimanded someone earlier in the day for laughing. It was kind of a funny moment, but they laughed, and you can't do that. If you're in that courtroom, you gotta be quiet. You gotta do that. You gotta shut your mouth. But that's the main thing. It sounds like the next witness is going to be an in-person witness, which I think is good. I think the more witnesses you can get in person, obviously the better. But we'll see how the rest of the afternoon goes. Heels versus Babyface says, Nick, I appreciate these law streams that you do, but what have they got to do with Warhammer 40K?
Hey, it's Az. What's up, Az, man?
What's up? I don't think he's here anymore, because I couldn't find him even right after he typed that. I couldn't find him, so he just did a drive-by. Thanks. Tina Lewis says, if she keeps notes during sessions, then how come she doesn't recall who walked out and when? Wasn't that her answer at the beginning when she brought it up, or did I miss something? Well, if you didn't catch this, her notes during sessions were very, very poor. They were low quality. And she even says my notes are a mess. And
yeah, she said that she was actually mixing up pronouns. It's like, geez.
Yeah. You can't do that in 2022. Definitely. Very, very dangerous. Navi says, hey, Nick, I sent you an email Tuesday about an audio browser extension that will compress, limit, and boost audio from these crappy streams. And once set up, it just takes one click instead of adjusting a slider. Yes, I did see it. And I would love to implement it. The reason I have not is because right now I'm doing these long streams followed by a brief lapse in time, and then I do my nighttime stream. So I'm trying not to disrupt the flow of that during these days, because if I mess with something and it's not ready for the next stream, it's a wreck. I'm going to try and get it set up probably tomorrow to see if I can play with it, since there will not be, I don't believe there will be a trial stream tomorrow. So, but thank you. I did get your email. John Harrington says, just joining, Nick, is doctor-patient confidentiality only protected for criminal suits, or did Amber and Johnny Depp agree to this being submitted? I wouldn't say that doctor-patient confidentiality is all that protected in any suit. Personally, like, there are ways to pierce it. Subpoenaing counselors, psychiatrists, doctors is something that gets done with regularity. And then the other side can object to it. But they have to have a good reason as to why there's this potentially really good source of evidence about what's going on that can't be included. So I don't know if you guys, either Sean or lead attorney, have any particular experience with that sort of stuff. But if you do, please feel free to share any insight.
I've had trouble getting medical records before. I mean, just getting it from a doctor's office or a hospital has been tough enough. So Never tried getting from a therapist, but I assume there's going to be some difficulty there. But I assume there's things Johnny wanted in, so I'm assuming he did waive that confidentiality at some point.
And there may be some question about whether they have confidentiality here at all, because there's 3 people in the room, right? Like
Yeah, but I think in couples counseling, though, I think the point of that is I think you have to have some level of confidentiality still.
Yeah, and I will say that she mentioned numerous times that she had redacted either parts or entire notes of meetings. So, I'm sure she did that and the court was fine with it. I'm sure the parties were fine with it. So it does seem that the court is aware that not everything is coming in. And,
right.
Mhm.
Yeah, to be clear, I mean the rule of the primary rule of evidence is it more probative than prejudicial? So the question of this is the information that is in her notes. Can the stuff that's going to get released is only stuff that is pertinent to the claim at issue. Everything else is going to be redacted because it's not relevant to whether or not there's defamation going on here. And so in this case, looking at it for either side, I mean, you've got testimony from this person and their notes stating that there was an allegation of a slap from Johnny Depp. Well, that's pretty relevant to the question of whether there is or is not defamation. And should that be protected by doctor-patient confidentiality? I don't know. But like you said, if there's stuff that Johnny wants in, then Amber's gonna get that bit in. You don't get to pick and choose on it. So Vox Darkstar says, this is really coming across to me as Johnny didn't feel heard. And when he attempted to defend or explain himself, Amber would interrupt or deflect. I would leave out of exasperation too. Yeah, we got that from the lady. She suggested that Amber would overpower conversations with just rapid fire accusatory questions. Justin Wright says, I was told by friends to never date an equestrian. Something about riding horses makes them crazy.
Makes sense.
I've heard that before about horse women are crazy.
I've heard the horse women are crazy too. I heard it just the other day. I don't know if it must have been, or I think I read it and it was in relation to this trial. Yeah.
I will say though, I heard that most women, especially when they're growing up, they love horses. Y'all remember My Little Pony, that little toy thing? Like girls and horses are kind of like this. I don't know when they leave out of that phase, but it's kind of what it seemed to me.
Yeah. Every that's like so many little kids want a pony, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Take care of it for 6 weeks and see if you want it.
Right.
Amber Heard's turd said, did she or Johnny ever talk about me during your sessions? Leifon says, the lead attorney, that's a nice chocolate man. Consider me subbed. Also, fuck law and crime. So there you go.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Dirty Dan says she rose to the challenge with a paint can. Oh my God. Red Fox Moon says, ask Mr. Lead Attorney the most important question of all, balls or no balls. No, come on, guys, you're terrible.
What is that? Is that inside joke? He's like, I don't want to go down that road.
Yeah, this is
okay. So in anime, there's a genre called futanari, and it's a female, right? Biological, genetic female with female parts, but there's also a large phallus that sometimes it is there all the time. Other times it just comes out when necessary. I don't know.
Oh, when necessary.
So the question is, if that's the case, should there be testicles present?
I'm going to say no.
No, okay.
I'm gonna say like
there
if
we
a
go.
woman,
There we go.
like it's the balls are kind of like for reproduction, right? Whereas the phallus, that's like the weapon. Like if the phallus is coming out, we just need the weapon. We don't need to produce. Like I'm trying to take your life, not reproduce
exactly.
it.
Nice.
Is that right? Did I get it? Okay.
There we go. I mean,
I don't know, but what's the argument for the other side? What's the other side?
I just think without balls there, it's weird. That's all I'm saying. If there is shaft present, there should be a pair of balls hanging. I don't know.
I don't know.
But you made a compelling argument, so.
I'm 45 and I don't have any kids, and at this point, it's kind of like it's not really looking. And I don't know. I mean, it's like if I just had my shaft and no balls, like would that would kind of be kind of cool, you know what I mean? I don't know. I would feel much more, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I mean, I want my balls. I'm just saying in a theoretical sense. Lord, if you're listening, listen, Lord, I want these balls. All right. I'm grateful.
I'm clipping. I want my balls and I want these balls. That's clipped immediately.
But I don't know. I like the woman coming out with just the shaft. I like that. It's clean.
That's the third clip. Okay, cool. Thank you for tolerating my degenerate and terrible chat, whom I despise so much.
In your defense, you did not want to go down this road. I will give you that.
I never do. I never want to go down that road. Sinrius Akari says there's a lot of room for interpretation and motivation. Age difference and relationship history may also play a role. I think personal character will be the deciding factor no matter what the judge dictates. I think that's going to be the biggest factor in this case. Do the jury like and believe Johnny Depp, or do they like and believe Amber Heard at the end of the day? And right now, I think she's in a charisma deficit to him. At trial, she looks cold and standoffish, and she's got that resting bitch face down, and that's not necessarily her fault, but that's how it looks. And so I'll be really interested to see how her testimony comes across. And I think she has to tread a very fine line, because if she comes up there and is just crying like crazy, I think she will lose credibility. But I think if she comes up and is stone cold, she will too. I think she's got to really nail it on her testimony.
Yeah.
But that's.
Although I don't know, I'm kind of leaning in her favor on this right now. Just we haven't heard. This is very early in the trial, right? Have they predicted how long this is going to go?
Just 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Oh my God! So we're at the very beginning.
She's going to come out with 14 accusations though, and some of them are going to be absolutely crazy, and they're not going to have any medical, like she's going to allege that she was held hostage for 3 days in Australia, drug through glass, all kinds of stuff. There will be photo shoots around. Okay, so there's this one incident where she alleges that he sat on her back and beat her so hard that the leg he was bracing with broke the bed. He broke her nose, blacked both eyes, busted her lip. Well, she went on the James Corden show the next day. The footage is on YouTube. You should look it up. No marks whatsoever, no range of motion. Now, she says makeup covered up, Amica cream, but you could see her wrists, her arms, her neck. I mean, there's nothing, no swelling or anything, and there's no medical records to back any of this stuff up. It's just claims.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So that's what I was talking about earlier, where you've got these two basic defamation statements that are pretty minimal in what they say, but it's Johnny Depp's team has to try and incorporate all of the baggage of the accusations she has made into those statements. And that's why we're getting so many witnesses and so much time on this thing. Is one of the things. I think Johnny's team has like 40 witnesses, and she is like 81 or something like that listed. Not necessarily they're going to call them.
Yeah.
But Johnny's witnesses are going to be people who have seen, who saw and interacted with her around all of these events, and that's going to be the big question. Was there any sign of this? Did you ever notice any bruising, any cuts? And like that James Corden show, there's a makeup artist, right? Like she shows up to the James Corden show, there's going to be a makeup artist putting it on there. And I think Tug, you said that at her deposition, she said she didn't see any of the alleged injuries.
That's correct.
And she would have been the one applying makeup to cover them up theoretically.
Yeah, there's a stylist that she's good friends with. They'll be trotted out, I'm sure. That'll be that'll be pro Amber Heard. But there's another one, a makeup artist that was friends with Amber Heard before she started. Before she said, "Yeah, no, there's nothing here." In fact, Amber Heard tried to ruin her career after that.
Wow. How old is Amber Heard?
35 now.
35. How old is Johnny Depp?
58.
58.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't realize he's 58.
Yep.
That's yeah.
He's looking more 58 these days than he did a couple years ago.
Sure.
But I mean, he
I'm
wasn't
sure this
58
will
a couple
check.
years ago, but he
Oh,
aged
yeah.
very quick. He aged very quickly through this, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, this will put the years on you.
What's his net worth?
That I don't know.
Quick
He
Google search.
allegedly lost. Had someone embezzle or went missing $650 million.
What?
Plus, he had a tax. They didn't pay the taxes on it either, so that was another $100 million that they owed the government.
His net worth right now from 2021 is about 200 million. A paltry 200 million. Yeah, he's in the poorhouse now.
Yeah, terrible money. Terrible.
What's that Mike Tyson quote? Was it Mike Tyson who said, "How can anyone live on $10 million a year or whatever?"
I think so.
Savages, right? You guys are savages. If you're not making 10 million, you're just
What do you even
peasant.
do?
Exactly.
How do you turn the lights on? Charlie Whiskey says, "Johnny, I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. Oh, I did not. Oh, hi, Isaac. Thank you." Mahalo Man says, "The lead attorney is articulate and bright and clean and a nice looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook, man." That sounds like a quote. "When is he coming back at night to let his inner Drex out? Corn Pop is a mythical creature. One sighting, zero proof." Okay, so you probably don't understand. Drex is a good friend of mine.
Okay, yeah, you guys got a whole community over here. It's awesome. Y'all got a lot of inside jokes.
It's a mess. Drex is a friend of mine who is in the sort of MGTOW sphere, men going their own way. So I think they're wanting you to come on a stream with me and Drex sometime.
I would love to.
I will.
You know, yeah, I'm a huge part of my subscribers are also, probably almost all of the men are at least, red pill, purple pill type of stuff. And I have a large contingent that are like MGTOW as well. I would love to.
I think we could make that a very fun stream. So next time he comes out to my house, I will hit you up and make sure we can set something. Or once I know he's coming out to my house, I'll hit you up in advance so we can try and set something up.
Awesome.
Because that would be great. T Cool says, "I like how they keep trying to say an actress should know makeup enough to conceal, while the opposite is also true. Actresses should be very familiar with using makeup to make bruises." Yeah, there you go. I had a friend show me how they do Hollywood, or how they do scars in Hollywood. There's this cool little stuff that they paint on your face. It's kind of like it looks like clear coat for nails. They paint it on there, and after a couple minutes, it scrunches your face and it tightens up, and you have a nasty little scar. It's really cool how it works, and it's pretty simple to do. I mean, this is so yeah. Then you apply a little makeup around it, some white or whatever, to make it look a little lighter, make the skin look dead. But yeah, putting bruises on, very simple stuff. Hobbyists do this all the time. David A. Hamilton says, "Rekieta Law in the scat chat." Yep. E1337 Neo says, "Let's not forget what the late and great Sir Sean Connery, R.I.P., said about slapping women." On
yeah, you could get away with that and saying that in the 70s, I suppose.
Yeah,
that was hard.
Or if you're Sean Connery.
Or if you're Sean Connery. I don't know. Sean Connery in 2022 couldn't say that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there might be a good contingent of women who said, "God, I wish he would slap me."
Yeah, but they would say it like at home by themselves, right, when they got that little buzzer thing going. But they wouldn't say that out in public, right?
Yep. And then
wait, let me say what is there one guy, like the number one guy who is the number one guy in Hollywood that could get away with that statement? Is there one, like just the top one guy?
I don't know if there's any guy who has that.
Like 10 years. What's the blonde guy's
charisma.
name? The Brad Pitt, maybe 15 years ago, could have said that. But like, is there one just overarching killer guy now that could say that?
Right now, I don't think so.
I don't know if there's any guy with that kind of like old school masculine energy. Like Sean Connery had that, right?
Yeah.
He'd been around forever. He was a bodybuilder at the beginning of his career. He's a sex icon throughout, and he just had that sort of old school attitude. I don't know who could do it now.
Brad Pitt's probably the last guy. I think you're right.
Channing Tatum, Ezra Miller. Yeah, Ezra Miller could. He could definitely do it.
Henry Cavill, yeah, he could slap her and then go back to painting miniatures.
Henry Cavill's arms can't reach a woman's face. They're too short.
Hey, you know he's a big 40K guy, right?
Yeah, I know. I do.
Okay.
I'm trying to get him on for a painting. I'm just kidding. I have no contact
That'd
with
be
Henry
awesome.
Cavill. Do some painting streams with him. Okay, I'm finishing up that super chat. Says, on that note, question: what do you tell a woman with 2 black eyes? Answer: nothing. You already told her twice. That's very
those Irish
unacceptable.
sunglasses.
Oh my God. Doug Murray says, rackets. What if Elon Musk buys Twitter and does humanity a favor and deletes it forever? We could create the greatest human being ever award and give it to him. Cynthia, Nick asked the lead attorney about Glendon Cameron, pedos, and the wall. I think Glendon should be on it. Who is Glendon Cameron?
Oh my God. Now you're seeing me like, oh, do I want to go down this road or not? Glendon Cameron is a YouTuber. He has multiple YouTube channels. If you add them all together, it's probably over 200,000. He is a businessman. He's like late 50s, maybe 60. And he is, I want to give this man his due. He is a real businessman. He has millions of dollars. He's down here in Atlanta with me.
Okay.
And when you hear him, you can tell like he's not like these other YouTubers who are talking about business, but they're 23 years old and don't know anything. No, this man has made millions off business. And this is from a man who came from nothing. I mean, he grew up in Alabama, I think. And he was homeless. And then he was in a shelter. I don't know when he got out of the shelter, maybe at 30 years old or something. And he just turned his life around and he has millions, and he's addicted to making money in business.
Okay.
Well, he's also addicted to a lifestyle. And I don't know what you would call this lifestyle, but I'm sure it has a name for it, but it's sexually aggressive. And so, he would like put ads in like the papers and ads on Craigslist, and he would have women responding to these ads. Now he came out with a video he came out with a video when R. Kelly was sentenced earlier in the year. I think it was this year, maybe it was last year. And he was saying that, R. Kelly, the singer, like young girls, and y'all know this whole R. Kelly stuff.
Yeah.
And he was saying, that he started off the video, he was talking about, R. Kelly has this particular appetite. And everyone was like, oh, okay. And he was like, I have the same appetite.
Uh-oh.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right.
Mr. Cameron, as your attorney, I'm going to advise you to stop talking right now.
Yes. And he came out with this video, and it was like, I have the same appetite, but I never got caught, and this and that. Well, yeah, that video went viral, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And so then he came on my show to talk about it, right? It was, and so it was me, him, and another YouTuber. And I think everyone agrees that he should have not done this interview.
Definitely. I would have told him not to.
Yeah. He should have not done it. And this was when I actually wanted him on my show I wanted to do a collab with him about business, because he really is like a business genius.
Yeah.
And to come out of a homeless shelter, and then you're in a group home, and 20 years later you have millions and millions of dollars, and no one gave him a thing. Like, he earned it all. This man has so much
The one we
knowledge.
have in the binder, it looks different than the one you had on the screen.
Oh,
so I'm not sure.
We got something going on here.
The one on the screen looked much more redacted, but maybe this is redacted. Okay, so the emails are all right. Everything.
I find with us, I think we can go back and redact that.
I just want to make sure, because it seemed like the one on the screen had a little more redaction than the one I'm seeing here. So I
didn't think it did, but I stand corrected.
Well, there are identifiers on here, at least emails. There's no cell phones on here. Those have been redacted.
I didn't think the emails were redacted, and I thought they were the same, but
Okay.
I'll do whatever the board.
No, I don't care. I just want to make sure everybody agrees that the one that I have is the one that's in evidence.
I think Your Honor, the one that was on the screen did in fact redact the email addresses also, which is not the same as I think what you have. So I think we can replace it probably with
did you redact it?
we didn't. David Murphy redacted it.
Okay, I apologize, Your Honor. I apologize. So yeah, we will provide you the redaction.
So I need a redacted there. Is there any chance in the future that you guys maybe can talk ahead of time and get these redacted ahead of time or something?
Could you guys try and work this out?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's just I still have 3 pending redaction now.
She's gently warning them.
Oh, look with a smile on your face, Mr. Rottenborn. I see that. Okay. I know. He wants to be the star of the day. That's okay. Okay.
If any of y'all's name was Rottenborn, would you change
now
it before becoming an
844
attorney?
Redacted copy, correct? And I have 210, the redacted copy. Okay, perfect.
I'm gonna have to do short videos answering
then
like
just leaves
basic
me
questions
with
about this case, because
397
people
then.
keep asking me
Correct?
the same ones. Why is this in Virginia?
548
Stuff like
also.
that.
Okay,
I think I'll
548
do
and
that.
397 now. Okay, perfect. All right. Anything else this time?
Oh, the camera went nuts there.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Ready for the jury.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, I'm gonna step away for the bathroom. I'll be right back. Just a
All
minute.
right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And shout out to all the people in the chat. Thank you guys for all of your support, and thank you guys for the super chats and everything. It's super awesome. And thank y'all for welcoming me over here. This is my first time, so I really appreciate it. This chat is amazing. I want to respond to stuff, but there's like 12,000 people in here, so. But I do see you guys.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to the judge's barber too. Loving that.
Pulled up the Rick Astley look very well.
Is it weird that both Johnny and Amber are wearing all black?
What was really weird is the first day he wore like this little white tie, and the second day she came in with that little white tie on. It was just strange.
Color
There are
coordinated.
actually people. Somebody brought it up in Legal Bike Stream. She was
Say it
wearing
again, sorry.
clothing designers yesterday.
Okay, can you spell that last name for
snubbed
me?
Johnny. I guess it's some sort of diss. It was really weird.
Mm.
There's apparently codes in how she's dressing.
So were they married, or were they just boyfriend and girlfriend?
They were married.
Do they have any kids?
No kids.
How long were they married? Do you remember?
Well, they were married around a year, so
Just a
they
year?
Were, yeah, they were in a relationship longer, but they married toward the end, and it was volatile by then. Some of the craziest shit had already happened.
Yeah, people get married. I see this in my practice all the time. People get married to save their relationship sometimes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That never works.
No, it does not.
Thank you. All right.
I've seen that myself.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Hi.
Oh, you okay? You've been
Could you please
professional.
state your full name for the record?
Yes,
What's
it's,
that?
Georgina Diane.
I thought you were talking about personally. Okay.
I go by Gina.
Oh, no. I
And
get ready to say the
Ms. Peters,
things.
where are you from?
It's still crash and
London.
burn, though.
And can you tell us a
Yeah,
little bit about
mine.
what your occupation is?
Mine did
This is
too.
Gina Doodles.
I currently am a freelance creator who kind of conceptualizes and
she's got a British
shoots and
accent.
edits photographs and clips, largely for social media.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just a few years. Before that, I was a visual effects coordinator for movies.
And can you tell us just very briefly what that means?
It's basically the managing of CG and effects in films, the delivery of, and just the managing of that. Yeah.
And how long did you do that?
From 2002 to 2016.
Oh no,
Any
the
films we
chat's
might
gonna
recognize?
simp for her like crazy.
This is Gina Duder.
Chocolate
She's
Factory.
well,
The
they'll
Dark
love her
Knight.
husband in.
Oh, it's even worse when she
Whole
walked in.
Christmas
She brought the
movie, I
milk
won't
truck with.
mention, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, she's got that British
Yeah.
accent too.
Yeah,
Yes.
that accent goes
Yeah.
a long way.
I don't know
Do
if
you
you heard me.
know
Nick.
Johnny Depp?
I do.
She came in with the milk truck.
And how do you know Johnny Depp?
He is a good friend of mine.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I met him summer of 2005. It was actually at the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory premiere. My husband Stephen introduced me to him
Husband. Oh well.
at a dinner after the premiere, and
The husband is
he's
hugely connected with Johnny Depp.
super sweet
Oh,
and
really?
warm, and kind of ushered us in to join him at dinner. And I remember being very nervous, like I am now. And yeah, that's when we first met.
You say your husband Stephen introduced you to Mr. Depp.
Yeah.
How did your husband know him?
I'm sorry.
How did your husband Stephen know Mr. Depp?
Oh, he started working with him on Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. He started off in production, but then joined the Depp department during the shoot.
And does he still work for Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
And in what capacity?
For Mr.
Well,
Depp.
he started off as like a personal
according to the
assistant,
subtitles.
and it's kind of developed into a producer writer type role with Johnny's guidance.
So for how long has he worked for Mr. Depp then?
18 years, I think since 2004.
Now, over those 18 years, where has he been working?
All over the place. It depends on where the film is being shot. So the Bahamas, Hawaii, London, LA, kind of all over.
And where have you been during this time?
Well, Stephen and I, our first two films we worked on the same film, but then he went off to do Pirates and I went off to do other films. So I wouldn't always be with them. I know that in between my projects, Johnny was always mindful that me and Stephen didn't spend too much time apart. So he would usually be, kind enough to fly me out to be with them wherever they were.
Okay. About how many times would that happen in a given year? If you
I'm going to step out for lunch, guys. But if you guys are still going, I might check in later on. But thank you so much for having me on. I
Two to
really
three.
appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure,
and it'd be
man.
like,
We'll talk soon.
Sometimes I'd
Yes,
be
sir.
with them for
Thank
like a
you.
month,
Thank you.
sometimes just a couple of weeks.
Can you just generally describe for us very briefly your husband's relationship with Mr. Depp?
It's a great one. They are very close professionally and personally. I know that Stephen really respects Johnny and looks up to him. And Johnny's been a mentor to him and has really encouraged Stephen's career develop. And they're great friends too.
And can you just very briefly and very generally tell us what it was like on those time periods when you were spending time, chunks of time with Mr. Depp and your husband?
Well, if the,
Your Honor, relevance and character testimony 404, I'm not sure how this all relates to.
It's a basic foundational fact, Your Honor. Just
I'll allow it. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. What was the question, sorry?
Just generally describe for us.
Okay, so if they were working, it would be, like on wrap, we'd kind of have dinner together, and then I'd kind of entertain myself while the boys went off to work. If it was during downtime, it would probably be like a family holiday, so it would include his long-term partner Vanessa and their little kids, which was always really lovely, really happy memories there. So it kind of depended.
Okay. How well would you say you know Mr. Depp?
Very well.
Over the course of your friendship with Mr. Depp, and I apologize, did you say it had been 17 years?
I'm not great at maths, but 2005 to now, I think, is 17.
Human in STEM, man.
Over the course
Every
of your friendship
time.
with Mr. Depp, have you ever seen Mr. Depp take drugs?
Yes.
And which ones?
I've seen him smoke weed and occasionally cocaine.
Okay. Have you ever seen him drink?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever partaken of any of these substances at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. About how many times would you estimate you've seen
Party
Mr.
girl.
Depp use cocaine?
Oh gosh. I mean, it's usually like kind of a celebratory event, like after a gig or a party or something.
After a gig, celebrating that it's Tuesday,
I don't know, 20 times over the.
About 20 times.
Just 20 times.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
that's over.
I mean, yeah, I haven't been kind of keeping count, but
I don't
it's
count
not, it's not,
cocaine binges.
it's not a regular thing.
Yeah.
Sporadic. It's
not a regular thing, but I don't remember how many times we did it.
Gosh, I think like the last maybe 10 years.
What's the average length of
How
rail
often
you would snort,
have you
ma'am?
seen Mr. Depp consume alcohol?
Since I've met him.
Can you describe for us how Mr. Depp seems to respond to cocaine?
I quite honestly can't gauge much difference in his demeanor.
Please
He acts
remember,
like
I'm
Scooby-Doo.
also on cocaine
His
at the same
stuff
time.
kind of tends to make the average person a bit chattier and maybe stays up a bit longer than they should.
I'd hang out with a coked up Johnny Depp,
nothing
just see
out of
what
the
would
ordinary.
happen.
Okay. Same question for alcohol. How would you say, based on your interactions with him while he's drinking, how does he seem to respond to it?
It's kind of annoying, but he doesn't. He holds his liquor very well. So, gosh, I kind of more jovial, or just I've never seen him. I've honestly never seen him like drunk. I've never been with him in that kind of situation.
Does he seem to drink to excess in your experience?
No.
Not if he doesn't ever seem drunk
Have
in
you
her
ever seen him
presence.
get angry or violent while on cocaine?
No, definitely not.
I wouldn't have asked that because now they can bring
Have
up
you ever
something.
seen him get angry or violent while on alcohol?
No.
Ms. Duders, do you know Amber Laura Heard?
Okay,
Yes.
chat. I said they're celebrating
And
because it's Tuesday.
When
They didn't say
did
that.
you first meet Ms. Heard?
When did I?
Yes.
Well, we met kind of very briefly on the set of The Rum Diary, but it was just kind of quick greeting in the craft tent, I think.
And just so everybody's on the same page, what is the Rum Diary?
The Rum Diary is a movie that we shot in 2009 in Puerto Rico. And yeah, it starred Johnny and Amber. And I was there with Stephen. That was one of the times that I wasn't working, so I traveled out.
Who's
to
touching their
Stephen.
microphone?
I was around.
Oh,
I
they
did
all
end
do.
up
They're
doing a
terrible.
little thing for the visual effects department, but
She just needs some librarian
That's
glasses. That's the
really-
only thing she's missing right now.
Was there anything noteworthy about your interactions with Ms. Heard on that occasion?
no.
When did you next meet Miss Heard?
We, I think a couple of years later, Rum Diary press tour, I went to the premiere in London. And again, it was just a kind of, greeting. It wasn't, we didn't kind of hang out, chat properly or anything.
And again, just so everybody's on the same page, what is a press tour?
A press tour is when a film comes out, the actors and the director usually travel around with the film and show it in different cities all over the world. And the actors usually have to do interviews to promote it and just get the word out.
Okay. And this was a press tour for Rum Diary?
Yeah.
And what city were you in?
I went to the London one.
Okay. And does anything stand out to you about your interactions with Miss Heard on that occasion?
No.
Okay. Were you aware at that point that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard had started a relationship?
Yes.
And how were you aware?
Because Depp's team, Johnny's team, there's just always an open, constant flow of information, because ultimately, Jerry Judge would be looking after Johnny, so would kind of get updates as to where they were going and what he was doing. And so in that way, we got kind of, notification, notified that, they just got together.
Okay. And you mentioned a name there, Jerry Judge. Can you just tell the jury who that is?
Okay, I don't want to be upset, but Jerry Judge was Johnny's long-term security guy, and he, was a dear individual. We all loved him very much, and he was like family. He was like a dad, and unfortunately, he passed away.
Okay. When did you next see Miss Heard after the press tour in London?
Okay, so that was like 2011. I think it was on a trip that we accompanied Johnny and Amber on to Las Vegas for a few days.
And can you estimate for us just approximately when that was?
Or maybe that was 2012. I'm so sorry. I'm blanking on the date. But
it's so hard to focus when I can feel my teeth. I need some time.
Seeing each other maybe a couple of months afterwards. And we just went out there for a few days. I don't remember if it was just like a little excursion for them, or if Johnny had something to do there. I don't remember that. It was just for like 2-3 days.
Anything stand out to you about that trip?
I was kind of excited to meet Amber, because she was Johnny's new girl, and but I remember kind of trying to, kind of make eye contact, and I kind of felt a bit ignored, which is fine, we're staff or whatever. So I didn't really chat with her.
When you say staff, what do you
Well, I mean, I'm not employed by Johnny, but I'm obviously Stephen's wife, and he's staff, and I didn't really interact with her.
Okay. So can you kind of describe what happened when you saw her then, if anything?
She told me to kill myself. I don't know. I felt very...
No, nothing of note. Just, that she didn't really engage or make, just didn't really acknowledge.
She kept trying to mooch it off all the coke. It really pissed me off.
Did you see Mr. Depp and Miss Heard interact at all on that trip?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you describe that for us?
They seemed pretty in love. They were tactile and, they seemed happy.
Okay. When did you next meet Miss Heard?
When Johnny and Stephen had gone out on location to shoot The Lone Ranger. So I think that might have been the next year. So bad with dates, sorry. I think through Johnny and Stephen, Amber and I were kind of put in touch, and we went vintage shopping together and went to get a coffee once. And then with Johnny and Stephen kind of looked around some galleries, art galleries.
About how long would you say the period was that you and Miss Heard were together in this time frame?
How long were we both out on location?
Right, yeah.
I'm not sure about her, and I know that I personally made 2 trips, which seemed to coincide with her being there. So it was nice. Kind of meeting up to go vintage shopping. She was really, really lovely, really sweet. We got on very well, and it was fun. It was, she's very charming.
Mm-hmm. Did you discuss her relationship with Mr. Depp at all?
I remember going for a coffee, and she seemed a bit, just a bit kind of frustrated that I don't think Johnny was ready to go public with their relationship yet. I think that was, frustrating for her.
Did you form an impression that she wanted to go public immediately?
All right, I'll sustain as to speculation. Next question.
Were you out in public?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
When you were interacting with Miss Heard in this time frame, did you notice at all whether she was wearing makeup?
No, I don't think she was wearing makeup. She's naturally beautiful. I remember, just thinking how gorgeous her skin was and how, pretty she was.
And I mean, how could you tell that she wasn't wearing makeup?
Well, I consider myself to be quite the makeup expert. Earlier on in my adult life, I kind of got hormonal acne, which was awful. So I got kind of professional at covering that up. So I think I'm pretty good at telling if someone's wearing, like foundation or concealer.
Have you ever heard of arnica cream?
Yes. In fact, I actually was using it the other week.
You can use the microphone. I was having trouble hearing you. I'm sorry. Oh, there you go. It's on. There you go.
The question was, have you ever heard of it? And she answered it, and then continued.
Objection. Amica cream.
It's open-ended questions.
She's answered the question.
All right. If you want to ask another question.
Sure, Your Honor. What is it?
What do you know about arnica
It's
cream?
a homeopathic
What a wasted objection.
lotion that you use to
Very petty.
help bruises heal faster.
And have you ever used it yourself?
Yes, I was using it a couple of weeks ago because I had a huge bruise on my hip after I had a fall.
Okay.
So I know what it is.
And can you just describe for those of us who have no idea, like myself, what does arnica cream look like?
Oh, sorry, that was me. It's kind of like a white emollient cream, opaque, that you rub into your skin. You rub into the bruise.
Once it's been rubbed in, what does it look like?
Transparent.
Okay. So is the bruise still visible?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
What?
Sustain as to leading.
Understood.
Okay.
All right. After
No, follow that question. Just re-ask it without it being
after
leading.
that, those
Is the
interactions
bruise
with
still
Ms. Heard
visible
on the
afterwards?
set of Lone Ranger.
Yeah, there's a way. There's easily you could easily fix that.
So I'm not sure if that's an objection, but
I'll withdraw the date, Your
All right.
Honor.
Just
After your interactions with Ms. Heard on the set of the Lone Ranger, Ms. Duters, when do you next recall seeing Ms. Heard?
I think it was on the press tour for the Lone Ranger. By that point, I believe their relationship was public, and we traveled to Japan with their kids, Johnny's kids, and her friend Brittany, who I think was, along as Amber's friend, but also to help take care of the kids while, Johnny was working. And
Okay. And why were you traveling to Japan again?
because the Lone Ranger was premiering there and they were doing press. And then we also traveled to Berlin, I think, as well, and all around.
Were you traveling with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. Did you witness any interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard on these trips?
I mean, just generally on the plane, nothing to note. There was an incident when we were all at dinner together. And when I say we all, I mean also the other actors and the producers and director. And I noticed that Johnny was kind of hiding a drink on the side of his chair and taking secret sips. And I noticed, she kind of saw that and was quite angry about it. And I couldn't hear what was said, but he seemed to got told off by, a telling off, which was, it was kind of weird. It's a bit like telling off a child.
What was he drinking?
I think it was champagne.
Okay, like a flute of champagne?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Like a liter of champagne.
Do you have any impressions of, how would you describe their body language when they were having this conversation?
Quite I think she was really angry, so yeah, just kind of dominant and just very angry and telling him off.
Okay, and how would you describe his body language?
I think quite just exhausted by the whole being told off like a child.
Over this period of time, and just to clarify, were Ms. Heard and Ms. Depp public at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so it was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when we arrived at airports, there was photographers everywhere. So, and it wasn't very public. Yeah.
Okay. Over this period of time, then, after they'd gone public, did you ever witness them together? Did you have a perspective on their interactions in general?
Objection, relevance, foundation.
Objection, relevance, foundation, hearsay, 404.
There, now it is. Okay, thank you. All right, objection.
Relevance, foundation, leading.
Well, their interactions are directly relevant, Your Honor. I can lay more foundation if the court wants.
You don't lay foundation, that's fine.
Did you ever witness Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp together in this time period?
Sorry, could you repeat?
This is
sorry
one of
if I know
Johnny
you said it
Depp's
a few times,
lawyers
but
to the
could you just
chat who
repeat
are
it one more
confused
time?
about
Of
it.
course. Over this next couple of years,
Yeah.
after the press tour for Lone Ranger, did you have occasion to interact with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard at the same time? Did you see them together?
Very rarely.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe a dinner here or there.
Okay.
Yeah.
From those occasions when you did see them, did you form any impressions about how they were getting along based on their interactions with each other that you personally witnessed?
Still don't think it's established the foundation. It's been a few times that he saw a couple dinners, and she's asking for her perspective on their relationship.
Right.
On those particular occasions,
What's the relevance of her impressions?
I'll rephrase her.
Okay.
How would you describe their interactions on those occasions when you witnessed them?
It's the same thing, Aaron. It's still no foundation.
If she's present,
Witnessed them, there
I'll
is
allow it.
foundation. He could have objected again to relevance, but foundation definitely. When you witness them,
They seemed okay. I mean, they could be quite tense, but nothing to note. Nothing I would remark on.
were you invited to their wedding?
Yeah. Yes.
And did you attend?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just generally describe for us what the wedding was like?
It was definitely a predominantly Amber event in the sense that a large percentage of the guests were her friends and family. And, a lot of his friends and family couldn't make it because it seemed to happen so quickly. And yeah, they seem to be having, her and her friends seem to be having a wonderful time.
Where did the wedding take place?
On Johnny's Island in the Bahamas.
And did you have any interactions with Miss Heard during this time period? Or
Yes.
did you talk to Miss Heard when you were at the wedding?
Yeah. There were dinners, and it was certainly a celebration every day. Amber
You pull
and
up
her
in
friend
chat,
Rocky gave me my first taste of MDMA. And everyone, all her friends were on it, and so I tried that for the first time with them. Yeah, it was like a party atmosphere.
Okay. Just briefly, can you sketch out for us in a little more detail how you came to take MDMA on that at the wedding?
Oh, well, it was evening time. I think I was a bit hungover from the day before, and I can imagine those two saw me. And when they first dropped the pill into my hand, I thought it was like a supplement, like a vitamin supplement to make me feel better. But no, they quickly said it was MDMA, and I kind of decided to throw caution to the wind and just try it.
I mean, she strikes me as somebody who's fried her mind a little bit. I don't think she's intentionally deceiving. I just don't think she remembers.
You traveled with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard to Japan and Berlin and possibly other locations as well. Can you tell us where else you traveled with them?
Well,
hey, Nick, I gotta head out. I'll see you.
See you
later, buddy.
Later, man.
And why did you go to Australia?
Because that's where Johnny would be shooting Pirates 5.
Okay, and approximately when do you think you were in Australia?
I think that I flew with Johnny and Jerry Judge and Stephen and a few others. I think that was February. And Johnny stayed in a house, and Stephen and I were based like a 35-minute drive away on the shoreline in the hotels. And I think Amber flew in a while afterwards.
Okay. You said you thought it was February. Do you recall the year?
Yes, I do. 2015.
So just so we have the cast of characters clear, who from this group was in Australia at this point?
So we've got on the plane that I was on, it was Johnny, Jerry Judge, Stephen Duters, Debbie Lloyd, and myself, and maybe one other.
Okay. You mentioned a name there I don't think we've heard before. Can you just tell the jury quickly who Debbie Lloyd is?
Okay.
All right. Well, how's this going, Tug?
Yeah, it's just background information so far. I mean, it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, they brought in a makeup expert though. Hey.
Yep, and for people, if anyone's curious as to why they're bringing up all the drug stuff, they have to get ahead of it. They have to bring it out nonchalant. It's not a big deal. And remember, this is LA and specifically Hollywood. These people, like, drugs are a part of the culture in a weird way. It's not that that's appropriate. It's just how it is. So the fact that there's like cocaine, MDMA, weed, these people have access to so much money. And
Ladies
so
and
much
gentlemen of the jury,
protection.
we just have to take a few housekeeping matters up, so we're just going to have you take a recess for a few minutes, okay?
Uh-oh.
Again, no outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
You're going to try and qualify her on her expertise. By the way, she does have an Instagram for all of you simps, Gina Duders. I'll post it in the chat if anybody is curious. There's pictures with her and Johnny Depp and all sorts of stuff.
All right. Ms. Duders, I just had a question for you. Have you been watching the trial this past week?
I've seen clips of it online, yeah.
You've been watching, so you have seen parts of this trial?
Yeah.
Okay, and witness testimonies?
Yeah, I've seen clips of.
You've seen everything. All right. Does anybody have any follow-up questions?
Ms. Duders, have you been watching?
It doesn't matter. She's been watching clips of witness testimony.
She's about to be disqualified as a witness.
You're excused, ma'am. You can have your excuse.
Okay.
Thank you. I will instruct the jury. They'll have to strike the testimony of Ms. Duders. There's a rule on witnesses, Mr. Moniz.
Understood, Your Honor. This is
All
the
right.
first word.
I believe that. I have no doubt in my mind that this is the first you've heard of it. Have a good day, ma'am. Thank you. It's better hope I got it the first time. Thank you.
Wonder how they found that out. She posted on social
Your next
media or
witness is
something.
Had to posted something, said something.
Okay. All right. Did you want to just take the afternoon recess now before we? Because your video thing. I'll take afternoon recess and I'll instruct the jury. Okay. All right. We'll take 15 minutes. Let's come back at 3:15.
All right. Wow. Wow, that's unexpected drama.
That was kind of interesting. She would have been she was going to be the gateway that also led into some of her husband's testimony.
Her husband going to testify still, or?
Yeah. He's a huge part of this trial. There's one incident, they've brought it up a few times, an airplane incident where she alleges that it doesn't really work out when you think about a private plane setup, like how the chairs work, how they're bolted to the floor. But she says he managed to kick her in the back and do some other crazy stuff. And Stephen Deuters was there, as were a few other people. But yeah, they were going to work into that. They were going to work into drugs, like you said. There's a lot of drugs that are going to come into this thing, because part of their thinking is substance abuse equals domestic abuse. That's what they're going to lay out. Unless it's Amber Heard, then all of the drugs she used, they don't make you violent.
But they did this really well. You got to give credit to the defense. They let her say enough where they were trying to mitigate the drugs and stuff like that by getting out ahead of it. But that's about all they got out, is that there was a bunch of drugs around. Johnny Depp was around a bunch of drugs. She did a bunch of drugs with Johnny Depp. And then they're like, oh, by the way,
yeah, you're
we're going to strike this testimony. So it's very likely that they will remember her testimony about the drugs and that Johnny was on drugs and she's witnessed it and stuff like that. Even though they're going to.
Oh, sorry. She did get in he handles his drugs quite well and stuff like that, though, at least,
Yeah. Yep. But man, that's.
Yeah, still.
Dick Dickstein, you say mistrial, but I mean, that's a rule for witnesses. They are informed they cannot watch parts of the testimony. They cannot be engaging this stuff on social media. And if the defense team asks about it like that, they had to know. I mean, she must have posted on Facebook or Instagram or texted somebody or something. Something had to happen. It's not that,
There's been some weird drama there. Like, I noticed that dozens of accounts have just gone dark today. Like they've gone private, people that are there, witnesses, they've locked themselves down. I get the feeling something is going on there, but I don't know what. I mean, it's strange. Like when you see one person, okay, sure, there could be a little craziness. When you see a dozen people do something, something's going on.
Oh yeah. But any witnesses, they need to be extremely vigilant and careful not to consume these things. They need to not talk about it on social media or with anybody. I mean, they're not to be discussing this. It's 6 weeks. It's hard to do. And of course, it's all that's on your mind, right? Like this is the only thing I got to go in and testify at this big trial. I'm going to be on TV. I'm going to be broadcast to the whole world. Johnny's counting on me, all this stuff. And all you want to do is talk about it. But that was, that is not great for him at all. Not great for Johnny Depp.
No,
so
she was needed.
Guillotine King says, Nick, it's almost impossible to not hear or see. I know. I believe me. I'm aware you can't do it. And here's the reality. Like, no one's supposed to say this, but all these people do it all the time. They don't admit it in court. They don't post about it on social media. They don't do whatever the defense had. The defense asked her the question because they knew the answer. Because had the defense said that, the defense approached and said, Your Honor, this chick's been watching social media. We know it. And they were wrong. And they didn't have some way to back it up. They would look like colossal assholes and you do that once and you get a warning. You do that a couple times and suddenly you're facing sanctions and stuff like that. So, that's too bad. I was really wanted to see how they handled her on cross.
I know. I can't say, but I know. Yeah, it's they've got people in there that are specifically watching it. All of their social media, not just I'm not just talking to people on there. No, I'm thinking people like Eve Barlow are watching social media and communicating.
course.
You could see her like interacting again with the defense. So yeah, I know how that. I'm pretty sure I know how that happened now. But a lot of people, like I said, are locking down their social media and everything because there's something went on earlier today. I'm going to see if I can find out what, but. Yeah, the defense, like you said, they found out that there was something posted. That's what it had to be.
Yeah, I see. Someone said she commented on her social media post, which still or her Instagram post, which is still up. The only one I see is from 6 days ago, or that's the main one I see from her post from 6 days ago. But I don't know which other comment she would have. But that one is not bad. It just says, "Say I'm daunted by the weeks ahead would be a tremendous understatement. My faith in the judicial system is taking quite the beating, but I stand with my friend because I know the truth. Whatever happens, we carry on." So that was her post. That one's not going to be implicating anything. You can make that type of post. It was also 6 days ago before the trial started, so that wouldn't indicate that she's watching anything. They have to know that she has watched something.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. That's exactly what it was. I just sourced into somebody, and yeah, that's exactly what it was. I don't know what though. I'm not sure exactly what. I know how it came about.
So you don't know which social media?
No, I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what she did exactly, but it was definitely she did something on social media, and somebody there gave it. It looks like Eve Barlow probably gave it to the defense.
Right. And that's the advantage of having Eve Barlow not on the witness list.
Yeah.
Is that she's able to do this sort of the sort of dirty hit stuff that she's doing. She's able to monitor social media. She's able to kind of report on it to the team because, well, she's not a witness in the case. It was Rekieta Law. Bring her on. I can't in good conscience bring her on to this show because you guys will be disgusting.
That's it. It doesn't have anything to do with the trial. It's just
like there would just be like milk icons coming all over the fucking chat. It would be a disaster.
She thinks she's coming out some highbrow place, and she'd be like, wrong. She'd be very wrong.
Like, Gina, do you like balls or no balls on your futa? God, you disgusting autists can't even control yourselves for a minute. Here I have the lead attorney on. Man's looking sharp as I've ever seen. That tie was amazing. Went right with his suit. It was like, oh my gosh, here he is. He's bringing up all these good points, and then somebody in the chat, balls or no balls? And everybody always asks the question. They go, oh, what's that? And I'm like, you don't want to do it. We don't want to do it. No. What is it? Okay. Japanese Yakuza 1 says, so Nick, when are you going to have the lead attorney on a late show? It sounds like maybe the next time Drex is over, we'll do it. We'll see. We'll see. I do not know. I do not know how he will be with Matthew Harris's manifesto. I might have to talk to him about that one in advance, but we'll see. Lajaman says Depp seems to be a good guy that has been blessed with success and money and spends it without hooks on friends and family for the right things and parties. And that's one thing to note about LA. I think that's important is just, especially in Hollywood, the amount of money, the amount of culture, like the culture that you're in, the environment that you're in, everyone is on drugs. All like there's just, it's just there. It's everywhere. It's all over the place. And their lives are insulated. They're insulated from, the repercussions from police. They often are not doing the buying themselves, right? There's just cocaine's just always at the party that they're at, stuff like that. It's just there. And it's just part of it. It's not good, but that's just where it is. So
Well,
I
the
don't
copious
find
amounts of money. I mean, the copious amounts of money, you're going to attract people that will definitely be enablers that will never want you to quit anything.
right. And there's no limit, right? Like cocaine is it used to be, at least I think it still is, a pretty expensive drug. So but pretty expensive is relative. And if you're worth $200 million, cocaine is not expensive at all.
Right.
You could just have it on a, like a serving tray when you walk in the house. It doesn't really matter that much. So like, it doesn't, the drug use doesn't surprise me or really, I don't think it really says anything about anybody anyway. I'm surprised when someone in Hollywood is not on drugs.
Right.
Frankly.
I mean, yeah, drug use, I don't know. That's a value judgment. They're just trying to get in. And again, they want to connect that with he's out of control and that equals domestic violence, and that does not. Yeah, there are cases, of course, that are going to be like, there are cases of people that are straight-laced as hell, Some Amish guy can go in and kill his family or abuse people. I mean, it's one is not the other.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a big thing that they need to make sure and make clear. And they'll be talking about this in closing arguments. I would imagine some part of closing arguments is going to be, look, you've heard a lot of testimony that Johnny Depp, was on substances, did drugs, used alcohol, but none of that equals abuse. And there are millions of people across this country who use various substances every day without abusing anyone. Johnny Depp never abused Amber Heard. That's going, and you know that because they had every opportunity to bring up where Johnny Depp abused Amber Heard and to provide you any level of proof. But it's been a lie from the start. It's still a lie today. So they're going to bring something like that, I would imagine. That's what I would do at this point. Let's see what else is there? Oh, someone said, I hope Gina's husband wasn't watching clips of the trial with her. Well, here's the amazing thing. As long as he didn't post about it on social media or tell the wrong person, you'll never know if he did or not. But there's plenty of time that people, like my wife watches all sorts of stuff that I don't watch. I watch all sorts of stuff that she doesn't watch. So that's not that weird. But hopefully he is not watching trial clips. And I would also wager that the defense witnesses are all watching this as well. Let's be real. Everybody's watching this trial right now. Gummy says she seems to really like Johnny, not her husband. Bring the Smoke says this trial stream is brought to you in part by Bring the Smoke. Join me barbecuing and cooking as I grow. I'm hoping to get over 1,000 subscribers by the end of this trial. I promise not to throw a paint can at anyone if I get there. So there you go, guys. You can check out Bring the Smoke on YouTube for some barbecue and cooking streaming or shows. I shouldn't say streams. Billy Witch Doctor says, since they were able to disqualify her, do you think they will try to disqualify her husband? Yeah. They'll probably voir dire the husband. Hey, did you watch this? Your wife did. Were you watching with her? What were you doing during the time?
Oh yeah, they'll try for sure. I'll see if I can find, like I said, I'll see what I can find out about the isolated event. It's just it's in the moment right now, so it's difficult to find out anything. Everybody's scrambling behind the scenes right now.
Oh yeah, right now the Depp's team is going, holy shit, this just blew up on us. We need to figure out how to make sure we get appropriate testimony in. She had this and this and this. Where else can we get this? Do we have this from another witness? Can we get it in through her husband? We need to make sure we insulate the witnesses from this type of stuff. We need to probably get some messaging out to them not to observe the trial. All sorts of questions are going on right now. This is a nasty timing on that. So let's see. The Redneck Ram says, and that's why you don't rely on ditzy burnout drug addicts for trials. They do stupid crap that screws you over in the end. I think calling her a burnout drug addict might be a stretch, but they're there are people who have done drugs and have not been ridiculously addicted to them. Welcome back, Peter.
What's up? So witness DQ'd here? Is that what I heard, right?
Yep. She was watching, she admitted to watching clips of the trial.
Oh, you're supposed to wait till after the trial to admit that. Hasn't she seen other cases?
Yeah. Well, see, that's what I was saying is like, I would wager just about every witness is watching clips of this trial.
In this case, I mean, come on. How can you not? I mean, if you go on Twitter, if you go anywhere, and if you think about it as a juror, they're being reminded all the time, but the witnesses aren't necessarily being reminded all the time. Who was the witness? I didn't see any of her testimony. Was she a big witness or no?
Well, she was not big. She was very petite. Her name is Gina Duders. Gina Duder, I think. Duders. She was the wife of one of Johnny Depp's staff, who is like an assistant.
He runs one of his main companies, actually. Like he's a big player in this. He'll be like a very big player in a lot of this. Both sides will try to use him because of texts and other things. It'll be kind of shit show when he shows up.
What'll be interesting then is, will either side ask for a mistrial based on it, or will they pretty much waive that issue for an appeal? And will either side, because this case, as we know, has been tried in the UK, right? They've been done 1 million depositions. It's been going on for a long time. Will either of them mention anything from her in closing? That's always really interesting on a 6-week trial. Sometimes lawyers think certain things come into evidence and they don't. Even really good trial lawyers, it's hard because we've been living with these cases for years, you know? So it's hard to remember. And for us, as we sit here and just watch this trial, we say, I don't remember ever hearing that, but it happened in some deposition. Sometimes somebody said it. And so they argue it and you got to jump up objection, facts on evidence. But it's interesting when they cut out an entire witness you were planning on using. Really interesting.
Yeah. And the judge will inform the jury that the entire testimony is to be stricken. At the time, they didn't really get into too much of her substantive testimony. I mean, she had a couple things, but they were trying to get out ahead of the fact that she had used substances along with Johnny Depp at events. And so she actually has some admissions that she and Johnny Depp were using substances, cocaine, MDMA, weed, stuff like that. So with, the jury heard all that stuff. So I kind of think the defense's timing on it was smartly strategic, but it might've just been dumb luck where they let her say some negative stuff and then they go ahead and DQ her.
Do we know how they found out that she watched?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. I assume it's a social media post of some sort that got tagged. The only one that I've seen, she made a post 6 days ago on her Instagram, but that was before trial started, so that wouldn't have said anything about it. That she mentions the trial in that post, but that wouldn't be her watching anything. So she could have commented farther down. I didn't look.
I have a question. We were talking about Eve Barlow yesterday, notes and that not really mattering because she's not a witness and she's not interacting with witnesses. Does interaction with Heard being a witness, does that not cause any problems whatsoever? Does that not count?
With her being a witness or with Heard?
No, with Heard being a witness. She basically, yesterday, she's doing a lot of dirty work for them there. They're passing notes and shit like that, not from just the team, but Heard herself is passing notes to some people that are in the thing. And like I said, I don't know if that has any impact or bearing on the case.
And Nick, feel free to answer. It's been I've seen it handled different ways depending on the judge. Sometimes what we'll do in cases, if that happens and the judge allows it, is when Amber Heard's on the stand, we'll say, who's that in the back? And you've been passing them notes, right? What are you telling her? What is she telling you? What are these notes you guys are writing? And it's stuff like that you can kind of embarrass them or make it look kind of sketchy. But, I don't know. Have you ever had anybody had like an issue with, she's a party, so she's not going to be sequestered, Amber Heard?
Right. I'm always upfront with this. I have not had to go to trial.
Okay. Well, what you see and know, I mean, have you seen that ever come up as an issue?
Nope. I've not seen that come up as an issue.
Just because you've never been there doesn't mean you don't know what happens.
Right. But the Curtis Reeves trial, you know, his wife was able to sit in on the entire trial, and even though she was a witness, and the victim's wife, well, I shouldn't say victim, he was the aggressor, according to Florida law, and I think they got that right, by the way. But the aggressor's wife was able to sit in on the entire trial, as the I guess wife of the victim, or the purported victim. And she was a witness too. So there wasn't a lot of note passing going on though during that one, and communication with a party or with defense counsel, and that's criminal. So it's a slightly different context, but I think the way you said it is how I would want to handle it. Just, okay, you're going to be passing notes in court. It's televised. Everybody's seen it. Let's ask you about it. Let's maybe they should try and qualify Eve Barlow as a witness.
Or even say, well, you're passing notes there, but you guys didn't call her to be a witness, something like that, kind of an argument in closing too. Like, she's important enough to be in here passing notes back and forth, but you're calling all your friends and family.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Sure.
Okay. Get in here. Get up here. Think they might... They're going to try and rehab her dismissal. That'd be funny. She only watched like one clip.
It was just a meme, Judge. It was just a meme. No real testimony.
What she meant was she scrolled past something on Twitter and it auto-played.
Yeah.
Because that might be an argument, by the way. I was just trying to be honest. I saw a clip, but it auto-played on Twitter. I tried to scroll off right away.
That is a team huddle right there. Good God.
Yeah.
There are a lot of lawyers there.
They want to try and salvage something out of this, I'm guessing, because this is bad. You definitely don't want a witness disqualified.
After sitting her up there and asking her questions, that's just so... I've never seen this actually happen like this before, ever.
Well, and the plaintiff's attorneys, they said this is the first we're hearing of this. We had no idea. So they're going to be...
I always love firsts. I love new things, you know?
Yeah.
So now next time somebody asks, you'll have a good answer. What they do when this happens, right? This is perfect. This is how you learn.
They disqualify this chick and she's out.
Yep.
But I'm curious. Gosh, I wish we could hear sidebars. I know they don't let us do it a lot of times, but man, in the Curtis Reeves trial, they had sidebars all the time. It was like, oh, please let us hear what's going on. This trial is like, I really want to hear them.
So Rick Escobar and my dad are good friends. They go way back. Rick Escobar was Curtis Reeves is his lawyer.
Yeah.
And he is hilarious, man. He's got you would like his personality. He's a good dude. He's a really funny guy too.
Yeah, he was good. Was he the lead?
Yeah, he was the non-bow tie. He was the lead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did the closing, which he agreed was very long. Very long. But he said he felt like the jury was with him, so he was like getting in their face, talking with them, being their best friend, and he just kept rolling on it basically. But yeah, he agreed it was long. But that was an interesting case of changing the media narrative too, because down here, I mean, it was you can't shoot a guy over popcorn trial. You know, that's what it was down here.
That's what it was in the chat too. I mean, people who are, that's how I felt going into it. I was like, man, from what I've heard about this case, I'm really skeptical on if this guy acted in self-defense. But when the story started coming out, it's like, you know what? No, I think he did. And certainly under Florida law, he did. Once they got down to the nitty gritty. And I think that's what sold it. And I liked that about Escobar. What he did in close was he's like, here you go. Here's the roadmap to exactly why this is okay. And they hammered in on that thing. This is a felony battery. This is a felony battery and he has a right to defend himself. And it's like under that direct read of it, the jury would have had really no choice. And I mean, theoretically, but they always have a choice.
And at sidebar, I'd be willing to bet I know what it's like, because guys like Rick and my dad, they tell the judge how they should rule. And when the judge disagrees with them, they tell them again. And even if they lose, they act like they're telling the judge how to rule always. It's hilarious.
And you don't have to comment on it because you're in Florida, and I guess it's possible you may end up in front of that judge. But that judge was not. I was not the biggest fan of how the judge conducted her courtroom.
He wasn't either.
Yeah, I thought that was a big mess.
And he felt like she was pretty hard wanting them to lose because she wanted to be right on the stand your ground hearing. And so he felt like that was another uphill battle he was facing.
Yeah, I could see that. And I mean, the way she was handling objections, it was like just a coin toss on what she would allow or disallow on any particular thing. It was like, come on, man, like have some consistency, please.
Yeah.
Like that's all we want. You can be consistently bad as long as we know. But she was completely unpredictable.
That's so hard to try a case like that too. So hard. And like this case, I feel like this judge has sustained some leading objections to questions that are clearly not leading or hearsay even. And I feel like all it's done is bred more objections. And
right.
Because they're thinking, oh, maybe we'll win this one. At least this judge is making calls though. I'll give her that credit.
Okay. We still have half a sidebar. Okay. No,
You're welcome.
So I wonder what's going to happen here. So these people are leaving. That's Johnny's sister, who's now leaving the courtroom. After getting some messaging from the defense counsel, that's what makes that more interesting. Johnny's sister, by the way, is allowed to be in the courtroom now because she has been released from her witness obligations.
Anybody?
Oh,
they're back.
Back to sidebar.
Come back up here.
God.
Why did four? So none of the. Oh no, there was the crazy lady was there.
You have nicknames for everybody?
No, she's
that
just
lady's
crazy.
she's crazy.
She's just batshit crazy.
Did you watch opening arguments at all?
I watched parts of them. Yeah.
Man,
I thought it was interesting how they both split them.
Yeah, me too. But her opening argument was so bad. I was like, dude, you have talked way too much, way too fast about way too many things going all over the place. The jury, I don't think the jury followed it.
Dude, I had trouble following it, and I know all the players in this game. I was like, what the fuck? That was rough, man. It was really rough.
I don't think Amber's male lawyer has done that bad, personally.
No,
I thought his was pretty good.
We'll
Yeah.
take that up.
Rottenborn. He just has the worst name.
Yeah. Or the best. I mean, depending if you want to be a villain. Woo.
Benjamin Blatt says, fun thing to tune into. Witness social media will screw your case at the drop of a hat. I dropped in to apologize to your chat guys who called me on getting the P365 wrong. It is a serialized FCU like the P320. My bad. Yeah, Benjamin. I wanted to call you out on it, but I was being polite to you because you were my guest. But really, it was kind of embarrassing for you. I mean, I can't believe you didn't know that about the P365 versus the P320. Just ridiculous.
I mean, Rekieta was going to call you out, but, he typed it in the private chat. But I was like, no, that's probably bad.
Yeah. That's, gosh, just crazy. Let's see. The Japanese Yakuza says, so with Drex and the other guy I just mentioned, don't remember name because drunk will be an amazing Oreo. Stop it.
Oh, God.
Better Bachelor. Oh, hey, what's up, Better Bachelor? How you doing, man? It says current society, for a woman to be believed, she just has to speak. For a man to even be heard, it will cost him millions. So there you go. That's Better Bachelor. If I'm not mistaken, that guy has a YouTube channel of some popularity out there.
Isn't it weird that Depp has police on his side in this? I mean, they responded and they said there's nothing here. I mean, it blows my mind,
Well, police are a product of the patriarchy.
Oh.
Apparently.
Oh, goody.
Does that mean truth is a product of the
Which
patriarchy?
exhibit is this? Okay. And make sure they're agreeable redactions first.
Yeah, by the way, Better Bachelor, thank you for stopping by and
All
dropping
right,
a
so
super chat.
397
Really
is
appreciate it.
redactions. Okay, there we go. If I don't give it to Jamie now, I'll forget. Okay. All right, that takes care of 397. Now we have, we're going to have to probably start the video tonight and probably have to finish it tomorrow morning, correct?
Oh,
By the
God.
length of it?
Not
Okay.
another-
And are the exhibits, so you're going to be
An hour and
switching
a
back
half
and
of
forth
video.
again?
Oh Jesus! Not another exhibit
you're just
video.
I think
making
Your
all
Honor, the
lawyers
judge is gonna
scared
run
when you
this
say
off
that
ours.
because lawyers hate.
I believe the parties
hate.
have worked
You
out the
know, we
redaction.
all know how boring
I
videos
think
are, right?
I could be wrong.
Or is there any objections to the
Yesterday was bad.
exhibits?
I don't think we've talked at all about what exhibits were coming in.
That's music to my ears.
I know.
Judge is getting really
I don't
annoyed with
think
this
we
stuff,
had any-
actually.
we've just
Look at her
exchanged
face.
the Objections for this, so.
Oh, well, in that case, I think we're handling introducing them to the extent they get introduced, and we'll
Right.
discuss any objections.
That's how I understand it. It would be
Okay.
like a witness that when it.
Oh, so we're just going to do objections as we get to them.
Yes.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. That works out. Okay, so we'll start it, and when we're at 5 o'clock, we'll see where we are, and we'll find a good breaking point. Okay? All right. Are we ready for the jury then? Make sure you're ready. Okay, all right. You ready? All right, thank you.
Real quick, for those of you who are not here earlier, please welcome to my guest, Peter, the lawyer you know. He is a lawyer down in Florida. He is also a YouTuber. He has a growing YouTube channel. You can check him out. He's listed in the description, but covers all sorts of subjects on law and the practice of it. And yeah, I'm so happy to have him on the show here today. He was
Thanks for
on
having me, man.
earlier, but
Appreciate it.
but he had to leave because he had some sort of thing. I don't know, probably like
No,
real.
I wish I
life.
hate. I almost don't want to come on. I hate breaking it up and coming and leaving, but I try when I have time to just come on because it's fun. I think it's fun, man, to talk about this stuff with other lawyers, and so I try to pop on when I do have another appointment coming up in like 15 minutes, but I want to come as long as I can. It's fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, hey, I'll keep sending you links, man. You can pop
Awesome.
in whenever
love to.
is convenient for you. So,
thank you so much.
Daphne Lansborough, thank you for the sticker.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the court is striking Ms. Gina Duder's testimony in its entirety from the record, okay? Therefore, the court further instructs you, the jury, to disregard her testimony in its entirety. Understand? All right, thank you. All right, your next witness?
I hate how they don't say why.
They should
Like,
tell
I'm
why.
fighting
Your Honor,
for
we
them to
call
say why.
Dr. David Kipper by video designation.
Dr. Kipper. That's his
She
personal
inadvertently
doctor.
saw trial testimony, not she's a liar or a horrible person or tried to trick you guys.
I represent
You know?
Amber Heard. Could you please provide your full name? David Allen, A-L-A-N.
This is Johnny Depp's $100,000 a month
And what is
personal
your
doctor.
business address, Dr. Kipper? 153 South Lasky, Lasky Drive, Beverly Hills, 90212, California.
It's a
You
Beverly
couldn't
Hills
make
doctor.
it to the 90210, I guess.
He's not that good of a doctor
Now,
then.
you're a doctor, correct?
Yes,
And an internist?
yes.
How long have you been practicing medicine?
Since 1977.
And I noticed on your website, it says you provide concierge health care. What does that mean?
That means I provide health care on a retained
I don't remember that class in medical school.
arrangement.
What do you mean by retainer-based arrangement?
Patients pay an annual fee and all services are included.
How much?
And available 24/7.
Man, how do you get this arrangement?
Now, you also practice, part of your practice is addiction treatment. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've written a book on addiction?
Yes.
Oh, what's the title of the book?
The Addiction Solution.
And by addiction, do you mean addiction to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
Is there any other addictions that you practice treating?
Well, there are behavioral addictions, but those are far less common.
And in your practice, you've dealt with patients who've blacked out from drugs or alcohol?
Yes.
Who is Lisa Bean?
A former employee in my office.
And what was Ms. Bean's role in your office?
She was a receptionist.
And how long did Miss Bean work for you?
Too long.
I don't have that specific information. I believe it was about 3 years.
In working with Miss Bean, did you find her to be honest?
No, actually.
Why was she not honest?
She was inappropriate with certain patients beyond what I consider to be professional. She discriminated in some regards to some patients. She was divisive in the office and created a lot of problems with the other staff.
Ooh, that's bad, man, to say. Like of the worldwide.
Oh, no, she quit.
And who is Debbie Lloyd?
Debbie Lloyd is a nurse that I have known for many years who has worked with me on home care and addiction cases.
And is Miss Lloyd an employee or a contractor with you?
She's a contractor.
Does she still contract with you, Miss Lloyd?
Yes, until recently. She now has a new position, so I'm not able to have her services at this point.
What was Miss Lloyd's role in Mr. Depp's care?
She served as his RN, as his registered nurse.
Having your own registered
And
nurse.
was Lloyd
It's
paid
his
by you
nurse.
for Mr. Depp's care?
Yes.
So would it work that you would bill Mr. Depp for the care that you gave and Miss Lloyd gave, and then you paid from that?
Yes.
And who is Erin Borum?
She's an RN that
Didn't that guy
was
shoot Hamilton?
employed to help care for Amber.
Was Ms. Borum also a contract nurse?
Yes.
And so did Ms. Borum have any role in Mr. Depp's care?
Only if Debbie was unavailable, Erin would step in and vice versa.
And did Ms. Borum work with you on anybody else besides Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Does Ms. Borum still work with you?
Ms. Borum now has 2 little kids, so she's not really available.
I understand. I have 2 kids myself. When were you first contacted about treating Mr. Depp?
Somewhere in the spring of 2014.
And do you recall who first referred you to Mr. Depp?
He was referred by another patient.
Bless that patient.
Did you talk to Tracy Jacobs at all about Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What did you understand the business relationship was between Ms. Jacobs and Mr. Depp?
That she was his agent.
Why don't we put up, Alex, can you put up Kipper 3, please?
Why isn't the dead space edited out?
Because they're terrible with this stuff.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is an intake evaluation that I had with Mr. Depp regarding his treatment.
And do you keep these notes in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And the notes are meant to be accurate?
Yes.
And did you take the notes or did someone take them for you?
I took these notes.
Is May 22nd, 2014 the first time that you met Mr. Depp?
No.
Your Honor, When did you?
Sorry, thank you. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 220, which is what Dr. Kipper was referring to there.
Any objection to 220, defendants 220?
Yes, Your Honor. Foundation, authentication, hearsay, and 403.
All right, hold on, let me catch, I can get it here, it's fine. 220.
You know how we can break up this video?
Your Honor.
By having some nice legal objections to the documents.
Notes that he keeps in the regular course of business of his meeting with his initial consultation with Mr. Depp, which is what he does as a doctor, and and it's his.
How is this not already done?
Medical records of.
If they're playing a video.
Yeah, they didn't do it. That's what they were saying it beforehand, that they're going to do objections as they come up.
And then fast forward through the video or something when he talks about his notes?
Pulling up the exhibit, Your Honor. I apologize.
Okay,
1 minute.
But Rule 403 is prejudicial waste of time evidence. Curious what's in those notes. I want to know. I mean, they're objecting to notes of his doctor. This is the plaintiff's witness. It's one thing to remember here. This is the plaintiff's witness, and the plaintiffs are objecting to the admission of notes that the defense wants to admit. So why? Objecting is hearsay, but this is notes would be from the person. So I don't know how that would be hearsay unless the notes came from someone else.
Based on what you're saying, it sounds like they win even if they lose the objection. If the jury is thinking like you, why would they want to keep his notes out?
Yeah, that's the first thing that I think on this. Again, we talked about this earlier with the counselor.
Your Honor, we would stand on the hearsay and relevance objections. There's a lot of material in this document that is not really germane to the issues in this case. At minimum, and to the extent admitted, it should be admitted in redacted form. In addition, it's not clear that there's any hearsay exception that would apply to everything in here. Not everything in here is a statement of a party opponent, I don't believe. And finally, the medical records reflected here go well beyond any possible relevance to the issues in this case. It's not inappropriate. We would stand on that objection.
All the statements in here are statements of Mr. Depp, so they either be a party admission or it's use of, and it's Dr. Kipper it's his evaluation of Mr. Depp to treat him for his, as you'll see, his addictions. So I think this is all relevant. There's no hearsay, and if there is, it meets the exception. It's all Mr. Depp's statements.
We're doing this before the jury.
They've not even argued it, but it's a business. It's clearly a
So
business
weird.
record.
It's clear from the document, Your Honor, that there's more in here. That the records here are at minimum broader than it is germane to this case. I mean, this goes well beyond any medical records that could conceivably be relevant. We would respectfully submit to the issues in this case.
I understand, but given latitude as to the family history and family medical history to this, so I'll allow 220 into evidence, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you want to introduce a doctor's testimony in his notes
I guess
somewhere,
can
you're
you
going
publish
to
it to the
introduce a
jury?
lot. They're going to have the opportunity to
Not if
bring
you're
in what you
watching.
don't want.
Called opening the door, right?
Well, the way we, that's fine, Your Honor. We can just have him testify, and then it's fine.
Okay, that's
He's
fine.
gonna testify.
All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
God, their mics are super hot right now.
Why couldn't
Their
we do that
mics are
normally?
so hot right now.
Mr. Depp, prior to May 22nd, 2014.
I met him a couple months before that as just an initial introduction to discuss possible treatment.
And where were you when you first met Mr. Depp?
He met me at my home office.
And did you have any notes of that meeting at the home office?
No.
What did you discuss with Mr. Depp at that first meeting?
At that meeting, I discussed with him my involvement in helping him with his substance issues.
And what substance issues did he say he had?
So to answer your question, Mr. Depp was seeking treatment for substance abuse and wanted to detoxify from his substance abuse.
Did Mr. Depp say what substances he was trying to detox from?
Yes, and as indicated in this note, it was polysubstance. So there was alcohol, opiates, benzodiazepines, and stimulants.
So all of them.
So you referenced the note, which is Kipper 3. In your meeting with Mr. Depp in the months before May 22nd, 2014, Mr. Depp was looking to detox from alcohol, opiates, benzo, and cocaine.
Those substances were in his history. The substance that he was at that point concerned about and abusing were opiates.
And when you say he was concerned about the substance he was abusing was opiates, was this in the conversation before May 22nd, 2014?
I can't remember specifically.
Okay. So you had this initial conversation with Mr. Depp, and then you had this initial consultation with him a few months later. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you met with Mr. Depp in Boston?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp was filming a movie at the time?
Yes.
And in your notes, you say he had history of self-medicating behaviors involving multiple substances of abuse. These include alcohol, opiates, benzodiazepines, and stimulants, cocaine.
Diazepines, you
Is that accurate, what he told you?
Yes, that's in my, that statement's in my notes, correct.
Okay. And in addition to opiates, was Mr. Depp addicted to any other prescription drugs?
Good God, can't they stop anything?
Other than opiates, no.
What is roxicodone?
It's an opiate.
It's like oxycodone, but it rocks.
And what is Adderall?
That was it was his main addictive drug.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp addicted to Adderall?
No.
What is Xanax?
Xanax is a benzodiazepine.
It's like Jeopardy. What is Xanax?
This first paragraph on this page, these are notes based off of your discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Every time that dings, he gets another $100,000.
Yeah.
And then on the second page where it says physical
Ferrari
examination,
counter.
that's just what you conducted at the time on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And where it says impression on the third page, that was your impression of Mr. Depp at the time of May 22nd, 2014?
Yes.
And under that, the plan, that's documenting your plan for Mr. Depp going forward?
Correct.
Mr. Depp paid for this visit?
Yes.
When was the plan to start treatment of Mr. Depp?
After he completed his current film.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize Kipper Exhibit 4?
Yes.
And what is Kipper Exhibit 4?
It's a progress note dated June 11th, 2014.
And did you keep these notes in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And did you take these notes?
Yes.
The notes are meant to be accurate, correct?
Yes.
What is you had mentioned it before, but what is polysubstance abuse?
Your Honor.
Poly is multiple.
You can pause. Thank you.
It takes a second for it to catch up.
No,
so-
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, I move to the admission of the defendant's exhibit 246.
246.
Eight. Who do we appreciate? They're going to object and probably lose on the objection again.
And it's the same type of medical record that was just admitted of for 220.
Always
Somebody asked in the chat
Objection.
if
I'll give you
this
one.
could be a cause for an appeal or mistrial because they're the
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one moment.
speaking objections in front of the jury. I would think the lawyers would have to object to it and ask the judge to come up for sidebar in order for them to preserve that issue for appeal because they're both partaking in it at this point.
Yeah. I don't think that's going to get you an appeal. Certainly, if you don't say anything, it's not going to get you an appeal. And I don't think
Understanding your
it's
Honor's,
going to anyway because
ruling on the
speaking
last,
objections
record, I think will
fly in plenty of courtrooms.
We'll anticipate that it
Judicial discretion, they call that.
All right. So I will take that as no objection. All right. 246 in evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, they were going to lose that objection anyway.
Issues, multiple substance abuse.
And you were going to be treating Mr. Depp for multi-substance abuse, correct?
I was going to be treating Mr. Depp for opiate issues.
Didn't you learn anything
On
from
the
his
bottom
role in
of the
From
first
Hell?
page where it says impression, that was your impression of Mr. Depp at the time? Where it says polysubstance abuse?
Yes.
And were these the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking at the time, which is at the bottom of page 1 of Kipper 4?
I'm sorry, can you, am I relating to the first entry under impression?
It says, what does it mean where it says dopaminergic imbalance with lithium 300 mg bid to be increased to 300 mg TID?
Those were medications that I had planned to use upon our treatment.
So all the medications that are on Kipper 4 under impression, those are medications you plan to use with Mr. Depp, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on the next page where it talks about opiate dependence, right, we'll maintain on current Norco dosage TID until current filming is completed in mid to late July. Mr. Depp agrees to undergo detoxification with clonidine, Robaxin, Bentyl, and
Good job. That's what it says. Yes.
Okay. What does TID mean? Or you see where it says
3 times a day.
3 times a day. Okay. And Mr. Depp was also going to undergo a sobriety program. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it says to be regularly drug tested in my office. How regularly was he to be drug tested, Mr. Depp?
That was dependent upon his progress and my understanding of how he was doing.
And if he was progressing well, how often would Mr. Depp be drug tested? Okay, you can answer.
The answer is what I said. It would really depend, Adam, on how he was doing at the time and how he was progressing through his treatment.
Do you recall how many drug tests you gave Mr. Depp in 2014?
No.
You gave him at least one, correct?
Yes, I believe so. I'd have to check through my records.
Okay. And Deborah Lloyd was going to be Mr. Depp's nurse, correct?
Correct.
You can take down Kipper 4. And can you put up Kipper 5, please?
And Your Honor, we would move into evidence Plaintiff Exhibit 40.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 40. Is there any objection?
It'd be funny if they object to this. Objection, hearsay. Irrelevant.
My understanding, you're putting in, you want to move in the entire document, 123 pages.
We have redacted portions of it. Yeah.
How do they not already know this? Like, what parts are redacted out? Like,
It's a 123-page document. You can just find out on the fly what's redacted.
I just don't get that. I mean, it's a civil case. It's why it feels like a criminal case. Civil case, bring the binder. We all agree. Here you go. Criminal case, every word we fight about before it gets in.
Yeah, this stuff, especially with a video deposition that you've had for months now, and these medical records that they've had for probably longer, this stuff should be negotiated out ahead of time.
The judge, most judges I see would be so angry that they haven't already agreed on this stuff.
I'm generally okay with it. I'd have to, with 123 pages, and then there's certain redactions. I just would need to see what was redacted. I'm generally okay with.
All right,
submission of the document.
so I'll enter it, but with the reservation for redactions that need to be made, okay?
Thank you, Erin.
We can
Understood.
do that. All right, that's fine. 40.
Whisper, 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 whisper. Let's see. We've got a chat here. Exation says Judge Egon
Publishing it, but I would
Spengler.
ask that they not publish it and just let the video play as he testifies to it, and then we can discuss what needs to be.
Is that okay?
Given the lack of agreement, confirmed agreement on the redactions, Your Honor, I think that's
Okay,
fine. We can
sure.
just play the video.
Do that.
Judge Egon Spengler. She likes spores, molds, and fungus. Love your channel, Nikki. Only found it during the Edgecombe trial, but you sent me in so many different directions. Love these streams. Keep it up, bruv. Love from the UK. Hey, thank you, buddy. Back at you. And the Nicholas Cruiser says, chat, do not take any person's advice on chemical usage. We've somehow managed to
Kipper
garner a
5
royal
is a
flush
long document
of individuals who are pharmacologically
came
ignorant.
out of your files. Do you recognize the document?
Yes,
What is Kipper 5?
it's a progress note dated the 12th of June, 2014.
So this exhibit, Kipper 5, which I will refer to throughout the your deposition, is a multi-page document that is progress notes throughout from multiple dates that that came out of your files. Do you know who created these progress notes?
I created these progress notes.
It wasn't Miss Lloyd?
No, these are my notes.
Okay. All right.
Nobody calls you a liar in a
It's
question
normal
better
course
than
of
a lawyer.
business.
Okay.
And again, the notes are meant to be accurate.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go back up. So this 6/13/14, that is your notes.
Correct.
Okay. And it says, met with patient in his apartment. Patient continued to be pleasant and cooperative. He stated that he initially started taking opiates after some dental work and became dependent on them. You recall that conversation with Mr. Depp?
Yes, those are my notes.
Okay. And it's also accurate that patient is fearful of coming off of opiates, but knows what he needs to do?
Yes, that reflects the conversation I had.
Okay. And then patient also expressed some emotional trauma, which causes him depression and anxiety?
Also true.
And if we go to Kipper 54 of Kipper Exhibit 5, these are the medications that Mr. Depp's assistant gave to you?
Correct.
And going down, it's accurate where it states that patient states he currently takes oxycodone 50 mg BID and oxycodone 30 mg at bedtime?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'm going to scroll down a bit here. And we're going to go to Kipper 60 on Kipper Exhibit 5, the notes for 6/22/14. This is again a note that you prepared.
Watching you daily, these video depositions, especially
note that you
in
prepared, Dr.
cases
Kipper?
across the
I'm
country, are
reviewing this. Okay,
not
sorry.
uncommon or a problem at all. They're just annoying. In my opinion, annoying.
Yes.
Boring. They're boring to watch.
I think anyone you paid $100,000 a month to should show up.
And
imagine what he probably charges for testimony.
Oh God, it'd
you
be
see
horrid.
where it says in the middle, patient spoke about his difficult childhood and current mood swings.
Yes.
What did Mr. Depp tell you about his mood swings?
That he had evanescent changes in his mood from good to bad.
And did he give any more information about what a bad mood would be?
No, it was implied that would be depression, sadness.
What about anger?
That was not. I don't remember him saying that.
This note also said that he'd been depressed for the past 3 days. Right above where we just looked.
Yes.
And Alex, keep this up, but put out Kipper Exhibit 6, please.
One advantage of these video depositions, though, is they're all pre-recorded. This is back in February. He can't have watched anyone else's clips. So
Your Honor, we
he
would
can't
move
be
into evidence,
disqualified.
Depp Exhibit 42.
It's a really great point, Nick.
That's
This
very
is
true.
what the people come for, you know?
That's right.
And this is another redacted document, counsel.
So mine's not redacted yet, correct?
I don't see any redaction.
We have a redacted copy, which we can provide. Also, I believe this is unobjected to on our exhibit list.
So pending redaction.
Well, I'd have, the copy we had didn't have redactions, so I'm not sure.
So redactions wouldn't give you more objections, sir.
Non-redacted, I'm happy to have it included, but I would need to see the redactions.
Oh, he's saying the redacted stuff is bad for Johnny.
As we did with 40,
Interesting.
okay, so 42 in with redaction
Understood, Your Honor.
decisions, okay.
Post-evidence redaction.
It's a whole bunch of redactions. It's just 3 words across like the
Johnny is
entirety
great.
of his document. It says he's a saint.
Is not abusive.
It walks on water. You're like, all right.
Amber beat him. Weird. This is so strange. Strange that this would be in the doctor's notes.
And Dr. Kipper, do you recognize Kipper Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a summary of the treatment and encounter with Mr. Depp from June 22nd to June 24th of 2014.
And you keep these notes in the normal course of business, correct?
Yes.
And again, they're meant to be accurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these notes reflect that you saw Mr. Depp in
No.
Boston again?
No, they're not supposed to be accurate.
Correct.
Well, the psychiatrists were just a jumbled mess.
and-
So
The psychiatrist also.
And the second
Again,
paragraph.
she made
Right.
inference. Like
We
that's the one
discussed
thing
the
you
need
don't
for
ever
compliance
do in
with his
psychiatry is
medications.
make inference.
We also discussed his nicotine habit and agreed we would address this when we completed the opiate and benzo detoxification. Mr. Depp's filming will be completed around mid-July, and we discussed the planned detoxification. Mr. Depp prefers to do this in his home in the Caribbean islands. The anticipated duration is between 10 to 14 days, and he will be completely isolated without any professional or personal obligations. Does this reflect the discussion you had with Mr. Depp?
Yes, it does.
And you also discussed that Mr. Depp understands that a nurse, Debbie Lloyd, will assist me with this program, and I will initiate this withdrawal and supervise daily, visiting him at the end of his treatment to design the next steps in his therapy. And this protracted therapy will include a 12-step private counseling and personal psychotherapy and couples therapy with his fiance, Amber. Both are in agreement to this plan. Does that reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And was misheard at this conversation as well?
I don't remember, but the last sentence implies that both were in agreement. So it
Doesn't imply it,
very
it states
possible
it.
that she was, but I honestly can't remember.
And during this detoxification, who was going to be with Mr. Depp at his home in the Caribbean islands?
His fiance Amber and the nurse Debbie Lloyd and whatever staff members he had.
Where was Miss Lloyd going to be each day in the Caribbean islands?
She was going to be on his property in a separate area.
And who was administering the medications to Mr. Depp?
Miss Lloyd was giving these medications and supervising that. And there were periods of time at night, during the evening, early morning.
All right, Nick, I'm jumping off. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you having me.
All right, buddy. I'll send you
And
more
would there
links.
be times where Miss Heard
Thank you
was
so much. I'll be
administering the medications to Mr. Depp without Miss Lloyd being present?
Correct. Under supervision, but without being present.
And when you say under supervision, what do you mean by that?
That Miss Lloyd would give Ms. Heard the direction on how to provide these medications.
It wasn't necessarily going to be physically present there when the medications were delivered to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp admitted to you that there may be traces of cocaine since he'd been using the substance prior to the initiation of this program, correct? Is this note correct, what you write here in Kipper 6, that Mr. Depp admitted there may be traces of cocaine?
Yes.
Okay, can you, let's just go back to Exhibit 5. And if we go to you see the note of 6/24/14 at 1200?
Yes.
Is 1200 the time?
Yes.
And it said, are these your notes again?
These are my notes.
Dr. Kipper, these 18 pages came from your production, and I'll represent to you that there were no drug tests that I saw for 2014 or 2015 for Mr. Depp. You know why that is?
The only thing I can, the answer is no. I don't understand that. We had a flood in our office in 2014 October.
Oh God.
The office above us flooded our office and the basement.
Oh
where
God.
we kept certain records.
Was that back when?
I'm not sure which records.
Did he escape with Noah?
Yeah,
God, he's so old.
involved in that. But other than that, no.
Would drug tests for Mr. Depp for 2014 and 2015, would those also be kept electronically?
No.
Who did you work with to conduct the drug tests of Mr. Depp?
Yes, I ordered the drug tests.
And what company did you work with?
It appears that it's MD Lab. That's the lab we use.
And the drug tests that we do have, they came from your files, correct?
Correct.
and they're meant to be accurate, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that drug tests that you took of Mr. Depp in the 2016 through 2019 period showed Mr. Depp testing positive for cocaine, correct?
Correct.
Drug test showed Mr. Depp being positive for cocaine, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And for THC, Mr. Depp was also positive for THC, correct?
Correct.
And for benzo, is that correct?
I was on all of them, mate.
Yes, I'm looking for benzo.
That's part of drug rehab. You're not clean. You know, they expect you to fail and they expect you to
How long
try again.
was Mr. Depp on benzodiazepine?
He was on benzodiazepines pretty much throughout our relationship during this period of time.
Wasn't one of the objectives to get him off of benzodiazepine?
It was, and we actually used a medication to accomplish that initially, but he didn't tolerate that medication very well. Not everyone does. So he was put back on his benzos.
On page 3 of Exhibit 7, what's being shown here under where it starts with cocaine metabolites?
This is
The benzo is Xanax. They mentioned it earlier.
substances with reference ranges. And I think if you scroll down, you'll see his specific analysis related to that.
And on page 4, Robert Wells was a name for Mr. Depp, is that correct? An alien? Correct.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And this is a drug test for 11/21/16, correct?
Yes.
And what is it showing Mr. Depp positive for? What drug?
Positive for cocaine, amphetamines, and benzodiazepines.
Positive for
And on page 5,
whatever you could find.
this is a drug test for November 21st, 2016, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's showing, what drugs is it showing Mr. Depp was positive for?
It shows cocaine, benzodiazepine, cannabinoids, and amphetamines.
Man, I really hope they've got something
And
really
again,
good
you
from this
did take-
doctor.
The drug tests were taken of Mr. Depp in 2014 and 2015, correct?
Correct.
Because this is the plaintiff's
Now,
witness. So
you had mentioned before.
Gotta have something
and the
good for
note said
Johnny
that the
amid
plan
all
was for
the
Mr.
he's a
Depp
drug
to
user.
detox on his island in the Bahamas. Is that right?
Correct.
Got to be better than that therapist.
And were you going to be going to the island at any point? Were you planning to?
Yes.
Was it going to be throughout Mr. Depp's entire detoxification, or when were you planning on being at the island?
I was planning to see him and did see him towards the beginning as we initiated treatment, and towards the end when we were transitioning from that treatment into the next phase of his treatment.
Now, on 8/8/14, it says, arrived on island today. Plan is for patient to continue to take routine meds through tomorrow at HS. At that time, he will not take his oxycodone, and detox medications will be initiated. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes,
Is
Depp
that
is
you
the
arriving
plaintiff.
at the island, or Miss Lloyd arriving at the island?
That's Miss Lloyd.
So that 8/8/14 note is her note, correct? So some of these notes are hers and some of these notes are yours.
These notes going forward are her notes, appear to be her notes.
Okay. What type of what type of system were you putting these notes into?
I don't understand your question.
Got
The notes just appear to
$100,000.
be continuous, and you said some are your notes and some are her notes. I'm trying to understand how they got together.
Because I put all of his treatment notes together to be in one place.
Would Miss Lloyd type these notes, or were they handwritten?
She would type these notes.
Now you could
And
object to
then-
Miss Lloyd's
and then
notes
who
as
put them-
hearsay,
Who put them all together?
but then you could
I
say
did.
that they're a business
Okay.
record kept in the regular course of business, and therefore would be admissible as a hearsay
Okay, so
exception.
8, 9, 14, patient expressed fears of never feeling normal without his drugs. See that?
I see that.
Was that, did Mr. Depp ever express that to you?
Yes, in some form, he discussed that with me.
Give me a bling. Oh, okay.
Don't you find it disturbing that
Um,
having your medical and mental health history put on display because you go to court with somebody?
Yeah, but they're calling this witness, so there's something in here they want out of him that they think it
Well-
outweighs the the bad parts of this.
They tried to keep a lot of his records out, and the
Kipper
judge
7
allowed a
Kipper
bunch.
71,
So I think that's
where it
why
says
they
MD's
brought
flight
it
has been
in.
canceled. Arrangements are being made for him to
They're
arrive
trying to
on
get ahead of
8,
anything
12,
there.
14.
Yeah.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so is it accurate that you arrived at Mr. Depp's Island on August 12th, 2014? Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Did you go to assess Mr. Depp on August 15th, 2014, according to these notes?
That's correct.
And by the way, fiance is misheard in these notes, correct?
Yes.
And patient is Mr. Depp, correct?
I have no idea, actually.
And this is a Kipper 77 on Kipper 5. Text from fiance, the patient is upset and irritable. MD and RN went to assess the patient. Is that accurate that you came to see Mr. Depp at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And after receiving a text from Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp, the note says he being Mr. Depp, states he had a fight with fiance and is questioning whether or not he can emotionally and physically handle detox.
I
You
thought he
recall
said
this
fight with
conversation?
Beyonce.
I can't remember that.
That's what it sounded like.
That he was struggling at that point.
He's so off the
And how was he
rails on
struggling?
drugs. He's fighting with
Again, he
Beyonce.
was frustrated. He was uncomfortable physically.
Dr. Kipper, this is a email. Well, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is Kipper 8?
This is an email that I sent to his sister, Christy.
Christy Dombrowski is Mr. Depp's sister?
Correct.
And you sent this email to Ms. Dombrowski on August 18th at 7:54 a.m., correct?
Correct.
This email was shortly after you had met with Mr. Depp in the note we just discussed, correct? Oh, 7:54 Pacific. So it was sometime in the morning in the Bahamas, correct?
I guess. I don't have that calculator in front of me.
It's either 3 or 4 hours ahead. So it's either 10:54, maybe it's 11:54 in the morning.
Correct. I guess that's right. I mean, I assume that's right.
Okay. And you wrote this, and why did you write this email to Ms. Dombrowski?
We were planning to transition back to Los Angeles. We had completed the initial phase of his detoxification, and I wanted to update her as to my impressions on how he was doing and how we would proceed going forward.
And you wrote this to Ms. Dombrowski because you were concerned about Mr. Depp, is that correct?
I wrote this so that she was aware of where we were in the process of his treatment.
And you wrote this after he had an incident with Ms. Heard, correct?
I did not witness the incident. I wrote this after we were called to see him because there was an alleged incident, but he clearly was uncomfortable at that time when we came to see him. And again, we were getting ready to transition off of the island, and I wanted Christy to have a clear understanding of where we were at that time.
Can we pause? I was going to move for
And then at 12:30,
Thank you. I was going to move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 268.
268.
And Your Honor, we're going to have a substantial hearsay and speculation objection to this exhibit. This is a communication from Dr. Kipper to a third party. It's hearsay from start to finish and not within any exception, to say nothing of the fact that it contains speculation.
Okay.
I think there is certain hearsay in the first paragraph and in the third on the second page, but the rest of it is Dr. Kipper's impressions of Mr. Depp.
It's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth, Your Honor. It's hearsay.
I'm going to sustain this to hearsay. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
There you go. They got all that excluded.
And Ms. Lloyd met with Mr. Depp.
Yes, according to these notes, yes.
Okay. And do you know, was this now in the Bahamas or was this back in Los Angeles?
I need to go back to the date, not the time. Can you scroll up? Thank you.
8/20/14.
And I'm just looking at my calendar. Yes, we were now back in Los Angeles.
And in the notes on 12:30 on August 20th, Mr. Depp stated he was done with the process and no longer wanted MD and RN services. You see that?
Yes.
You recall Mr. Depp telling you that?
Yeah.
And you recall Mr. Depp saying that there was tension between him and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Was the plan for Ms. Heard to take a few days for herself?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp is it true that Mr. Depp wanted to stop taking all the medications you were providing him?
Yes, that's reflected in this note.
Squizgar says his
now you
drug test
mentioned
just
you
has a huge
had,
yes across it.
You did text with Mr. Depp on occasion, correct?
I believe so, but I really can't remember any specific time or message that I sent to him.
Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp has produced a number of texts in this litigation between you and him, and they're in this chart here, and we're not going to go through all of them, I promise you. But I want to ask you about a few of them, and we'll do this kind of throughout the deposition. I have control here. Okay. And on 8/21/2014, it says Dr. David Kipper, this 310 phone number, was that your phone number at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a text from you that says to Mr. Depp, that says, glad you're better today. Respect you as much as I love you. You're impossible not to love, but an easier job not to respect. You're making my job a pleasure and honor and a few sleepless nights. Stop firing me. I know what I'm doing. Do you recall sending that text to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you been working with Mr. Depp at this point? As of August 21st, 2014.
And can you define by working with him? Are you talking about specifically the detox, or are you talking about our initial meeting?
Well, even if you go with the initial meeting, how many months?
Your Honor, as I mentioned in the deposition, Defendant's Exhibit 1063 is a long list of text messages between Dr. Kipper and Mr. Depp, a number of which are going to be testified to today or Monday. And I would just ask that the ones that they testify to, we would provide in a redacted form, which would just be the text that they're testifying to. And it would be for a number throughout. I can get up each time, but I was hoping I wouldn't have to do that.
Your Honor, I think we're going to have to maintain a hearsay objection. It's a text by text issue, whether it falls within any exception. So we're not going to be able to agree that the entire document comes in. It's possible that some may come in, but I think that's going to be something that needs to be worked out between counsel afterwards.
So we can reserve it. He's still going to testify to it because we've already gone.
Right. Understood, Your Honor. The testimony can come in, but that doesn't mean the document itself is admissible.
I can reserve on 1063 and we can figure out the redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
I like that super chat. It asked, why is Amber Heard dressed up for an Amish funeral?
about 4 months.
Okay, and you write "Stop firing me." In that 4 months, how many times did Mr. Depp try to fire you?
I believe that was the first time. And again, this was in reference to him not wanting to proceed and not wanting our help. This is actually, I'm sorry.
I bet these kind of
This is the
doctors deal with
second
this a
time.
lot, actually.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, we do some substance abuse
That's what we were
treatment.
getting
That's
ready
why I
to
was
do,
talking
but
about
he did not want to
the
proceed. He
drug
didn't think he could do it.
paneling. You
That
end up with a
speech
lot
after
of
the
them, and
conversation, he was back
some
and
doctors will
forth.
kick you, some
And
won't. But
this
doctors like
came
this, they're not
from,
going to kick you. There's
if
no
you
way.
follow
You're going to
that
test positive
incident
every
that
time.
we just referred to in the notes, where we were asked to come and visit with them, and where he didn't want to proceed. And again, at the end of that visit, he was back on board.
I didn't realize the tape was running.
Okay. Now, on August 24th, 2014, shows a text when it shows him, that's Mr. Depp, to you, David Kipper. And Mr. Depp wrote, "Forgot to tell you, had a hopefully very positive and free of ego squawk with Amber last night that went very well, ... And then I shot a few Negroes in a club on Sunset Boulevard.
Wait,
so
what?
far, so good, ...
What?
Oh
my God.
Is that Mr. Depp's typical language?
Again, I don't recall the specific email. That may be.
Could you imagine mailing your doctor that, though?
Well, then I shot a few Negroes in a club.
Dr. Kipper,
Had a productive conversation.
Recognize this document?
No, but I'm looking at it.
Oh my God. Gotta clip that.
What?
Let me ask you this. Do you recall if arrowsarc@icloud.com is Ms. Heard's email address?
I assume that by looking at this document.
Exhibit 5 at Kipper 101 at 9/22/14 at 1:25. You see it says, Arn received text from patient stating that he had been in an argument with fiance and she had a, quote, nasty freak out and would like nurse to give him some, quote, some fucking knockout yum yum. RN instructed patient to take
Yum yums.
300 mg PRN and Seroquel 50 mg, and that RN was on her way. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Knockout
Ms.
yum
Lloyd.
Correct.
Okay. And then it says at 3:30, upon arriving at the home, patient was sitting in kitchen with scraped and bloody knuckles on our hand, meaning his right hand, correct?
Correct.
Patient stated he punched whiteboard in kitchen after fight. Patient stated he'd been texting his friend explaining why he didn't show up to play music, and fiance got upset he was not giving her enough support, and the fight escalated from there. Called the MD at 1:45 and instructed to give a stat order of Ambien 10 mg to help patient get to sleep as he has an early work day. Do you recall Miss Lloyd telling you about her visiting Mr. Depp and him having bloody knuckles and a scraped hand?
Specifics, I'm reading the note you're reading, and yes, I remember there was an incident.
And an incident where Mr. Depp had scraped and bloody knuckles on his hand?
As indicated in the note, yes. I did not see bloody knuckles. I did not see a punch board. This was a communication that I received through the notes from Ms. Lloyd.
And do you recall if you had it does say you recall, do you recall if you had a conversation with Ms. Lloyd about?
Yes, I recall having spoken about there had been an incident. I don't recall the specifics of that conversation.
Okay. On Kipper 5 at 10, at the date of 10/14, to show you there, which is on Kipper 110 of Kipper 5. And then going down to 1930, it says patient finished filming and was extremely agitated leaving the set. Patient kicked in the door of his trailer and refused to speak to director. Patient was verbally aggressive to another person on the set for no apparent reason. Per MD, patient is to take Xanax 2 milligrams to reduce his agitation at this time. You recall that, Dr. Kipper?
I do remember this entry, yes.
And you remember being told that Mr. Depp kicked in a door of his trailer and refused to speak to his director, correct?
I don't remember the specifics, but I do remember there was some disagreement between Mr. Depp and the director.
And where it says per MD, patient is to take Xanax 2 milligrams to reduce his agitation at this time. Is that an increase of Xanax that he was to receive?
Yes.
And you see at 10:15 at 6:45, it says patient awake and states he slept from 2200 to 4:30. Patient continues to be agitated about work and is verbalizing having desires to escape with drugs. Do you recall seeing this note?
Yes.
And do you recall Miss Lloyd telling you this about Mr. Depp?
I don't remember if she told me that he wanted to use.
Lady Rackets brought me a sandwich. I'm so happy.
That's what my wife did for a minute. That's why I went quiet. I was eating some food.
Is that reflected in the note of 8:45? And the informed state of mind and continued agitated. He's on his way to assess patient.
I don't know how you sit here so long. I mean, I feel like I've been living in this chair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's right under, it's right here, 8:45.
Oh, okay.
I'll be like Depp. I'm gonna have some bloody knuckles because I'm gonna beat this chair to death this weekend and get a new one.
He's on his way to assess patient.
Yes.
And then at 12:30, as patient had fallen asleep and is now awake talking with MD, it has been decided patient is under too much stress as it would be best for him to stay home and rest today. Do you see that?
Yes.
You recall having a conversation with Mr. Depp about his stress?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall anything that Mr. Depp told you? You can answer.
I remember he was very upset. I don't remember the specifics of that conversation.
You're right. It's not a sandwich. It's a bread taco,
And how
which
was
I
Mr.
hate,
Depp
but
displaying
still,
his
it's
that
still
he was
tasty.
very upset.
He expressed himself very well that he and the director had some misunderstanding and that he was upset about it.
Was Mr. Depp yelling?
No.
Was he doing anything to display his being upset other than his words?
just his words.
You don't doubt the accuracy of this note, though, do you?
I can say that the note was written and I believe it was good reporting.
Okay.
I trusted my nurses that they would report what they were told. Not for the opiates.
Not for the opiates, is that what you said?
Correct.
It's more positive for cocaine, for instance.
That cut a little there.
That was a weird edit.
Now,
yeah.
On November 17th, 2014.
Ryukin, I don't get the
in
strategy here
2014,
either.
Mr. Depp
There
texted
must be
you
something good in this testimony
and said,
somewhere.
I have been to see Amber downtown. Yeah, interesting to say the least. Wow. Anyway, I'm still awake and don't foresee slumber arriving anytime soon to this broken instrument of a squash situated atop my shoulders. I would love to speak whenever you get a minute, dear David. Though honestly, if I were you, Debbie and or Aaron, I would, capital letters, run for the fucking hills, 3 exclamation points. I love you, Doc, ... Cannot thank you enough for all you've done, not only for me and my poor pack of wolves and my sweet, capital letters, fucking brave Mikey, ... These are the things that remind us that life should be a fucking gas. I'm waist deep in big muddy here, ... Hit me when you're drunk, ... It'll be far less boring. Love you long time, brother, ... And of course, the beautiful and luminous Chanel, ... And by now, 8'6" Sam, exclamation points. Mucho, mucho, ... From those of us who are not as others, X JD. You recall this text from Mr. Depp?
No, I don't. But clearly I see that I received that text.
Okay. Alex, can you put up Kipper 13, please?
He got paid $8 per dot on that text.
Man, I'm in the wrong. I need to go into private practice in Beverly Hills. Even knockoff Beverly Hills is good.
Could you imagine?
$100,000 a month? My God, man.
For one patient. Just one.
Do you recognize, Dr. Kipper, this email chain between you
And all you got to
and
do is
Colin
hire an RN
Cowan?
for like 56 grand a
I
year.
don't remember it,
Yeah.
but I'm refreshing myself.
Half a month. Who
with
cares?
what you're showing me.
What amazed me is during trial, he
is Colin
trashed
Cowan?
another one of the RNs that quit
He's a
for the world to
psychologist
hear.
that I had
did
referred
that at the
Amber
beginning
to
here.
see.
Yeah.
Is there any, Dr. Kipper, are there any ethical rules to report reports of violence if you were to be told of violence?
No.
If I were to see the violence, I would be obligated to make some reporting. I never saw any violence.
And you didn't report either Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, correct? Because you didn't see your testimony is you didn't see any
I
violence.
didn't see any violence.
From Ms. Heard or Ms. Heard to Mr. Depp, correct?
We never saw violence between the two of them.
Okay. You heard reports, but never saw it. You never saw it, is your testimony.
Correct.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize Kipper 14, which it looks like is an email between you and Alan Blaustein?
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay. And who is Alan Blaustein?
Alan Blaustein is the psychiatrist that I referred Mr. Depp to.
And when you wrote this email as of March 1st, 2015, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp was in Australia at the time?
Yes.
At some point you flew to Australia, is that correct, in this March 2015 timeframe?
Yes.
Was that were you always planning to fly to Australia to visit with Mr. Depp in March of 2015?
Always,
No.
since I was born.
I hadn't planned on it.
What made you fly to Australia?
He had wanted to see me.
Here's our finger injury.
To check in. He wanted He wanted my company at that point.
He being Johnny Depp.
Yes.
Do you know when you arrived in Australia?
No, I don't. I can't recall.
Miss Lloyd had gone with Mr. Depp to Australia?
Yes.
She wasn't staying with Mr. Depp, correct?
No, she was not.
You know how far away Miss Lloyd was from Mr. Depp in terms of time to get from where she was staying to Mr. Depp's house?
I would guesstimate somewhere between 20 minutes to 30 minutes.
And when you went to Australia, how far away were you from Mr. Depp in terms of time?
Exactly the same.
Were you and Miss Lloyd in the same hotel?
In the same room. Exactly the same.
Actually, that isn't true. I was in a hotel around the corner from where the nurses were staying.
In the nicer hotel?
And in Kipper 5 at Kipper 157, you see this note for 3/7/15 at 11:30. 11:30, it says, MD received a text message from client that he had been arguing with wife and that he had cut his finger. According to patient, his assistant and security were on their way to pick him up. You see that?
Yes.
And whose note is this?
That would be from Miss Lloyd.
Okay. And is this note accurate?
Yes, it's accurate.
Okay.
So this must be for the finger testimony. How he got his finger cut.
Give me a moment.
Tina Lewis says, give me some Yum Yum Dum Dum, Depp's remake of The Night at the Museum. Lol. And D. What says, great commentary. Get him, nose.
7 at
Not
at
a lot
Depp
going on right now to
7790,
commentate on.
There shows a text from
We're
Mr.
working
Depp
on it.
to you on March 7th, 2015.
He said something about give me some of that get me
5
some of that whitey later on
It
somewhere in
says,
Australia
"Hi,
too. We'll have that
fuck,
brought up
man,
later.
Had another one. I cannot live like this. She is as full of shit as a Christmas goose. I'm done. No more. All capital letters, 3 exclamation points. Constant insults, the demeaning, belittling, most heartbreaking
it.
spew that is only released from a malicious, evil, and vindictive cunt. 5 exclamation points. But you know what? 2 question marks, capital letters, far more hurtful than her venomous and degrading, endless, quote, educational ranting, ... 3 question marks. It's her hideously and purposefully hurtful tirades and her goddamn shocking treatment of the man she was meant to love above all, ... Here's the real deal, mate, ... Her obsession with herself, 2 question marks. It is far more important, ... She is, capital letters, so fucking ambitious, 3 exclamation points. She's so desperate for success and fame, ... That's probably why I was acquired, mate, ... 2 exclamation points. Although she has, capitalized, hammered me with what a sad old man has been I am, 3 dots. Cowan has done me the most cruel of favors, ... I'm so very sad, ... I cut the top of my middle finger off, ... What should I do? Exclamation point, 2 question marks. Except, of course, go to a hospital, ... I'm so embarrassed for jumping into anything with her, ... Capitalize, fuck the world, 3 exclamation points, JD. Do you recall this text from Mr. Depp?
I don't recall the text, but I do recall him reaching out after this incident.
Is this text a typical type of text you would receive?
In retrospect and in reading this, no, I think it reflected the fact that he was injured.
Right, and Mr. Depp told you in the text, I cut the top of my middle finger off, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. And then you responded, call me. You see that? That's the next text.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp call you?
I can't recall. if he called me, but I know that I went to the residence.
Okay. And did you go with Miss Lloyd?
Yes.
Okay. And back to Kipper 5 at 1300, it says on March 7th, 2015, patient was having a hard time leaving the house, so security suggested the MD and RN go to house to see patient. Upon arrival at the house, patient was sitting in car ready to leave. MD assessed patient's finger and will spend more time with patient at the location he's being moved to. So did you see Mr. Depp in the house?
Yeah, I saw Mr. Depp outside the house in the car.
Okay. So this note is accurate, correct?
Yes.
Was Mr. Depp intoxicated when you saw him?
I don't.
Was Mr. Depp coherent?
Yes, quite.
What the hell?
I don't recall what.
Oh,
he
there we
said.
go. Little buffering action
I
going on
remember
here.
that he was very clear in speaking to me.
Okay. What did he, other than his finger, what did he look like?
He looked like someone who just had part of his finger taken off.
What do the rest of his hands and arms look like?
Nothing unusual.
Well, other than having his
What'd the
finger
house
chopped
look
off,
like?
was there anything wrong?
The house was a mess.
Anything else you can describe about the house?
There were things on the floor. There were things that had been thrown around. It looked like there were just things were out of order in that house.
What rooms did you see? What rooms did you look at in the house?
I was in the kitchen.
I can't imagine having a throwing
And
shit breaking fight
I
in my
believe I
house.
went downstairs.
Hard enough to keep my damn house clean with all these kids.
Don't really remember. I saw it was more of the same. The
I like
things
my
looked
stuff too much to break it
out of
like
place.
that.
Did it look like there was painting on the wall? Someone had written things on the wall?
No, I do. It did look to me like there was blood on the wall, not an actual painting.
This guy
How long
sounds
were you in
like
the house
Jeff
for?
Bridges.
Yeah, I can hear it.
10 minutes, 15 minutes.
And what were you doing in the house?
I wanted to see what happened. I was trying to figure
I
out.
need to
what
hire a
happened.
housekeeper so I can have better
Did you talk
fights.
to Miss Heard?
I did.
Or what did Miss Heard say?
Again, I can't recall specifics other than they had a fight. And the specifics beyond that, I don't remember.
Before seeing Mr. Depp that day, when had you seen Mr. Depp previously?
I don't remember.
You know if it was the day before?
I can't remember.
Do you remember if this was the first time you saw Mr. Depp since your arrival in Australia?
Again, I can't remember.
Dr. Kipper, I'm showing you what's been marked as Kipper 15. And my question is, do you recognize this email?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And it's an email, and you told Miss Lisa Bean to please print for the chart. See that at the top?
Yes.
Okay. So that it is being printed for Mr. Depp's chart, is that correct?
Correct.
And Raja Sahani emailed you, you see that?
Yes.
And he writes, thank you for your time, David. Attaches a copy of my notes for you to use as necessary. Robert Wells. And Robert Wells is Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And this was from March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yeah.
Is it accurate that his heavily contaminated hand and fingers with dirt, grime, and
Yeah, thank you. I was going to move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 370.
370?
370, yes.
Okay, what's this?
Just one moment, Your Honor.
I love how we don't actually get what the defendant exhibits are. Like they keep admitting these things, but we're not seeing what the admissions actually are.
And Your Honor, we would maintain our objections on grounds of hearsay.
And
and the other objections asserted in our objections to the exhibits. This is an email communication between two non-parties to this case. It's hearsay. It's not within any exception, certainly not within the medical exception, and it's not admissible.
I think it is in the medical exception because it's from one doctor to another doctor to treat Mr. Depp's hand.
I'll sustain the objection as hearsay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's accurate.
There you go.
Is there anything other than
Good job,
incoherent
boys.
here that you find
Lads?
that's inaccurate?
No, the rest of that seems accurate.
Okay. And when you saw Ms. Heard at the house in this March 7th, 2015 timeframe, did she seem like she was on, was she coherent?
She was coherent.
Dr. Kipper, do you recall seeing Kipper 16 from the Gold Coast University Hospital?
Yes, I do.
And when do you recall seeing this note? At the time on March 8th, 2015 or around then?
It was around then. This was the emergency room doctor that saw him, and then he gave him sort of temporary care.
Mhm.
And then he was referred to, Mr. Depp was referred to the other doctor that we spoke of before this, who was the surgeon, who was the hand surgeon, I believe.
Did you talk to this doctor who wrote this note?
Yes, I was present when Mr. Depp was being examined and treated.
And at this point, you were, as of March 14th, 2015, you were telling Mr. Depp that you weren't going to be able to treat Mr. Depp anymore. Is that correct?
The purpose of this note was to make sure that he was strictly compliant with everything, because he needed to have his finger reconstructed. And I wanted to be sure that he was following our guidelines for the drug treatment.
Mr. Depp was not following your protocol as of March 1st, 2015, correct?
Yes, I had concerns.
Mr. Depp was not following your protocols that you were giving him as of March 14th, 2015, correct?
You got to answer the actual question. There you go.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize Kipper 17?
Yes.
So you were withdrawing your care from Mr. Depp at least as of March 15th, 2015, correct?
I was withdrawing my care if he did not comply.
And as of March 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp was not complying, correct?
Correct.
Was Mr. Depp
Can you pause it again? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Pause.
Move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 391.
391.
Yeah, that's
We're coming up
standard.
towards the end of the court day here. 12 minutes
And Your
till
Honor, we
5
would
o'clock
maintain our
Eastern.
objections on grounds of hearsay, relevance, and 403. It's hearsay, not within any exception. It's a communication from a third party, not admissible.
It's not hearsay. It's a letter from Dr. Kipper that doesn't have any hearsay in it, and it's
Well, it's hearsay because it's a letter from him, not of court.
Yep. So hearsay can
it's
apply.
not offered for the truth of what happened. It's offered for what was occurring with Mr. Depp at the time of.
It's not offered for
March
the truth,
15th.
just what was going on.
That's the truth of the matter.
That's the
That's
truth
being
of the
offered
matter.
for the truth.
Thank you.
It's offered for notice of when Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was.
No, you don't get to
not
change what it's
continuous care
offered
of
for.
Mr. Depp.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thanks.
Okay, guys, let me help out with.
As of
I'll
March
explain
14th?
that in a minute.
The answer is yes, he was not compliant, and the
He got
problem
wrecked.
at hand
Oh, I should have done Satrabone. Here we go.
was he was about to have surgery. And
Forgot I had
because of
that.
his surgery on a finger, he needed to be strictly compliant with what his medications were, what his behavior was, and I did not think he was stable for surgery. and I could not clear him for surgery, and that was what provoked the letter.
Right. And Mr. Depp had been breaking promises to remain sober, correct?
Correct.
Tainso over on Rumble says, "Love the show, Nick. Thanks for broadcasting on Rumble." Hey,
did you ever
happy to do
stop
so? Hope to help them
your care of
improve
Mr.
the
Depp?
process a little bit.
Yeah. Rumble, if you
There
ever
was
hire a
a
few
week-
scientists to help me out, maybe I'll do some
believe
work over there myself.
depending on
It's
the time
oh
frame, but
God,
there was
man.
a short period of time
I like that. I
after
like Rumble, but
sending
it's
that
hard to
note
use.
where he
The creator
connected back with me,
Yeah, they need to
asking me
work
to
on
take
some of
care
the
of him and
user experience for
promising me
creators, but
compliance.
I like the platform in general.
Was Mr. Depp compliant with the program going forward after March 15th, 2015?
He was compliant around his surgery and post-operative period.
And then he became uncompliant again?
I would have to refer to my notes, but I don't remember him being out of control. I remember him being, compliant with what we needed him to do.
I think the
There
mouth
were
breathing might be
times
coming from one of the council
when
tables,
Mr. Depp
actually, guys.
sort of went underground. Some of that time was when
Probably
he
that old
was
crazy
out
lady.
of the country and was hard to connect to. But I do not recall him going off the reservation as far
Could also
as
be the media
his
controller
drug and alcohol
in some weird
issues.
way.
You recall him testing positive for cocaine after March of 2015?
I believe so. I can't tell you specifically when.
Going back to Kipper 9, there's a text message from Mr. Depp to you on March 19th, 2015. And he says, my most sincere apologies to you, Doc. I understand your decision based on my immunity to do the right thing, and I truly thank you for your concern. I must apologize for not having had the presence of mind to respect the man who has been the most kind and who has done more for me than anyone ever. There was no call for my spineless and base behavior toward you. I honestly understand the reasons for your concerns in your letter, and can say to you now, they are no longer an issue. Thank you for everything. I've chopped off my left finger as a reminder that I should never cut off my finger again. I love you, brother Johnny. Do you recall this text from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And is this the text, do you recall, where Mr. Depp was saying that he would be compliant going forward?
Yes.
Okay. You're basing it off of this text. Was there any other conversations with Mr. Depp?
We did. I know we had a conversation at some point around that time that validated this message.
And going to back to Kipper 5, which are, again, the notes. And we're going to go to Kipper 167. And at for 413 at 1500, the note at the bottom says, patient is in good spirits and said he's not smoked marijuana in 3 days. States he feels majority of his issues with his wife have been from him using drugs and alcohol. Patient states he'll no longer sneak/use and wants to enjoy clarity. Do you see that note?
I see that note.
And who is that note from? You or Ms. Lloyd?
That's from Ms. Lloyd.
Okay. Did Ms. Lloyd report this to you?
In this note.
Okay. And there's no reason to question the accuracy of the note, correct?
Correct.
See, those notes are probably hearsay, but
Now,
those notes probably do fall within the
at
medical
Deck
exception.
168,
From his office, they're kept in the regular course of business.
12:15, it says on April 15th, 12:15, arrived at patient's home. Assistant was in the hallway, informed RN that patient was in a bad mood and told assistant he did not need anything from him today. RN was let in home by security and knocked on patient's bedroom door to let him know she was there. Patient screamed, "What?" RN informed patient she was just letting him know she was there and would be downstairs. RN, a little more down, RN left property and informed MD of the events. Do you recall Ms. Lloyd telling you about these events of April 15th, 2015?
My memory is refreshed by looking at this note, yes.
And Mr. Depp had yelled at Ms. Lloyd, is that right?
I'm not sure he yelled at Miss Lloyd. I think he just yelled, wanted to be heard. I can't say I wasn't there.
There's a text from Mr. Depp to you on April 15th, 2015. And he says, "My dear brother David, if there's a God, then I'm positive it's you. Thank you, darling man. I'm fine. I didn't know it was Debbie until I'd already thrown my voice toward the door. Thought it was Stephen, who is no small cauldron of hot water." 2 exclamation points. "I'll call Debbie to apologize. ... My boundless love and infinite thanks." So you recall that he texted you and called Miss Lloyd to apologize?
No, I don't recall that specifically. I'm reminded by this note, but I don't recall that specifically.
Now, Mr. Depp sent you a text on June 28th, 2015 that says, "Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me fluxumed and in the dark." 3 exclamation points. Soon, I must see you and just hang out. 3 exclamation points. My deformed finger and I have no friends. 3 exclamation points. By the way, ... Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid. 4 exclamation points. I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within, and it has fucking worked. 4 exclamation points. We're goddamn best friends now. 3 exclamation points. Amazing. 3 exclamation points. Big love to you, my brother. ... JD. You see that?
Yes.
And what do you recall you were, what is refreshed of your memory?
That there was concern that he was taking more Xanax than he should have been. And I needed him to tighten that up and to go back to what he was prescribed. And also there's a reference here to the phone calls. I had asked him not to respond not to engage in these phone calls because those were that always precipitated problems between the two of them when they were in a bad phase.
This is the regular doctor, but
Mr. Depp and
he's
Ms.
giving
Hurd?
better advice than the
Correct.
marriage counselor.
Yeah.
And Mr. Depp responds on July 1st, 2015, and says, "I am and have been at peace for the last 3 to 4 months. It's been amazing, but she's somehow locked into this very unpleasant and belittling mode in the last 3 days. The accusations, the verbal abuse and insults, stooping to one, the most unjust. You haven't changed, you fucking desperate hypocrite. You didn't out the monster away. You're full of shit. You're a pathetic fraud. Man, you know how hard I have worked to put that motherfucker in its cage. And I did that, me. I took all those other problems and rid myself of them. There's a whole lot more. I won't bore you with it. The Xanax takes the edge off just a little. You know me. It would take more than a few to really affect me. Seroquel scares me for the reasons I were off of it. If you're worried about the Xanax, prescribe me something different, but with more potency. I don't take them all that often, just when the brain is inundated with this horrible badgering and half-truths from my wife by the WSY. I don't know if you meant by the way. Do you recall this text?
Again, I do in looking at it, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Depp again used the term monster, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp goes on in this text. He says, by the way, he sends another, sorry, here's my, by the way, Cohen should be run out of town in utter shame. He's a fucking sump who's done absolutely nothing but giving her the verbosity that she uses ever whenever she feels like she must explain to me the psychology of life. 3 exclamation points. Ludicrous, 3 exclamation points. Yes, sir. Cowan should be shot in places no one wants to be shot in, 3 exclamation points. He's a goddamn charlatan big time, 3 exclamation points. I'm not going to continue to pay the fucking yes man to do nothing but stare at her tits and agree with everything she spews. ... Tell him to tell he's leaving the business or something, or I too will become a regular client, whether I am welcome or not. 3 exclamation points. Thanks and so sorry. I lobs GU. Your call, Mr. Depp, informing you that he was upset with Dr. Cowan.
Yes, I remember clearly that he was upset with Dr. Cowan at a certain point.
You know, do you recall this text message from Mr. Depp that I just read to you?
Yes, in reading it, I do.
Okay.
Damn.
All right, you want to go ahead and pause it? Looks like a good time to break it. It's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ooh, she's all about that.
Breaking there for the weekend.
Hell yeah.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll pick up with this testimony on Monday. Since I'm not going to see you for 3 days, I just want to reiterate the same jury instruction I gave you in the beginning of the case when you were first in panel. Not all of it, but some of it. I just want to make sure you understand for the weekend that you're not to read anything about the case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about the case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about the case on any social media networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the 4 walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. All right? So have a good weekend, and we'll see you bright and early Monday, okay? Thank you.
Every time I see that judge, I'm thinking, suddenly Seymour standing beside you. Don't need no makeup. Sorry, I'll stop. I'll stop singing Little Shop of Horrors. You just can't help it.
All right. And for the litigants, I'll see you back on Monday. Please no posting on social networking sites, and don't talk to the press. All right. And for the attorneys, I will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. for a long day. And I'm sure you've been doing your homework, right? So we should be able to get through a lot of deposition objections, right? Perfect. All right. Thank you. All right. We'll see
She
you.
didn't say not to talk to me. Call me up. Hit me up.
There we go. Okay, I really quickly, before I forget, I want to let people know what happened with that weird hearsay objection, because it's the doctor. He's writing a letter. It's his own words, and that is a little confusion, because usually hearsay is a statement made by a non-party outside of the court, and so that's usually I heard someone say something and I'm saying it, right? You hear, then you say. But your own statement as a witness, you are a non-party statement, and it's being made out of court. And if it's being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, in this case, the matter asserted was the contents of the letter. And that's what the defense attorney said. No, it's not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's being used to prove what's in the letter. Well, it's like, okay, well, and the judge said that is the matter asserted. That's what you want to assert to the court. And so he's not a party. The doctor is not a party. So even though it would be his own words in the letter, he can just testify to those words and then be cross-examined on them. And that's why hearsay is applies to previous writings. It's not made in court, which means that statement cannot be confronted or is not confronted when it's just introduced as evidence on its own. If you want to offer testimony to the court, it's got to be in the form of recognized testimony, a sworn affidavit, a deposition, or testimony in the traditional sense of you're in the courtroom being asked questions. So that's why that was excluded via hearsay. That is a proper exclusion, a proper exercise of the hearsay exclusion. And so that was good work on there, because it could have been really, that can slide by as the witnesses' statements, like, well, it should just go in if you're not on top of it. So they did really well there. 3D Electronics says the Depp team is being brought to you with the support of Coca-Cola. The Engaged Fuse says, am I supposed to be shocked that Johnny Depp partied? His first movie was A Nightmare on Elm Street. Robert Englund was known for serving up bumps of Coke to cast members with Freddy's Claw. And Mike the Dad Crosby says, tell your witnesses not to post on social media. That is very,
Damn
very
straight.
true. Very, very true.
Well, they do tell them not to do that. The thing, I mean, they did. I mean, that's the instruction from the judge that it was thrown out there already. They said it right from go. They actually said it during the court. Don't do this, don't do that. But
yeah, and you can imagine all of the attorneys say stuff like that to the witnesses. They tell them, look, I think actually in their subpoena paperwork, it's going to say, do not talk to other witnesses, do not watch anything about the trial. They're probably reminded of that in their prep and their interviews leading up to this. But you just, some people are just going to do it, or they're just going to text someone, or they're just going to say something, and it's going to be the wrong person. In places like this, I mean, they've got friends and acquaintances that overlap, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, that overlap all over Hollywood. So if one of the people says something to anybody, and then they say, oh yeah, I was talking to so-and-so the other day, and let's say that person that they told was safe, but the person that person tells is actually on like Amber Heard's side, then she just sends a text message to Amber Heard or her legal team or one of her friends or whatever and says, hey, by the way, so-and-so has been watching clips. I talked to whoever. They get some way to link that back to you. And you just have to get them to resist the temptation, but it's gotta be tough, man. This is the lives of them and their friends and their colleagues and their work,
yeah, of course.
In many cases, they're patrons, right? Johnny Depp clearly paid for a lot of people to live or assisted in their living in some way. So you can never control everyone.
They all do it. Look, like Whitney Heard, Amber Heard's sister, was texting and doing other shit to her sister, during trial. I mean, that happened during trial. She received it. These people were messing around on social media. It's just getting caught. But she messed up.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you put something down on the internet or on paper or whatever, and then because I think they're not supposed to, but it's the reality we live in. If you open your phone and you pull up Twitter, there's a high likelihood, especially if you're in the circle of these people, that you're going to see something about Johnny Depp. If you go on, if you pull up your Google News, right? Like I click on the little Google button and it pops up with a bunch of news stories for the day. If I scroll down, very high possibility I'm going to find something about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard in there. And so people are inundated with the ability to access this information. They're going to do it. And the court's job is to mitigate it as much as possible. But she admitted to it, and that's that. It's over.
They caught it for sure. They they definitely caught it. They knew what happened. It's good that she did admit it, though, instead of playing in a game with it.
Let's see. Ollie says, I mean, you hook up your friends as the peasant you are. If you had hundreds of millions, you may pay for a cool Uncle Isaac's rent too. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I 100% would, I'm a sucker. I'd be helping people as much as I possibly could, because that's how I view things. I would, probably not as much cocaine though. might be less cocaine in my story. I don't know if I've told you guys I have a disability. I cannot actually consume cocaine because if I inhale heavily, I will consume all of it within a 7-mile radius and overdose and die immediately. It's very, very risky for me to do that because of the size of my nose. So I've never actually tried cocaine, and I don't have any intention to snort anything. That seems weird to me.
I don't know, man. I've had my fair share of many illicit substances, and it was good times. It wasn't good times trying to quit though. It definitely wasn't.
See, I just I drink probably more than enough, and I have occasionally used weed and not a big fan of it. So I'm not a big substance guy though. I know a lot of people really like it and they get down with it, and I'm not here to judge anybody. I don't care. It's just not my thing.
I just misunderstood the genealogy thing. I thought if you snorted enough cocaine, I would actually become Colombian, and I wanted to be a person of color. So.
There you go. Need that protection. Need that legal protection. Okay, well, we've got a bunch of super chats that I've got to read. Before I do that, you got any major thoughts on the episode today on what we saw?
I'm gonna find out a little bit more in a bit. I'm finding out more as we go along. You can look at the incident itself and see how it spirals, but I'm gonna get some answers to it. I'm about to get them in a little bit, so we'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious about some of the things that happened and allegedly happened in the courtroom. It'll be it'll be interesting to see what's going on, and it'll be interesting to see. I don't know if they're thinking this way, but Johnny Depp's team had to see that as a shot, that they would go after their witness like that, and that's a little outside the normal course. And it's not like they were wrong, right? But like they're looking into this stuff and they're willing to bring it straight to the judge at the first drop. And so if Johnny Depp's team, they may now be more on the lookout for stuff like that and looking to trade blows on it. Did you just get $100,000?
Yeah, that's me. My phone is going freaking nuts after that because I've been trying to find out stuff. I've been hitting people all over the place trying to find out what went on. This trial, one trial, I've wired myself into this thing. So.
Oh yeah, dude, you're in it. You know all the characters. You know the issues. I got to start putting together just some short, like informational videos that can be posted in the chat or something, because people keep asking questions like, "Why in Virginia?" Maybe just like a little talk about hearsay or something. The major issues of the case. I'm not sure what exactly to do, but some of it needs to be done because there's just too many little questions that people could use answers to.
Your hearsay description the other day, actually, a lot of people had referred to that. So I think the hearsay, that would really help. Again, venue, I think those basic questions, but that hearsay, that's that explanation you did while we were alive. That explained it to quite a few people. There were a lot of people that mentioned that and said, "Oh, that helped me out." So good. It's a
confusing rule and it gets way more complicated, but a lot of people, most of the time, it's not that complicated. So it's I'm glad that's helping people out. Well, man, I'm going to start reading. I know you're welcome to stay, but I know sometimes you have to leave. So.
I should have now. I'm gonna throw this out there. 5:30. That'll be like an hour. You don't have a show at 5:30, do you? You're off for a minute, right?
Yeah, I'll be done. Okay. As soon as
I don't want to say this while if you're having another show. I'll be. I have a recap and stuff. I'll have more answers to what we were talking about at 5:30. So, look at that.
You do this every day after the show, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Why aren't we promoting this more, guys? 5:30 p.m. Go get Tug's recap, his thoughts, and Tug's got some sleuthy abilities to get some information that isn't coming from the court that we're observing, but is more around the rest of the situation. And you guys should definitely check it out if you want to stay up to date on what's going on with this case, because Tug, this dude has been in this trial long before this was even a trial. And he's been covering it from the get-go. And if you're into this subject, go check out his channel. Definitely.
All right, man. Well, I'll catch you, I guess, Monday, since we get a weekend off. So.
Well, I'll see you on Flashcast probably.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, we got to get drunk on Flashcast and make fools of ourselves. So yeah.
Yeah, we have to go on that dirty son of a bitch's channel, Yellow Flash. He's never here in the chat or anything. Never even seen him over here ever.
No, it's even worse. I was like, yo, Flash, like, why don't you, like, try to pop in at the very end of something or something, whatever. And he was like, no, man, I got to drop videos during this. I was like, you son of a bitch. He comes on the recap shows, though, but he's like, I got to get those videos in. I love it. I love how dedicated he is to making sure he gets his shit in. You got to with the algorithm.
Oh, you have to. Yeah, every day. He's disloyal.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you catch that shit. I'm gonna stand up for a minute and see if my legs fall off.
Oh, dude, I can't wait. All right, buddy. I'll catch you. Catch you soon.
Yeah.
Peace. All right, chat. It's just me and you, just you and me, just me and you, just one of us each. Don't even worry about the other chat. That's all bots. It's just me and you. Here we go. We're gonna hit these super chats. I really do appreciate all of the chats that come in. Thank you so much. Helps me do these long streams. they are quite a task, but I'm happy to do them, and you guys make it not only financially worth it, but also sometimes bring up stuff that I miss or don't see, and I really do appreciate that interactivity. Here we go. Hold on. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I can just go over here. By the way, I'm hearing from Odyssey that they've got a new, they've got some improvements on their back end streaming that are going live, and not for this stream, but I think next stream I do on Odyssey, maybe even tonight, might be a little bit, might have fixes for some of those stability issues that I know it like went down briefly today and stuff like that. But I've heard that they've done some work on that. So we'll be moving over to the new setup. I mean, you guys don't have to do anything. I have to do some things, but should hopefully smooth out any of those weird hiccups. All right. Beard Bear 12 says, I was on Accutane in high school, couldn't even get in the sun. El Gonzo 1000 says, what's the guy from Whose Line Is It Anyway doing here? I wonder who you were, who are you talking about with that one? Jay Winkler says, eating poontang is white supremacy. Get that started. Tato Chip says, I just returned home to the stream after my second day doing MMA/boxing to lose weight. Today I got less sore and I had more fun. Yeah, man. That's the way it goes. Congrats. Keep it up, buddy. Keep it up. Zalcor07 says, ... Wolf V, notice Amber Heard and Depp never had any kids. That is why they're willing to break their shit and you are not. Oh, that's true. That's true. Tato Chip says, will law and crime copyright the mouth breathing? Yes. Yes. Importantly, by the way, Law and Crime does not own this footage. And at least as far as Emily Baker, Law and Crime retracted their copyright claim on her before she could even appeal it. So that is a good move on their part. But the fact that they claimed it in the first place, they know they were wrong there. They know they were incorrect. Rumble username Sucks says, I'm almost certainly reading things into her testimony, but the way she's saying certain things, word/tone, makes me think she wanted into Johnny's pants and hasn't gotten there. This was in regards to Gina, who was dismissed. I read Gina as one of those friends who's around a lot and, yes, has a level of attraction to the magnetic personality, right, of Johnny Depp or someone like that. But is either otherwise obligated. She's married. But the weird thing about some of those relationships is, I've seen this. There's people who will be, they're married, they're occupied, so to speak, but their feelings, their attraction towards the person makes them jealous and protective in a way as if they were in a relationship, if that makes sense. And so they'll be very suspicious of new love interests and stuff like that coming in. That's kind of the vibe I got from her. I don't know if you guys saw the same thing, but yeah. Let's see. Spatula says, on the Amica Arnica cream, given that it's homeopathy, do we expect an expert witness to come on and point out that it has no measurable effect? Maybe. They had someone who was self-proclaimed to be an expert in makeup who talked about it today, but her testimony was completely dismissed. So who knows? Who knows? Increased blood pressure says the law is pretty shitty. It's not about what's right, wrong, truth, lie. It's about how you can twist the wording of the law to suit yourself. Sometimes it do be that. Sometimes it do be that. That is correct. Okay, let me get these going. Wonton Samurai says painting Chad from yesterday looks and acts like Photo Chad's grandpa. Oh yes. Yes, he does. Bort license plate says Amber Heard is an impudent foo. Her physicality is no match for Johnny Depp's superior mental acumen. VR says, doesn't Johnny Depp look a little Ron Jeremy, or is it just me? I think that's just you. He does not look like Ron Jeremy to me at all. Ron Jeremy is a hideously unattractive person. It's very, very weird. No, I think Johnny Depp does not look as fat or like sweaty and oily as Ron Jeremy did. But I'm open to people disagreeing with that. Jawsome 1978 says it's not okay to be gay, but it's okay to be late. There you go. Heather Marie, welcome to Paralegal Status CS. Just learned from another stream that the concealer Elaine claimed Amber Heard used for her wounds didn't exist until 2016, 2017. There you go. I have no idea. Savage Karma. Yeah, what happened with Gina? Gina was dismissed. We'll cover this. Gina was dismissed because she was admitted to watching clips of testimony from other witnesses on the internet. And you cannot do that as a witness. You are not allowed to hear other witnesses' testimony, because if you do, you will then potentially mold your testimony to meet theirs. And your testimony is supposed to be independent. Will E, yo, Nick, I think you missed my super chat yesterday that I sent around 3:30. And if I missed it, if you read it and I missed it, please shame me. No, I got that one. I got this one earlier in the show. Thank you, Tyler M. Hey, Nick and Tug. I've read some of these. Let's see. Jared Holbrook says, are you able to bring down your volume to match the much lower courtroom audio feed? Your audio comes in like a bomb when commenting during the trial. Two parts to that. One, the initial testimony of the video recording was really, really low. And the rest of the court was really, really loud. So I wasn't able to balance that out on that one. And two, StreamYard has its own audio balancing. And even if we adjust things here, sometimes their audio balancing is stupid and will cause spikes in volume if things have been quiet for a while and stuff like that. I wish it didn't, but it does. I wish they would just give us some faders and we could control the volume, but it doesn't. And the other problem is I can't actually, oh God, speaking of, I can't actually hear the output of everything that you guys hear because StreamYard actually mixes it. So I hear it on my end. I hear the volume that I'm getting pulling from the feed and from the guests, but I can't hear what I sound like and the guests sound like relative to the feed through StreamYard. So that's why they really need to implement some audio controls with faders and visibility bars so we can see what the audio levels look like. Jeremy N says, can Depp's team stall with their whiteness since there is a 24-day limit on the trial and give Heard's team less time to call theirs? No. Oh, stall with their witnesses. It says whitenesses. If they start doing that, they're going to run into a lot of trouble with the judge. Ross Gorillist 23 says, sorry, I doubted you. You're a good man and thorough. I know you've long evolved beyond it, but I've always wondered what you think of Jameson. I like Jameson just fine. Jameson's just a fine whiskey. I don't know what else to say. That's kind of the goal of those, like, straight off the shelf, mid-level, low to mid-level whiskeys, is just to be a nice, smooth, neutral whiskey. I like Jameson Black a lot. I really dislike the coffee Jameson. I find it disgusting. Jennifer Lamp, welcome to Paralegal Status. A root beer buzzed says Vic, Toye, and Rial's depositions were more entertaining than this. It's like some attorneys try to make these things boring. Good morning, Tug, and good morning to you too, Nick, I guess. Thank you. Warrior Biatch says Arnica can be taken internally and applied to the skin. Arnica montana is a natural medicinal product, reduces inflammation and pain over time. Joe Corcoran says screaming abuse at me. Rab, Kate James should have added it is calling the paparazzi every time she goes out and picking up copies of every rag sheet she shows up in. Yes, it's her job duties as personal assistant. White Alakazam, anyone else think Musk trying to buy Twitter is him trying to draw attention away from the Heard turd trial, or is that just me? I think that's just you. Maybe not. It's not me, though. Burnout 10567. This witness is a GTA side character. I can't handle it. Graham Bradley, with each passing day of the trial, Amber tries a new hairstyle. Today, it's girl boss Leia braids. Jenny Genevieve says, how many people did she need to placate her? Andy repeated the word placate. Is that a bad lawyer? In the juror's mind, Amber needs placating. Well, that might have been Johnny's lawyer. I'm not sure on that one. I don't remember who asked that question. No. I think that was Amber's lawyer. Yeah, I don't know if that on the list of bad things that a lawyer could do, that is really low on the list. Darth Spall says it's not a good look if your personal assistant over a decade hates you. Yorick says Rekieta Law, check Twitter DMs for She-Wolf Heard. Roan Cowart says new channel name, Law Dogging It. Doctor Cuts Your Tits and Cock Off says chances of Depp putting the wood to this chick. Decent. LKD70 says she's such a hunt with a capital C. Really funny for us, though. I bet everyone there sees her cold demeanor and dismisses anything she has to say. Maximilian Radikovich says, been following this for about a year thanks to Flash. This has been quite the journey. It's fun to see how well it's going now. Great coverage, guys. Thank you. Root Beer Buzz says, at lawyer, balls or no balls. Mia Mina, thank you for the donation. Ace is high. If Amber felt threatened and abused, she could have simply left, checked into a swanky hotel with her loads of cash, and got away from him. She didn't. She could have just gone to any one of their other properties. It sounds like they had plenty. Dr. Cuts Your Tits and Cock Off says, and whenever you would be in the fitting room with Miss Heard undressing, did you have explicit thoughts? Guns Down Inhale. She cries a lot when she watched Gundam. Jack Hudler, I'm waiting on the dead bunny story. Monique, I think Johnny should wear his Sweeney Todd outfit for the rest of the trial. Sarhan Narwan says, are any of these witnesses available to be my wingman / woman? Rory, we read this one, but for the sake of the jury, I think Amber needs to admit her ass into evidence. Jesus Christ Home Slice says Amber Heard is perfect for Ethan Ralph. Gee, are we now entitled to damages from lawyer giving us permanent hearing damage? Yeah, he was a little hot earlier. I turned him down when I found out. Sorry. Rory says, is it possible to get a flabby ass in the trunk of a Honda Civic? Living Shadow, Amber stopped smirking when her drinking and drug taking was brought up. Bet photo she submitted as evidence of Johnny using both is actually hers. Mr. Obvious says, I prefer Ritalin. I really miss it. Saving money by not having health insurance for now. Good luck, brother. Yeah, I do not like Ritalin at all. It made me very, very uncomfortable. Tim Hawley says, do you homeschool your kids, Nick? If so, awesome. Yes. Linux Charms, read that one. Mike Lombardo, guys, share the link out. Let's beat law and crime. I think we're going to have trouble doing that. Law and crime is the first search result on like all of the searches for this. And the way that happens is you become what's called a verified source. So, and if you think YouTube's going to give verified sources to random independent YouTubers, well, not so sure on that one. But you'll notice that even during Rittenhouse, when I was the top stream, I did not show up in the top streams on those. Fun times fighting up against that. C Goody says cocaine is only a problem if you can't afford it. CS Nick, your narcolepsy could be related to TMJ. Oh, I read this one. If your tongue fits improperly in your mouth, it's likely blocking your airway, causing apnea during sleep. Happy says daily poll of possible verdict will be great, Nick. I'll think about it. We're just really early in the process for that. Natasha says, I think I just saw lead in chat. Yes, lead attorney was there in the chat. Knuckler says, Accutane can severely exacerbate symptoms of bipolar disorder. Would explain a lot. The Steel Curtain says, Rekieta, I'm a moderator for the lead attorney and can inform him that you'd be interested in having him on. What's the best way to converse with you? The Steel Curtain. Well, you did a good way. I didn't see your chat right away, and we got him on. I've got him on Twitter now, so that's a great way for me to converse. Twitter DMs. Too high strung. I'll also send him. I'll probably send him a cell phone. I don't know how much he uses Twitter. Too High Strung says it's April and C Goody still likes men. Sarah Marie, Rekieta Law, are you not working with Legal Bites or Good Logic anymore? What happened to your law panel? No, I'm working with everybody. Legal Bites wanted to cover this trial, and so did I, and that is not a big deal. And I, for the law panel, which is not mine, it was people graciously coming onto my show. I have said in our group chats that I encourage people to go to Legal Bites channel. She wants to, be there for this trial. It's in her field of practice and all that stuff. And so I said, as far as I'm concerned, people are welcome to come on my show, but they should pop in over on hers. And yeah. And also with that, I'm inviting some newer guests onto this show as well. But no, there's no bad blood or anything like that. Everything is fine. Scott Campbell says, Rackets, I was curious about super chat stats. You, my grifter friend, brought home the silver yesterday. Tim Swatman Pool beat you by a nose. Congrats. I did see that. Thank you. Danny Delilio says, I didn't know Lily Tomlin was a therapist or even still alive. Joel D. Valdez says, cheers, Nick Rekieta and your friend there. Awesome. Thank you. See, Goody, like with Vic, I think this is as much about public opinion and him being able to get work again as much as it is about the Bucks themselves. I agree. Ollie says you should do a Gunt and reminder who made. I made you. I'm the best in this sector from the top to the bottom. Marmer 132 says, so this lady has adults only work with sessions and 1 to 3 other people at a time. Yep. Avaheim, good entertainment would have been this whore married to Sean Connery in his prime. She'd get checked daily. Scarfy the Strange, judging from the attire from yesterday, Amber might get a role in a reboot of Isla, She-Wolf of the SS. Sam Walters says a face that could turn you off of beef jerky. Walter Deadman, all this talk of slapping makes me miss Rick James. Fuzu, how many days is this trial? It is technically 24 days of trial. It is 4 days a week. There will not be a trial stream tomorrow. I don't think there's any in-court video tomorrow. But yeah, there will not be a trial stream tomorrow. So nice day off for everybody. Lancelot. Wait, no. Natalie Braithwaite, repeat after me. Never sleep with crazy. True. Lancelot 652 says she's over there smirking about throwing a can at him while he's looking down defeated. Lana Barrett, but she doesn't remember who walked out, and why is everyone on Depp's side? Well, I think it's kind of the way Amber has conducted herself that's made them on Depp's side. Yeah, the conduct of, let's say at worst case, there's mutual abuse. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard hitting each other. We know Amber Heard has hurt Johnny Depp because we know she has cut off part of his finger by throwing a glass bottle at him and allegedly put cigarettes out on his face. And there's a picture of him with a cigarette burn on his cheek. Unless you think he did that to himself, which maybe people do. But let's say at worst there was mutual abuse. For Amber Heard to then go out and try to present herself as an ambassador and a victim of abuse when she's a victim but also a perpetrator does not make much sense to me. And then Sci-Fi's Life says, I think the whole reason why some stupid stuff hasn't been edited out was because they would say the testimony has been tampered with. No, but there was a ton of edits already. That's why I was asking why they didn't edit out some of the dead space when they had edited out a bunch of other stuff instead. Lana Barrett says, oh, I see guilty before innocent. Guilty of what? I think people are on the side of Johnny Depp in general because, again, of how Amber Heard has conducted herself. But whether she's guilty of defamation or not, that remains to be seen. It's a tough case. It's a tough case. Ollie, yes, I like whiskey aged in sherry casks, and yes, I like Aberlour Abudna. It's good stuff. Senzu Bean says she looks like the female version of Doctor Strange. KIU, aka Christine, can a witness guess or believe what she's testifying about? It depends. If they say I guess or whatever, they can ask them, they can pursue it, ask them to clarify. Barbara Beard, doesn't she have a duty to report abuse? I'm not sure there's an abuse reporting duty. I don't know about the ethical obligations of psychiatrists or whatever, but I don't know that there would be a duty to report abuse. Secret Squaff says domestic abuse needs to be more than just an accusation brought by a therapist / whatever, saying it must have happened with lack of any actual evidence. Lance's Wallart says JD says she gave as good as she got. She obviously gave him abuse, so she gave what she got. I would use that quote if I was her lawyer. Yes. Yep. That was something I mentioned earlier. And the lead attorney honed in on that as well. And I tweeted that out. Any mention of abuse is bad for Johnny Depp. That comes from him. Torgo the White says lead attorney needs to interview Drex. IDK anymore says, go Russia. Let's go Russia, baby. Press R in chat. Oh, okay. See Goody, play Elden Ring or Vampire Survivors tonight and tomorrow, you bigot. I will. Bosses and undead need some boomer to kill them. See Goody says, lead attorney is team no balls. What a Chad. You definitely got it right. Don't listen to Nick. He's breaded AF and can't even taste fried foods. Yes, I can, you scum. May H, the best answer to balls or no balls ever. I don't know. Kimberly Campbell says Amber was kicked out of Australia for sneaking her dog into the country. Wrathchild 78. Alrighty then. Guess I have to subscribe to yet another lawyer channel. The lead attorney seems like an entertaining dude. Jennifer Lamp says hashtag betches be cray. Scotty Roddy says, can the personal assistant confirm one way or the other if Amber used Amica cream on any day in question? They don't want that answer because the answer is no. The answer is no. Pinkalo the Driving Ape says Matthew McConaughey. You think Matthew McConaughey, he's got the swagger of Sean Connery that he could slap a woman to keep her in line? Timothy Reaper. I think Barry Obams could do it. Right? I think Obama could say it. He could say, that guy could say anything. Timothy Reaper says, question for the lead attorney. What do you think of radical Binger theory as proposed by Professor Matthew Harris? Malaja says, hi, I love your show. Will lead attorney be back for unbreaded attorney stream and more? I would love to have him on. Absolutely. I'm really glad we got to make the connection today because I was on a show where he popped in. I can't remember whose channel I was on. We had a panel going and he popped on for a little bit. It was great, but I didn't get to actually connect with him. So connecting with him today was awesome. Japanese Yakuza 1 read that one. Oh, Nance says independent creators, news presented without political agenda. Just yes. Independent creators producing intelligent content is a desperately needed commodity, even if the algorithms conceal it. Also hilarious. Good job. Oh, yeah. Just because we're fighting against the algorithm doesn't mean we can't and don't succeed. We do. And every single show is a success against some of the traditional media BS. Sassy Forever, welcome to Paralegal Status. Inquisitor Frost, regarding lead attorney's answer to balls or no balls, my workplace now thinks I'm crazy from laughing. Let's keep him. Rory says, damn, she's married. Scarfy the Strange, I didn't know Comicsgate had such a hot coordinator. All the more reason to buy Tug's book. Pie Baker says, think the judge rides a lawnmower to skinny dip in the Potomac on the weekends. No, the judge is married to a man, a husband, and has been for quite some time. Phantom Mercenary says, have some simp dollars for mommy English. Thank you. Andre Tukulescu, I'm sure I mispronounced that, says, why is the rum always gone? Malcolm Wilhelm, small donation for the Mary Poppins Simp Fund. Andre says, gives a whole new meaning to rum and coke. Mephisto's movie reviews. Depp wasn't drunk, but did he take $50 super chats? Blah blah 9877 says, it seems like Johnny surrounded himself with genuine down-to-earth people that seem to care about each other, and Amber was never part of that group. G says, I know chat's joking, but really, how can people testify with this much pressure? I remember details of years and years ago. Her memory seems normal to me. Yeah, and different people have different quality of memory. That's something you got to deal with. Jane's Blonde, did I miss yours? Oh, Jane's, I'm getting to yours in just a little bit. We're getting there. We're almost there, actually. Walter Deadman says, yesterday was Amber as SS flight attendant. Today she's Fourth Reich CEO. What the hell is tomorrow going to be? Literally just Satan. Conaz says, don't call her beautiful quite yet. She hasn't smiled yet, and she is British. It's true. She wouldn't have Amber Heard's pristine teeth either. Shanna's Mix says, the Heard hen house was huddling right before the objection. The Buzz CJC says, sump hard, simp often for mommy. Lido Enchanted says, she caught slipping and watched Rekieta Law. Allie Richardson says, why is Eve Barlow allowed to have a laptop in court? Could Eve be kicked out since she is definitely on social media? This seems very shady. Eve isn't currently a witness. You can have a laptop in court. I don't know what the rules are as far as if there's any sites you can or can't be on, but the media order does cover laptops and phones in court. MS says, I bet Gina's blowies are as slow and boring as her getting through a thought is. May H says, will her husband still be allowed to testify? So far, yeah. They're separate. May H also says, as Amber Heard is a witness, is she allowed to talk to Eve? Yeah, Eve is not a witness. So far, yes. G says, I hope you lawyers feel as short and goofy as you look when you approach and do the huddle thing, looking like a YMCA youth basketball team in suits. Alex Iao says, Rekieta, you need to bring on Binger for his input. Walter Deadman says, the judge minus the glasses went from Meadow to Mac's mom from It's Always Sunny. Clint Beastwood says, this never would have happened under Elon's regime. Michelle Higgins, Eve is gone. Yes, Eve Barlow was out of the gallery. We don't know if she was removed from the gallery or if she left on her own. That is still a mystery. Jane's Blonde 007 says, I've been subbed to the lead attorney and your channel, as well as the lawyer you know. Loved seeing this today. Since I first watched Rekieta Law, I can't stop watching. FYI, the lead attorney doesn't read super chats less than $50, and his super chats run $500. Well, there you go. Different people have different methods for doing things. The Buzz CJC says, I feel like this doctor is going to make me an offer I can't refuse. Elizabeth Warner says, would the jury have to remove notes they have taken on that witness, and do they check the jury notes? I don't know that they can check the jury notes. I don't know if they even have jury notes. They don't always do. Not sure how they'd handle that, actually. Craig McDiffit says, love the Aaron Burr reference. Thank you. Janet Sorensen says, What Amber Heard's dress saying today is she dressed for a funeral. Bort license plates. Isn't benzodiazepine what Solid Snake used to calm himself in order to defeat Sniper Wolf? I don't know, actually. Lawnard Clip says witness was looking at clips, so they got dismissed. My Shaggy defense, it wasn't me. Peter de Armas, what's going on? Why is the defense moving to admit evidence on plaintiff's witnesses? Is that normal? Yes. Yes, the defense can move to admit evidence. You can move anytime you are you're at the stand. You can move to admit evidence. It's sometimes hard to lay foundation with an uncooperative witness, but you can. Contagion says it's really helped her case if Amber tried dressing up or down as it may be and putting on a smile. You sexist bigot. Try to use her natural sex appeal to her benefit. Oh my God. Telling a woman to smile. What do you think? What do you think this is? Wild Blue says, I'm going to go strong on the subject. Just because you're addicted doesn't mean a person is violent. It is a disease, not a sentence. I agree. K-Rab says they kept bringing up that he tested positive for cannabinoids, but CBDs aren't addictive and they show up in other substances than marijuana. Hemp, for example, they are used medicinally for pain. Peter DeArmas says, is Depp's attorney running the depot? Both attorneys both sides have attorneys on the depot. Einar says, why is Amber Heard dressed up for an Amish funeral? Porkmaster, doctor, did Mr. Depp ever text you calling Amber a cunt? I think we found out that he did. Bort license plates. This is almost better than the Kwame Kilpatrick, Christine Beatty text readings by Huel Perkins. Hungry for Heaven says, hey, Nick, any chance we can get a Lemoyne quote? Yes. Make sure you get every breath. Let's see. Tarkina Meyer says, would really hate to have my doctor spilling all these private details to the public. Yep, you would. Typically. Bort license plate says the case can cancel Depp's career all at once. I'm still watching that three-way sword fight between Turner, Norrington, and Depp on that wheel in Pirates all day. AP779 says, my mom is watching. Hi, Mom. Hi, AP's mom. AP's mom has got it. Colonel Panic 2762 says, hey, Rackets, I know you've been on long, but can you do a 60-second recap, please? I've been asleep for the past 10 hours, and maybe someone can clip it. The recap of today? Sure. Amber Heard's personal assistant testified. She really hates Amber Heard. She talked about how Johnny Depp is an absolute saint and was never violent with her. She testified that Amber Heard was abusive towards her and towards Amber Heard's mother, abusive verbally. She never saw any physical violence. She also never saw any bruises or signs of abuse on Amber Heard, and she had seen her at various states of undress, including fully nude, as well as with makeup and without makeup, and with like going out makeup and gala makeup, and she never saw any bruising or cuts or anything else. Hungry for Heaven. This is another Lemoyne quote for the old school chat boys. When I go to conventions, I don't really even look at the comics. I just look at the con sluts. IDK anymore says Russia will win. Brothers hit R in chat, so our goats win. Russia, Russia, Russia. Woo, Russia. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yash. Oh, yeah. Andrew Pugh. Nick, apologies if I missed your explanation. What happened with that final objection from She Witch's attorney? Which final objection? I thought the final objection was the hearsay objection, which was from Johnny Depp's attorney. So I don't know. Ryan Thornton says, are you and Legal Bites going to have an end of the week recap show where you compare thoughts? Hadn't thought about it. Maybe. I don't know. Wolfram sent or joined at paralegal level. Much appreciated. Wild Blues, the second super chat, which you didn't read. Wait, I did read I read your other super chat. Yeah, I read your first super chat. Here's your second super chat. Can we talk about Well, you mean addiction? It's a big issue in this case. Well, we've talked a little bit about addiction so far. We'll be talking about it a lot more as we go. And then James Blonde 007 says my super chat earlier, which I did eventually get to. Remember, I read all of the $20 super chats and higher first. And then typically at the end of the show, but sometimes during the show, I go back and read all the rest of them by the end of the show. Unless there's a technical glitch, I generally have read all of them. So today we got all of them. Everything is good. James Blonde says, if the doctor had seen any domestic violence by either side, he's right. He's obligated to report it. Plaintiff should elaborate more on this. Maybe they do. He's still got a lot of testimony left. So there we go. No worries, James Blonde. You don't have to apologize. Some people just don't know how I do things, especially when they're newer to the channel or haven't watched in a long time or whatever. But don't worry about it. I just explain it so people know. That's it, guys. That's the show for this morning show. We're just over 8 hours. I'm gonna go get a little rest, hang out with the family. Tonight, I will have a live stream. We're going to be talking about education. We're talking about homeschooling, charter schooling. We're talking about the state of public education. A friend of mine who has been instrumental in running and building a charter school over the past several years will be joining. We'll be talking about efforts to shut down charter schools, efforts to give all of the state authority to public schools, and that's going to be tonight. So should be interesting. I hope people are interested in that topic. I think it's really important. And we'll probably talk about some of these don't say gay bills and stuff like that as well. Until then, y'all, have a good day. I will see you soon. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of that brook. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have